Hello everyone, I'm Krish. Today's story is such an exciting one, and once it starts, you won't be able to look away. Let's dive into the Manhwa story. It is the one of the best manga that I ever read. Let's continue with the story.
As soon as he's gone, Cray starts to get up and ask if this is finally over, saying that this means they survived. He thought he was really going to die, wondering when Enkrid got strong enough to fight a frog. Enkrid says that he wasn't quite there. The frog's last attack hit his wrist, making him lose grip on his sword. We see it all swollen. He clenches his fist, saying that 3 times would have been all he needed, because 3 loops and he would have killed Merloon. As they head out into town, Cray says that none of them showed any signs of showing up, and he didn't know that all of the lunatics would be out on a mission willingly. He says that surprised him too. Cray says it was just a relief that the frog just left, but Enkrid wonders why. He definitely could have killed the both of them if he wanted to. He looks down at Esther, asking her if it was her doing. She meows, and Cray asks if he's really talking to animals now. The first company commander runs in, asking where he's been, and notices the bandages on his arm, asking if he's hurt. Enkrid says that he got into a fight. The first company commander says that's bad timing, but it's not like they need him to fight now, so he wants him to join, as it's been asked of him by his own company commander. He wonders what she wants. As we see her overlooking a battlefield, she says that she understands why they consider these men lunatics. Rem is tearing apart the enemies, and looks absolutely bored doing so. As he only kills 3 men, he leaves, saying that's all for today. A man yells, saying that there are more, but Rem says that's all he agreed to. A bit later, Ragna enters the camp, bloodied, carrying a man's head, and they said that they thought he died, but he's still alive, since he went missing in the last battle. Ragna says that they should have told him if they moved camp, and puts the guy's head in the other guy's hand, saying that he's going to go to sleep. The guy says they never moved the camps. Then he starts freaking out, because he's holding the head of the enemy commander, and they can't believe that he made it into the enemy base and came back out alive. Odan is straight up bullying these dudes, saying that they sure are noisy, and they need to be taught some manners. He grabs one of the man's arms, and just squeezes it, crushing it in an instant. The other soldiers are scared that he broke that shit like a twig. For Jackson, they're unable to get a single hit on him, because he's dodging each and every attack. He also doesn't feel like putting in any effort without Enkrid. He starts to leave, as the soldier falls to his knees, saying that he needs to hit him instead. The ferry commander is watching all of this. Then later back in the camp, we hear Marcus asking if she really managed to bring those uncontrollable bastards here. She says that bringing them was the easy part. She told them all that she wants them to fill the shoes of their missing leader. Andrew says they'll prepare to set out. Rem says that she took away their squad leader, and now she wants them to fill his place. She says that the blame of the individual falls upon their leaders, asking if they want Enkrid to pay for their insubordination. Rem glares at her, but doesn't want that, so he says that 3 a day, and he won't kill any more than that, as he and the boys all get ready. She says she's thankful that these lunatics are doing at least this much, but those above them don't see it as a good thing. Marcus says that their forces are the tip of the spear in this war. Their win or loss will decide the course of the rest of this war. She asks if the Aspens are still trying to provoke them into a one-on-one duel. They lost against them in a proper battle, so now they're trying cheap tricks. She says the method is questionable, but they've only sent out skilled people, and they've never won even once. Though if they were to experience repeated losses, their soldiers are beginning to worry that if they keep losing like this, then they will eventually lose the war too. Marcus says their morale is going to suffer if this continues, and they only need to send in those who are strong, and it would be perfect if those lunatics would do that for them. She says that just getting them to show up to the battlefield is difficult enough. If they ask them for more, they might refuse to fight altogether. He says they are too disobedient given their skill, and it's a waste to get rid of them. As she leaves his tent, Marcus says those Aspen bastards sure are sly. They were never this cunning before, but recently there have been reports of a young genius tactician in the Aspens, and it must be his doing. That night at the barracks, we see Andrew and the boys, and Andrew says that he is the man who will rebuild his house, but currently, he is a squad leader of a band of lunatics, and he is trying his best to keep them in line in Enkrid's absence. Henry asks if his eye is okay, saying that it's time for him to stop dueling with Rem for a bit. Andrew asks who will take care of his murderous instincts then, as he will paint the ground red with the blood of their own men, and every time he fights him, the closer he brings him to death, the stronger he can feel himself getting. Like he's getting more powerful the more he dances with death. Max says it's frustrating, but it does help. Bro also got his ass whooped. Henry says thankfully the other lunatics all keep to themselves and don't really fight. We see a man barking at Rem, saying that he needs to do his job properly, and that everyone here is risking their lives on this battlefield, asking if he finds it a joke. Andrew says this is the newly appointed platoon commander, asking if he has a death wish. He steps in front of Rem, saying that only their commander is allowed to give orders to them of the independent platoon. He asks if they're just going to slack off in the open, calling them bastards. Rem says he'd feel a little better if he ripped this guy's guts apart, and starts to release killing intent. Andrew says he needs to save this man, telling him that if he's so pressed about it then they should fight, and that they'll listen to whoever wins, asking if he's scared. The guy asks if he really thinks that a squad leader should be stepping up to him, and starts dragging him away, saying that he's going to destroy him. Rem looks up at this guy and sighs, saying that this is boring. He was just about to destroy that asshole, but that little kid just took him away, and there's nothing fun to do here. As he opens his tent, looking at his bed, he thinks about maybe quitting being a soldier. But it's not just him, as Odan and Ragna also look depressed. Ragna says there's no news of Enkrid, wondering if he's dead. Odan also wonders if he's returned to the earth, and the feeling is there's no reason to stay here. Jackson says that he's being inefficient, he's already accomplished what he wanted to in the army. And now there is no more reason to stay, and they all agree that if Enkrid does not return by the end of the day, then they don't want to be here anymore, and they will leave, accepting the fact that he's dead. Of course he isn't, as we see him walking through the camp. The ferry commander says it's time for her fiancé to return to his platoon. As he has Craze behind him, we see Andrew fighting the platoon leader, and he enters the camp with the boys, telling them that he's all back. Rem goes to call him boss, but Andrew bursts into the tent full of tears, screaming out for him, asking why he's so late, and starts hugging onto his waist, saying that he's waited so much for him, and that he's had to deal with so much bullshit. Rem smiles, and starts to chuckle a little bit, asking Andrew why the hell he's getting ahead of him, and he and the boys start telling Enkrid that he's late. And they all call him boss. He says that he was, then they have a wholesome little reunion. Later that night, he says after looking around, it seems the reason why they wanted him here was to take control of these lunatics, and that they should listen to their superiors sometimes. Rem says that only if he feels like it, but Enkrid says that it's not like he can order them around either. Rem says that's not what's important right now, asking if he got any stronger. Ragna also taps the floor with a sword, saying that he wants to duel. Craze tells them to wait, saying that surely they can see his wrist is hurt. Both Rem and Ragna start butting heads, trying to see who will duel him first. Odan tells them not to fight while laughing, saying that it's been a while, so they should start by warming up their bodies. Enkrid tells them to stop causing a ruckus, and Craze says it's about time for him to make them quiet, but instead, him being the battle junkie he is, he says that he'll fight all of them on their own. Craze says he can't since he's hurt, but Enkrid says it's not broken, and he can move a little. Jackson tells him that he can't ignore injuries no matter how small they are, and that he should show him the injury so he can put some ointment on it. Enkrid can't put strength in it, but he thinks he can still hold the sword, and after fighting the frog and cross guard from earlier, he's gotten stronger yet again, as now he was able to fight Merlun and stand his own. He says of course he is still far from being a knight, and the heights he must reach are still far away, however, he has already climbed so much. I am proud of Bro's progress. He wants to show everyone how strong he's gotten so far. Jackson tells him that it'll be bad if he goes overboard, but dealing with any side effects is his burden to bear. Enkrid smiles as the boys all step outside, ready for him to scrap. Rem is up first, saying that he seems pretty confident, and he can't wait to see how much he's really improved as he dashes in. He swings directly towards Enkrid, and Enkrid watches the axe and actually swings and knocks it away. Rem notices that something is different about him. He's moving without hesitation, and his confidence only comes from a man who got stronger. Rem starts to laugh, saying that he can't wait to see more. Enkrid readies his sword as Rem comes in for another attack. Jackson says that they've only been away from him for a week, Yet he's already this different from when he stopped changing. Odan says that his patience is waning, and we see him open his eyes so clearly. For the first time. Ragna says that Rem better hurry up and finish his turn, but it's not just him, as everybody shares this sentiment. Rem can feel them burning a hole in the back of his neck, saying that there's no way he could wait patiently either. A bit later, after they finish their duels, Jackson says that he should tell them what happened. Enkrid says it's nothing, and he fought a frog before coming here. Andrew says that's not nothing at all. Then Rem mentions that he heard he went to Crossguard, asking if he saw a frog there. Craze butts in, saying that they met one at the Thieves' Guild, and he only got hurt after he returned. Odan asks how the mission was, so Enkrid tells him that they set up a trap. There were greyhounds, lycanthropes, and a mage waiting for them. Andrew looks confused, saying that he tried really hard too, and he did his best to fight these crazy bastards, but he still can't close the gap between him and Enkrid. They say that even with all odds against him, he still survived. Enkrid says that he just got lucky, as we see Esther sleeping on his chest. He says that there was much to learn from the duels today, but he could feel them holding back because of his wrist, and he wants to recover and fight them at full strength. So he wonders how much he can bring out of his platoon when he's fully recovered. Rem says that he doesn't want them to lose to a frog anymore, and Ragna as well says there's still much to learn. Odan says that training is the only way. Jackson says that he can still see openings in his fights. Enkrid says he'll win if they fight again, and Rem laughs, saying that he sure is confident, and he and all the boys start to slowly fall asleep. And just as he starts to actually slump out, Rem says they'll fight again when he's healed. The rest keep chiming in, saying that they'll get rid of his bad habits, and there's no end to the training, also he should use more of his senses. He says yeah, they'll do it once he's recovered, and Esther starts covering her ear since they won't shut the hell up. Once more, they start to fall asleep, and they continue yapping, and both he and Esther can't believe they won't shut the hell up. Rem says that he'd just need to block it and then cave its head in, and starts guiding him. Ragna as well says that he just needs to learn more of the heavy sword, while Odan says that he just needs better muscles. Jackson says that he shouldn't get cocky, because that'll lead to mistakes. Enkrid tells them all to go to sleep, and they immediately lay back down, saying good night. That was probably the hardest wall of all, getting them to shut up. As the morning comes, he sits up saying that he slept in, and he hasn't woken up this late in a while, saying that it seems that Esther slept in late too. As he wakes up, Craze asks if he's ready to go. Enkrid asks if the men are at the front, and he says that those who can fight are all at the front right now, and only those standing guard and the men of the logistics platoon are at base. He starts doing some planks and feels his wrist hurting, saying that it feels worse than yesterday, and he shouldn't have fought, but they seem so eager, and he couldn't let them down. After thinking about it, it makes him want to swing his sword again. He looks up, spotting a sword on the rack, and walks over, grabbing it, saying that he's supposed to hold it with two hands. But if he has enough strength, he's actually wielded the sword with just his right before, and if he trains enough with his left, then there might be something to it. But when he swings, we see it's very awkward. He says that it's a pathetic sword path, like when he first held it, and there is nothing better than this to review everything he's learned thus far. The next morning, Enkrid is training with his left hand, saying that starting from scratch is not easy. But, thanks to the isolation technique, he doesn't lack strength. Vengeance watches him, saying that he's apparently injured, but he's still training, saying that he's insane. Enkrid says that he thought he went to the front, and Vengeance says that his platoon is in charge of defense. Enkrid then notices that the strap is loose on his sword. Vengeance says that both the sword and the owner are whack, saying that he won't be able to tie it with one hand. As he starts doing it, Enkrid says that he was always so quick to pick a fight with him, but now he's being nice, wondering why he was like that beforehand. So he decides to ask why he hated him. Vengeance looks up, saying that it's because of Jenny. Enkrid is confused, asking who Jenny is. Vengeance tells him that she is the herb merchant. Enkrid is completely lost, because remember, for him, it's been a very long time, so he probably just doesn't remember. Vengeance gets pissed, handing him the sword, saying that he's done, and starts stomping away. Enkrid tells him that he was never interested, and the affection was one-sided, as now he remembers. She ran a herb shop at the border guard, and he dropped by there a lot because her products were good, and he guesses that she grew feelings for him. But Vengeance also happened to like her, and he says that he was interested in her, not her products. Vengeance says that he knows, since he's into the blade and not women, and he was just jealous. Jenny never once lifted a brow at him, but fell for his face, and he calls him a bastard and clicks his tongue. Enkrid wonders what his problem is, and Vengeance tells him to take care of his sword, as he's going to work. Enkrid wonders how often his mood changes, saying that he sure is odd. Back inside of the tent, Esther is hitting a nasty stretch, and Enkrid says that she seems tired, asking if she's sick. She looks up at him, annoyed, saying it's all because of him. He keeps fighting people even while injured, and she overdid it while trying to reduce his fatigue, and she won't be able to use magic for a while. He tells her to get some rest, and back outside of the barracks, we see some guards exiting the camp towards the lake. One of them notices the water acting strange, and keeps staring at it. His friend asks him what he's staring at. He says that he thinks he heard something before, and he catches an arrow straight to the dome. Bells start ringing, and Enkrid and Esther are awake. Vengeance yells, saying that there's an enemy attack, and they can't lose their supply, so they have to defend this. Enkrid just wonders where they are, and Craze asks why he cares, and that he should stay inside because he's crippled right now. The men start exiting the pond, and Enkrid stares, saying that he didn't think he would meet him again here. As we see, it's none other than some Aspen troops, but specifically, it's the Greyhounds being led by none other than Mitch Hurrier. Enkrid says he didn't expect to see him, and when Mitch glances over, also spotting him. Realizing that they are now face to face once more, Mitch says that God has heard his prayers, and he's longed to meet him again. Enkrid is surprised that he remembered his name, and Mitch says that he realized how prideful he was thanks to him, and now he has reached new heights, and he wants to see his end with his own hands. Enkrid yells, telling Craze to take Esther and go. As he starts to draw his blade, he raises it overhead and starts swinging to match Mitch's strike, and when their blades come into contact with one another, due to his injury, Enkrid's blade is sent flying backwards because he can't match his strength. Mitch asks if he's injured, saying that's unfortunate, as he raises his sword overhead to finish the job. He starts to swing down, but a blade comes in blocking it, as it's none other than Vengeance who screams. He tells Enkrid to run, and charges in, but Enkrid tells him to stay back because he's too strong for him, only for him to see Mitch's blade cut straight through Vengeance's skull. Enkrid looks horrified as Vengeance's head starts flying through the air and lands beside him on the ground. Enkrid looks to his side, spotting it, and Mitch says that the small fry should stay out of this. Esther charges in, and Craze yells, telling her to stop and come back. Enkrid says that she can't do this because if she goes that way, she'll die too, as she's leaping directly at Mitch. He swings his blade, cutting through her, also killing her on the spot. Enkrid starts running in to save Craze, as Mitch closes the gap, but it's too late. Enkrid stretches his hand out, but watches as Mitch pierces through his throat, killing him in an instant as well. Enkrid has no choice but to watch helplessly as everybody is murdered. Mitch says that sure is disappointing. If only his wrist was fine, he would have shown him how much stronger he's truly gotten. Before he swings his blade, clean through Enkrid's head, sending it soaring in the sky. Damn, this scene was brutal. He wakes back up in the camp and starts petting Esther's head, saying that he couldn't do anything, all because his wrist is injured. He looks down at it, wondering what to do. He heads outside, and Craze says he's glad to see him up. Enkrid says that he doesn't have anyone he can receive help from. The Greyhounds will attack before the afternoon, as he's out there training his blade, practicing his swordsmanship, thinking about how to overcome this. He recalls someone saying that it's because he's a weak and pathetic loser that people died saving him. As his sweat hits the ground, he wonders if that's really the case right now. Vengeance approaches him, asking if he's training with his left hand because his other is injured. He says that this much training has to be a disease, asking if anything even comes out of it. Enkrid says that he'll make sure he gets something out of it, and this time, he's going to save all of them. Vengeance is confused while he's staring at him, and Enkrid says that he's sorry about Jenny. Vengeance is just surprised that he knew, and he says it's not like he did it on purpose, and Enkrid says to cheer up, as there are women in this world who don't care about looks. Vengeance asks if he wants to die, and says that he's just trying to brag about how handsome he is, and Enkrid laughs. The bells get ringing, and with enemies attacking the base, Enkrid steps up, this time prepared a little more. He meets Mitch, who glares at him, and Enkrid says that Mitch is strong. He was always over the level of a special rank soldier, and now he's more focused than ever. He blocks the first attack, and starts pushing Enkrid back due to his injury. Enkrid creates some distance, saying that he's lacking in strength because he can't use both hands. As Mitch starts charging in with a thrust, Enkrid does his best to deflect it with his blade, but since he can't get enough strength, he gets trapped, and Mitch gets a slice in on his throat. Enkrid falls to the floor coughing, and Mitch asks about his hand. Enkrid tells him that it's injured, and Mitch says it's a shame, as he raises his sword up. He says he really wanted to fight him at his peak, before stabbing him in the chest. Enkrid says there's not much, no matter how much stronger he is now, there's only one thing he can do, as it's time for him to grind his left side. He needs to focus on how he grips the sword, and how he swings it, his stance, and pretty much everything. From what he learned as a child from a local instructor, to the heavy sword of Ragna, and the basics of the other sword forms, he won't waste any time in figuring them out with his other side. Mitch arrives once more, and again, he gets defeated. Enkrid continues training, saying that he's already walked this path once with his right side. Again, he gets defeated, and he's training on a dummy, swinging through it, but still, Mitch is easily dealing with him as he gets stabbed in the chest. Enkrid continues practicing, saying that, thankfully he learns quickly. We all know that's cap, but maybe since he's already done it, it'll be true this time. He says that it's already been 40 loops, and his blade trajectory is still shaky, and he wonders why that is, and if it's because he's not used to it. Vengeance is watching his training, and thinks about something, and calls out to him, asking if he wants to have a duel. Enkrid says this has never happened in any of the other loops, wondering what could have caused this. But he can tell in Vengeance's eyes that he is being dead serious about this, and says that he has no reason to refuse. As they start to square off, Vengeance charges in, saying that he's not going to hold back. He swings down, and Enkrid blocks it, saying that he's still a platoon leader, and he's strong, so it's hard to withstand him with just his left side. He starts deflecting his sword, and kicks his feet out from underneath him, causing Vengeance to eat shit and faceplant. Enkrid says he won, and Vengeance says that he didn't expect him to use his left. Enkrid says that he's been training with it for a reason, but he's curious as to why he wanted a duel. Vengeance says that he doesn't know, watching him made his blood boil, and Enkrid says that he's only been doing the basics. Vengeance says that's part of it. Looking at him reminds him of the first time he picked up a sword and began training, the desire to become stronger, and the giddiness he felt from swinging the sword. But when he looks at Enkrid, he can't help but feel that his sword's a bit weird. Enkrid asks what he means, and he explains it, that it seems like the sword of the dead. Enkrid asks what he means by that, and Vengeance says that it's a pain to explain, and he doesn't know how to word it. Enkrid starts thinking about what it could mean, and if that means he's not powerful enough or something, but Vengeance asks if he's not listening to him speaking. But Enkrid realizes it on his own, seeing that he tried to follow the trajectory he learned with his right hand, and he was just following it without any thought, and that the left and right sides are fundamentally different. He decides to give it a try with his new understanding, and he says that he needs to look for a trajectory that works with his left. As he starts swinging down, he cleanly cuts through the dummy's arm, saying that the cut was good, and that the sound and the feel of the cut were clearly different from before. He smiles, thanking Vengeance, saying that he finally sees a way forward now. Enkrid says that he needs to awaken the feeling on his left arm, and that'll be the key to using it. And he'll begin by changing his habits. As he's eating with his left hand, Krace asks if he's always done that. Enkrid says that since his right is hurt, he's just letting it rest. Krace says that it's going too far though, as he drops the food, even hitting Esther with it. Enkrid says be it eating, putting on clothes, or training, he's going to use his left arm for everything. As we see him stabbing his sword into the ground after training, he says that to speed things up, he'll also practice the technique that Torres had taught him as well. As we see him flicking his wrist to try to throw it out, and it lands on the ground, he says this hidden knife will surely come in handy in his fight. And today is his 50th loop. Vengeance calls out, asking if he wants the duel, and we see him getting thrown onto the floor. Vengeance says that he fights well with his left arm, but something feels off with his sword. Enkrid says that he still has the sword of the dead, and he's going to have to keep going until it's gone. The next loop, he and Vengeance are dueling once more. He blocks the sword. He starts speedrunning the loops, he's over 60 loops, now 70. As he's finally now able to knock Vengeance back with extreme ease, we are now in the 80th loop, and we see him practicing his hidden knife technique. He starts to flick his wrist, throwing it forward, and it's perfect. He then knocks Vengeance's sword out of his hands, causing it to fly backward into the ground. Vengeance can't believe he fights that well with his left arm, and Enkrid wonders what he's thinking so attentively about. Vengeance says once he's out of here, he's going to train way harder than he's ever done before. Enkrid says that he doesn't mention the Sword of the Dead anymore. He tells him to do his best, and he's sure this will make Jenny notice him soon. Vengeance gets pissed. He tells him to fight him again, as he's going to beat his ass. Enkrid says that his reactions are always so funny, and he needs to see that he gets to confess to Jenny. For him to do that, he must not die here. He heads out to the lake by himself, and he starts having a philosophical conversation with himself about talent, as it can't be defined so easily. Training his body well is one thing, but being able to focus without being distracted by anything is another part of it. As we see him training his techniques at a young age, falling in love with the blade one swing at a time. And now, as he starts to grip his blade with his left hand, he draws it from his sheath. He says he's getting a taste of being talented for the first time in his life. The days of him training with his left arm have piled up and caught up to the 30 years of his right arm within 100 days. We are now on the 112th loop. Mitch comes out of the water, and Enkrid is determined to surpass this wall that is Mitch. Vengeance yells, saying they need to protect the base and drive the enemies out. Craze tries to get Enkrid to come back, as he's holding on to Esther so she can't run up. But Enkrid slowly marches forward, and Mitch thanks him, saying he wanted to meet him once more. Enkrid says he did too, and Mitch says he gave him an awakening in his period of stagnation, and he will try his best to destroy him and climb even higher. Enkrid says that he low-key feels kind of bad, as he's already seen his best countless times already, and he has realized that he can't win against him in a pure fight of blades. As he charges in, he catches Mitch off guard with the attack, but Mitch manages to block it. And as he starts to slide backwards, he catches his footing and starts pushing back, since he is stronger than Enkrid. Enkrid grabs onto his hand that's holding the sword and breaks his thumb, causing him to let go of his blade and scream out in pain. He returns with a kick to Enkrid's chest. Enkrid uses his sword to stop himself from falling over, and with Mitch's sword hitting the ground, he says he can't believe that this bastard is using such cheap tricks. Enkrid says that in all of the loops he has repeated, he has only ever used his sword to defeat him, and he would like to reciprocate, but he doesn't think he can improve with his left arm by repeating any more of this loop. This battle of blades against Mitch was fun, but he's going to have to surpass this. Mitch says that this might be his way of trying to survive, but it's no use, as he picks up the sword with his left hand, but warns him that he can use both of his arms. Enkrid says that he can too, as he's been training for this reason, but he knows that to fight and defeat the next wall, he won't be able to accomplish it with his sword alone. He's going to have to use a skill that he's been saving up for moments of desperation. It is the ultimate skill in the Veil and Mercenary sword technique. As he rears back his hand, he yeets the piss out of his sword. Mitch uses his to block it, confused. Enkrid charges in, grabbing him by the throat, saying that the only way out of this is for him to get into an all-out brawl with Mitch. Enkrid starts to come in with a punch, which Mitch narrowly dodges. He calls him a bastard as he starts coming with his sword, but Enkrid doesn't give him the chance as he grabs onto his waist and tackles him, saying that he just needs to get close no matter what. They both fall to the floor. Enkrid puts his knees on his wrist so he can't use the blade, and he says that he needs to win at all costs, and will tear his flesh with his teeth if need be. He raises his hand, now in a mounted position, and starts wailing on Mitch's face. He says he has to use all methods at his disposal to achieve victory. As Mitch is reeling from the punch, Enkrid comes in with another, saying that this is the essence of an all-out brawl. Mitch sees the attack coming in and realizes what he must do, as he kicks upwards, causing Enkrid to roll overhead. Enkrid lands on the ground, and Mitch starts charging in, telling him to fight seriously and to use his sword like a man, as he wants a proper duel. He swings down, and Enkrid doesn't even try dodging it, as he catches it with his shoulder. Mitch is surprised, but we see that he came prepared with shoulder plates, and Enkrid says he's being extremely serious right now. He then starts to swing in once more, but we recognize it as he's using the hidden blade technique to cut across Mitch's face as he dodges the punch. Mitch's left eye gets caught in the attack, and half of his face is now bleeding hella from the assassin's hidden blade. Mitch starts to let out a primal scream and pushes down as hard as he can, cutting through the shoulder plates into Enkrid's shoulder. He then follows through with a swing, getting a very deep cut in. Enkrid says that first his wrist and now his shoulder. If this drags on, he's gonna lose, and while his sense of distance is messed up with one of his eyes gone, he needs to use that to his advantage before he gets accustomed to it. Mitch charges in full of rage, and Enkrid then flicks his wrist, causing the hidden dagger to get sent flying towards Mitch. Mitch puts his sword up to block it, and it catches him straight in the hand, and Enkrid comes back in with another tackle, taking advantage of this. As they both fall to the floor, Mitch's sword flies out of his hand and slides across the ground away from them. Mitch calls him a bastard, and Enkrid grabs onto his leg, putting him in an ankle lock and breaks his ankle in an instant. Mitch starts to scream and punches, trying to get him away from him. Enkrid then goes to the other ankle, breaking it as well. Mitch, realizing now that he's a cripple, lets out another primal scream at the top of his lungs. This shit is crazy. As he's sitting there howling in pain, everybody wonders what's going on. We learn that Mitch was called the lazy genius. He was a man who was satisfied with what he had despite his talent. However, he changed once he returned from the last battlefield. The fire in his eyes was back, and he never left the training grounds and mastered his blade. His talent, now combined with hard work, allowed his blade to finally shine. It didn't go the way he wanted to, as he's now crawling towards his sword with both of his legs broken. He wonders how it came to this. Enkrid goes to his sword first and stands before it. Mitch looks up, calling out to him, and Enkrid looks down at him, also not entirely satisfied with this, but says that he was a very high wall, and he gave him a rude awakening both times that they've met. Mitch says that he doesn't want this kind of fight. As the wall begins to crumble down, as Mitch crawls forward, he begins begging him to just have a proper fight. As he just wants a proper clash of blades with him, and stretches out towards Enkrid. Enkrid picks up the blade, telling him that while he would have loved that, that's not how it goes, because in the end, they're on a battlefield, and that this is nothing but war, before he slams the sword down through Mitch's neck, killing him and impaling him into the ground. And while Enkrid says this, he doesn't feel the greatest about it, because he too is a swordsman, and he has an insane amount of respect for Mitch. Mitch's men start running in, screaming out to him, as Vengeance yells, telling his boys to fire and to kill all the Aspen troops. As they are being pushed back, unable to go claim Mitch's body, Enkrid takes one final look at him, realizing that the wall has been completely destroyed. He lets out a couple of deep breaths, and we see his eyes ready for the next wall, and he tells Mitch that it was fun. While it didn't go out exactly as he wished it could have, he's going to use him as a stepping stone to climb even further past his own limits. Back inside the barracks, Cray says things could have gone real bad if they had lost this place, and that headquarters sent archers just in case, and they live, thanks to them. Vengeance enters, saying that he only lived because Enkrid slowed them down, and drops him his sword, telling him that he found it and that he should take care of it, and he can't just leave it out there. Cray says that he thought he already had his sword with him, and when Enkrid looks back at it, he unsheathes the blade, saying that it's Mitch's, the enemy he just fought against. Vengeance says it looks like a good blade, and Craze wants a closer look. And since it glows light blue when light hits it, it must have been made with steel from Demp. Enkrid asks what that is, and he says that it's a famous iron mine in Aspen. It's much more expensive than the Valerian or Noir steel that he's been using, so if he wants to sell it. But Enkrid ignores him, asking Vengeance if he's going to the front. Vengeance asks if he's trying to come with him, and Enkrid says that he can't leave his men for too long. Craze asks if he's going to use that now instead of this blade. Vengeance says that he should use the sword he's used too, but Enkrid grabs onto it, saying there's no need to use just one, and that he wants to start using both of them. Back to the front lines, we see the boys as Rem is whistling. He says that the boss is ready for the next step now, and he can't believe he started favoring someone from the mainland. He could probably advance further from Heart of the Beast, and learn his secret technique now. Odan is also thinking the same thing, saying that he's muscular now, so it's time for his joints. Then his posture and body will change, and he's going to build him a body that doesn't break from joint locks and other blows. But doing it all at once will be a terrible burden, and it'll be good to just do it one step at a time. As he's lost in thought, he starts walking slowly, causing Rem to bump straight into his back. As Rem is holding onto his head, Odan turns around, and Rem asks what the hell happened to his feet, and he needs to keep moving. Odan says that it seems that he hasn't grown much, and they both start to go to fight each other until Ragna steps in, yawning. Odan says that he can't just walk between them because he's lazy, and they both call him crazy. But Ragna says training to get the body accustomed to the sword is something that he needs to start thinking about for Enkrid. He wants to be able to make it so he can use his sword more freely, and control the tip of his sword like in this extension of his body. But first he needs to go sleep. Surprisingly, Jackson says that it'll be good to teach him how to walk. He won't be as quiet as an assassin, but he'll minimize his movement for maximum efficiency, and it'll help him. But he wonders if he needs to do this, and why he's doing something so bothersome. As he's looking at the squad, Rem grabs Ragna so he doesn't wander off, calling him an idiot, saying that he's always getting lost. Ragna just tells him that he's still more normal than he is, and while they start yelling at each other, saying how crazy they are, Jackson says that he can't let Enkrid become like these idiots, and he'll set him straight. The ferry commander is also there and notices something, telling all of her men to stop, as Aspen soldiers appear from the bushes. She wonders if they're about to fight, and the man introduces himself as Raoul, asking if anybody will have a one-on-one fight with him. She says here it begins, it's their cheap tactic to draw out a one-on-one fight. She says it doesn't seem like much, but they keep losing, causing very low morale, and they can't just ignore him, because people think they avoided them because they can't beat them. And it's not like she can step up either, because they would call her cowardly, and morale will improve if they just get one good victory. She recalls Craze saying to use the lunatics, as they'll be in a good mood since Enkrid returns, so they'll listen for a while. She glances back, asking Rem if he wishes to go. He wonders what she's talking about and glances over at the soldiers, and they start shit-talking him, and he says that he'll definitely step up to fix some of his boredom. As he does, the men laugh, saying they can't believe they sent out a barbarian, before Rem sends his head flying off. And in an instant, before the other men can react, they look up to see it, and start screaming as they get painted with blood, and Rem starts laughing like a maniac, asking who's next. The soldiers say that he's crazy, but he sure is good at fighting. As the Aspen soldiers begin begging for mercy, the ferry commander says that it seems like morale has been improved by such a good fighter. But as he continuously sits there and yells that he surrenders, her face turns into that of disgust, as Rem just keeps beating the shit out of this guy. Even the allied soldiers say they can't look because it's too violent, and she says it's enough. Then we see one of the Aspen soldiers begging Rem to stop, as he's just wailing at the guy's corpse now with his axe, and he tells him to stop, while calling him a monster. But Rem has no plans to, as he's just mutilating this guy. He starts laughing, saying that he can't hear him. The soldiers all watch in horror, saying they don't want to be on the same side as him anymore. The ferry commander says with this, their morale has diminished once again, and this was for nothing. And it seems that the only one who can control them is none other than Enkrid, who's making his way here as they speak. They set up camp, and Enkrid ends up arriving. Jackson's asking him how he got more injured, as he told him to rest, and that he shouldn't think of fighting even if he's here. Rem also says that he can't do it until he heals up properly. The ferry commander enters, saying that it seems like her fiancé has a bad habit of playing rough. Enkrid greets her, and she throws him a vial of something, telling him to take it. He asks what it is, and Jackson recognizes it, saying that the medicine of fairies can't be bought with money, and that this is better than his ointment. Rem says that this means that she does care about him then. And Enkrid thanks her, but asks why. She says that she thought that they promised their future together, but she never gave him anything to show for it, and it's a small engagement gift. He can't believe she's still going along with it, and she just leaves, saying welcome back and to get some rest. As all three of them watch her leave, Craze says that he should do business and sell it, but Enkrid tells him to piss off. Rem jokingly says that he's better at talking to women than using his sword, and Ragna says that he is. But Enkrid is just wondering why she's still joking around about the engagement, and he can't understand her at all. A few days after reaching their front lines, the Aspens continued to repeat little skirmishes, but avoided a proper fight. Thanks to that, his wounds got a chance to recover, as we see him doing squats with some weights. Odan tells him he's up early, asking if his body is doing better now. Enkrid puts down the weights, saying, thanks to the fairy's cream. Odan asks if he's trying to get his shit rocked, and Enkrid says bet. And then we see the aftermath of the fight. Odon's analyzing his wounds, saying that his right wrist, shoulder, and lots of contusions all over his body. And it's not yet time for him to abuse his body like this. But if there's still a fight, he'll definitely participate, asking if he's right. Enkrid says as long as he can still move, the answer is yes. Odon looks around, making sure nobody's watching, and then calls out to him. Enkrid asks what he wants, before a warm feeling starts to envelop his body. As Odon is now starting to glow a bright golden yellow, it begins pulsing all throughout Jackson. Enkrid says this feeling is divinity. As Odon is doing something to him, a giant ray of golden light begins raining down to the both of them. Odon starts to retract his wrist as the light leaves, and Enkrid turns surprised. And Odon says that he shouldn't say anything, and he won't speak of this to anyone, and he will swear this upon the name of their lord. Enkrid realizes he must have his reasons, and says that he won't. Odon walks away, saying that this morning fog is a blessing from God. We learn though that divinity is the hallmark of clerics who serve God, and miracles can heal the injured. Odon, who always prays, has never once used divinity before, and nobody knew for certain whether he was truly a cleric or not. As Odon is begging his lord for forgiveness, Enkrid wonders if maybe there's a rule against using divinity, as it feels like he broke some to heal him. Enkrid thanks him as he walks away, and Odon says that if someone finds out that he used divinity, they'll send the inquisitors. As he left the church with many restrictions, and they bound his body so that he couldn't use his divine power, but despite the stabbing pain in his chest, he couldn't let Enkrid be. Odon says that the Lord always presides over them, but never responds to them, but after meeting Enkrid, he began to believe that his words live within him, and he will that he believes is right. After mealtime, Krace asks if Enkrid needs help with his wound again, as he'll apply the ointment, but Enkrid says that he's got it. It's not fully healed, but it's mostly there, and he can't show this to the others if he wants to keep it a secret, and he needs to be careful in the field too. And he asks when they are going to fight. Krace says both sides just keep testing the waters. Their troops, commanded by Marcus, are their vanguard preventing them from flanking them, and their main force is here waiting at the Green Pearl. They broke the unwritten rules of warfare last time by bringing out sorcerers and spellcasters, so both main forces are probably prepared for an all-out war, with entire night orders at the ready. Rem says they should have been there, and they keep trying for 1v1 duels, and it's no fun here at all. Krace says they can't continue that for long, and he doubts it'll be like this here soon. It is now some time later. As troops begin marching, war horns are blown, and we see their troops standing off against the Aspens. Enkrid and the entire squad has pulled up for this. What a nice panel to see all of them together. The commander is also there with the fairy, and 3 men step up, calling them all adolescent pricks. Rem wonders why these dudes keep yapping, and if their swords are just for cooking. Krace says this is a battle of words. Without a force offset like a knight, the Aspens and them are evenly matched, and they're attempting to get one up on them psychologically before the fight. They die easily to an arrow, but their morale is already low, and if they strike first, they'll lose. As they keep getting shit-talked, and the Aspen soldiers say they'll die before they know the touch of a woman. Krace says their commander isn't doing anything because he knows this as well. Marcus says he has prepared something, but he can't use it here. Using the lunatics to win the duel only backfired on them, and that they just need one win. Krace also hopes that something happens, just one time to shift the morale. The Aspen soldier continues, calling them a bunch of virgins, and start laughing at them. Enkrid tells Andrew to relax, saying he'll get his chance to let his rage loose. Andrew is just confused, asking what he means, and Enkrid tells him it's fine to be a virgin, and to remember this rage, and use this feeling in the battle. Even the other soldiers are confused. Andrew says he's not mad, but Enkrid tells them now is not the time, so calm down. Both Henry and Max start laughing at him, and even Rem does. Odon says he should walk the saintly path if he's already this far up. Ragna says he'll probably get his chance later. Andrew asks what he did to deserve all this, and the other soldiers wonder what's up with him, and if they fell for the taunt. They wonder how he is a virgin at his age when he looks normal. Andrew tells them all to shut up, as he's not mad. The soldiers start laughing, asking if he wants to be introduced to a shop once they're back in town. Andrew says he doesn't. Jackson says that him making fun of someone on purpose was mean. Enkrid says Andrew is young, he might have taken it personally, and just wanted to keep him in line, but Rem finds this hilarious. Craze can't tell if he's joking or being serious, and if this was out of instinct, and he smiles, saying that he sure is an odd man, and that he should go respond to them. Enkrid says he's got nothing to say, and Craze tells him he'll feed him some lines. Enkrid says that's not difficult, and steps up. Craze says that with Enkrid's devil's tongue, he can surely lift the morale, and the changes he will create will spread like a wave. Enkrid walks up, the other soldiers recognize him, and start yelling, saying that he's stepping up. But Craze says that this will definitely be their path towards victory. Craze told him to show how brave he was and walk within range of their archers and provoke them. Vengeance asks what he's doing coming up here, and Enkrid says that he's unlucky for being in the vanguard as soon as he gets back. Vengeance tells him to shut up and warns him that they're going to shoot arrows if he walks up fearlessly with the boys. Vengeance asks what he's doing, and the Aspen soldiers say that they can't believe there's another loser walking up. Enkrid looks at them and recalls Craze teaching him how to provoke them because he doesn't know what to say, and Craze says that he'll think of something when he's there. He's talented in that way of using his tongue. Enkrid asks what's wrong with him and how come he's got the head of a ghoul. Bro does kind of look like a TikTok scribbling drawing. He starts to get pissed, asking what he's talking about. The other soldiers start laughing, and Vengeance says he did that on purpose, and he knows how handsome he is, and he starts getting PTSD. Enkrid apologizes, saying that he shouldn't have been so quick to judge, and that he knows his mother must have been a ghoul. The dude gets absolutely furious and starts screaming. Odan says God's going to punish him for this, but Rem can't stop laughing and it's making him cry. Ragna wonders if the dude is even human, since he's ugly as hell. Andrew also laughs, saying that he won't ever be able to use his package with that kind of face, saying there's no way he can taunt others when he looks like this. Max says he must have been bothered by this the whole entire time. Ghoul tells them to get up here and is going to cut his tongue out. Enkrid says the enemy calling for a fight, having fallen for a taunt, means that he just has to thoroughly beat him. As he goes to draw his blade, Rem stops him with his axe. Even Ragna steps up first, and they say he's not stepping up. Jackson reminds him that his wound hasn't healed. Enkrid says he can't reveal that Odan healed him, and they share a silent agreement. Rem says that Andrew has to go do it and to go kill him. Andrew says for him, having dedicated his life for his family, nothing mattered, and he had no shame. But being humiliated and called a virgin sure does make his blood boil, as he unsheathes his blade. He says he's going to pay this ugly bastard back for this. Ghoul says that he doesn't want this punk, he wants the one who made fun of his face, asking if he's scared. Andrew tells him to shut up, as he's going to tear open that ugly mouth of his. He lunges forward with a first attack. Ghoul sidesteps, and Marcus says the ones who came in initiating the fight from the Aspens are experienced soldiers capable of shoring most of their men, and they're not easy foes. As Ghoul swings, knocking his sword backwards, Andrew's a little caught off guard, as the guy seems like he has the advantage. But Rem says that Andrew's definitely not going to lose here. Andrew starts screaming, charging back in, and swings, causing the guy to go back on the defensive. He readies himself for another one and starts hyping himself up. He says his full government, that he, Andrew Gardner, no matter the hardships, no matter the difficulties, always stood back up for the sake of his family regardless of what it took, as he thrusts forward, stabbing Ghoul in the throat, killing him, winning the duel. Andrew says against his resolve, this ugly dude is nothing. Max says Andrew was always talented. He was hidden all this time because of those around him. And they start calling him the Ghoul Killer, saying that he's not half bad for a virgin. And Enkrid says he can tell that he's one of the lunatics, that's what the soldiers start calling him as well, Andrew the Lunatic, and he lets out a victory scream. Bro got 2 nicknames in one fight, damn. He asks if everyone saw that, saying that he finally got some. Max starts getting second-hand embarrassment, and Rem laughs, saying that he's so damn lame. But Odan and Ragna clap, and Enkrid laughs a little bit too. Craze says that Enkrid didn't fight, but as expected, this worked in their favor. Marcus says that now will do, and he yells, telling his men to break the formation of the Aspen. As from the top rope come Torres and his squad, instantly dispatching the soldiers in front of them. They turn, realizing that they're getting flanked by the border guards, but it's too late for them, as they're getting torn apart. Marcus says while they are occupied with the flanking border guards, he tells his archers to ready and fire, as they start to blot out the sky with their arrows. Arrow scenes like this are one of my favorites in medieval series. Enkrid and the rest run in. And with this, the tides are now turning. Marcus calls the Aspen soldiers dogs, saying no matter what cheap psychological tricks they pull, the ones who win in the end are the ones who fight better. As the boys are about to get some action, they still stop Enkrid from fighting. The enemy commander gets called out too. We see it's none other than the Greyhound Company leader, the Grey Dog. He says their preparations are complete, and they can move. And the commander smiles, saying finally. And since the Aspens are running, this means they have won the fight. Crace wonders why they are going along with it, saying this is too easy. Even Marcus realizes this is wrong, and his men say they should chase, but he says they are going to hold, as they are definitely up to something. That night, we see the Grey Dog approaching a tent, and when he enters, we see the commander and 2 other people. The commander asks if he gave them the word, and he says yes, but they can't be seen yet, so they're standing far away. They took the 1 guerrilla 100 men challenge and doubled it. The commander says that the Nalilia bastards are the same as ever. They strike with the border guards and break through with the heavy infantry, and it's all they ever do, and that Abner's plans are different. As he said, the knights have already proven that a small elite force controls the battlefield. However, that small elite force does not have to be composed of knights, and it will be them, the Aspens, who will win this battle. The next day at the boys' camp, a coin slips through the air, and it's none other than Craze, who says that 2 days of standby since returning from the field, and he thought there would be another battle straight away, but this feels more like the calm before the storm. There are 2 things the Aspens can do in this situation: fall back or bring in a different force. The commander said he was prepared for another spellcaster, and they didn't find anything despite doubling the scouts. He wonders what the hell they are thinking, and also what's going on in everybody else's head since they're so calm. Enkrid is stretching, as Jackson and Ragna are there as well. The ferry commander asks if he's good to move already, and he asks what brings her here. She asks if it's odd for a commander to inspect her troops, but he wonders what kind of company commander does that herself. Enkrid steps up, saying that it's about time that he would have healed up naturally, and he should be well enough to have a duel. Ragna asks what he's doing, and Enkrid says that he went easy on him last time because of his injury, but there's no need for that today. Ragna says he wasn't planning to do that anyway, as he swings down directly towards Enkrid. Enkrid blocks it, but it sends him backwards. He says that Ragna's swordsmanship is clean, almost beautiful, and compared to that, his is too crude, rough, and unkempt. However, that is what he's built up until now, as he starts charging in. He explains the techniques he's absorbed, as he uses his sword to drag up some dirt, and he flings it up towards Ragna, who blocks it with his sword. Ragna recognizes it as the Valen sword technique, and Enkrid says this is the path he's walked, as he comes in for a heavy overhead swing. Ragna backpedals and says that that's the sword technique he taught. Enkrid says it's also time for new opportunities, as he uses his left hand to grab onto his other blade, and he draws it as Ragna's running straight in towards it. He thrusts it towards his head. Ragna watches and dodges to the side in time, asking why he's using 2 swords. Enkrid tells him that this is the path he has chosen to go forward. Ragna tells him that's interesting and swings in, and Enkrid blocks it with both blades. Ragna tells him to try harder, as this fight isn't over yet, and Enkrid smiles. Their swords start colliding, and sparks fly, and Rem anxiously bites his nails, saying that Ragna is serious today, and if only he didn't lose that damn bet, and he wants it to be his turn already. Jackson says that he doesn't like heading out to fight, but against Enkrid, he would definitely like to. He makes himself snap out of it, saying that this isn't like him, and Odon is lost in thought, saying that next time he'll be more bold in training, and maybe he'll break his joints, but he hasn't quite got there yet. And he almost sent him to meet the Lord, as he starts laughing. Cray stares at them, saying that they're all out of their damn mind, but he says they've always been this way. The ferry commander says that they're all like kids waiting to play, and that Ragna, and the rest only shows motivation in front of Enkrid, wondering what it is, and says that he has this weird ability to attract people to him, including her. And she'd also like her sword to get in on some of that action too. Cray sighs, asking if she's also a freak. Rem screams, saying that he can't take it, saying it's his turn already, and then he's going to kill her if she steps in line, even if it's his commander. She asks if this is mutiny, and Enkrid says that everybody here is so strong, but they still aren't using their full strength against him, but he can see a bit of it now that they're all hungry for victory. As everybody stares at him, anxiously waiting their turns, he says that the day he returned from the recon mission in the tall grass field, these faces are what he swore to draw out of them. And if they have the time to chat, they have the time to fight, and he won't get tired before he duels every one of them. It jumps to night as he is thrown face first into the bed. Andrew tells him to wash up, but Rem says that he's exhausted and to leave him be. Craze says that they fought so many times, and he barely got better from his wounds, and he thought he was going to open them again. Rem asks if he wants a beating, as Enkrid starts to fall into a deep sleep. When he opens his eyes, what he sees is a forest. He's confused, wondering what his dream is, as there is not a boat or the field of flowers like before, and this is something new. The animals of the forest begin running from something. As he hears a man screaming to fight, he says that this was from his time as a mercenary when they fought the harpies, and we see him running as well, as somebody is hiding in the forest and smiling. This is definitely the guy who said that they all died because of him, and Enkrid is surprised. We get another flashback, to one of his comrades telling him to get behind him before the harpy attacked him. Enkrid says that all of the mercenaries were good people who accepted him even though he was dog water, except for that man who stabbed his comrades in the back. Enkrid couldn't believe it, and the stabbed guy asks why. The harpies start tearing him apart, and one of the other mercs call to him, only to get steeled. They realize they were in danger, telling him they need to fall back and called him Enki. But he as well was betrayed. He was the strongest amongst them all, but he used that strength to kill those who trusted him. He told Enkrid there is no running and he must die here. Enkrid asked why. The guy tells him that he got a better offer than this piece of shit merc corps. It's best for him not to have any loose ends. It was also annoying seeing how talentless they all were yet talked about camaraderie. Then he spits on one of their corpses. Enkrid charges at him, but his sword gets sent flying out of the air. The guy pins him to the ground and says that he'll let him go. Because he'll never amount to anything anyway. And he taps his cheek calling him pathetic. Enkrid says he was strong, but rather he was just too weak. He was helpless to watch as his comrades were murdered, but what troubled him the most was the one who survived thanks to his sympathy was none other than him. That was one of the reasons he dedicated so much of his time to training, because he was toyed with like that, and he continued to strive towards his dream with the loss of his comrades in his heart, but even so, if only he had that power then. The guy yells, asking him if he wants him to kill him this time as well. As he charges directly at him, we hear Esther telling him it's only a nightmare, to slip out of it. As soon as he does, his heartbeat goes calm, and we see her in real life putting her hand on his chest. He starts to snap out of it, and she says that he's such a troublesome man. Back at the rear base, she gave it her all to suck away his fatigue, but she was powerless to help him when he needed it, and she won't repeat that same mistake again. The soldiers start blowing the horn to wake them all up. Enkrid asks what's going on, and Rem tells him that the Aspen bastards came crawling back, so they're going to be heading out. All the boys start getting ready to go. Craze says that they're here too early and it's bad for his skin. Enkrid looks down at Esther sleeping, saying that the voice at the end of his dream definitely reminded him of her for some reason. He tells her to guard the tin well as he scratches her neck before leaving. They head out to the battlefield, and Rem says they must have prepared something since they made them wait this long, and he feels like today will be fun. Enkrid says that he agrees, and wonders what they have prepared for them, and what they have up their sleeves. The ground begins shaking, and the soldiers are immediately terrified, saying they need to fire their arrows now. A giant steps ahead of them. They pull back their bows and release, blotting out the sky like it's from the movie 300, but the arrows don't even pierce the giant and just bounce off. Even Enkrid is surprised as it raises its club into the air. It swings forward, deleting anything in its path, sending meat chunks flying. Holy shit, this guy got deleted. All the soldiers who didn't get one shot are now stricken with fear, unable to move after what they just witnessed, as there are multiple giants now making their way out of the front line, laughing at them. We finally learn more about the creatures of this continent. Frogs live for dreams and desires. Fairies venerate nature. Dwarves are crazy about metal. Half humans prioritize breeding. Half dragons walk alone. Giants get drunk on slaughter. They love the violence inflicted with their bodies, and they are called the beasts of red blood. Jackson tells them they are coming from both sides, as there are enemies on this side as well. We see mercenaries on one side and fairies on the other. Craze says if they don't stop them here, they will be surrounded and killed. Enkrid says that they just need to stop them then, and Craze just wonders why he is so calm. The commander appears, saying it's as he says, and it seems that her kin have appeared to the left, so she will head that way. He tells her if that's what she wants to do, and she asks if he will give her a kiss for good luck. He says no, and she calls him cold. He says even now, she's joking in this situation. But he says that since she's going that direction, what remains is the giant ahead and the right flank. Rem says that it's his turn, and he'll show him what's up, and if he watches closely today, this is what he will learn next. Enkrid wonders why he seems so happy, and what he's going to do. Rem walks forward saying this is fun, and this feeling is like the first time he ever stood on a battlefield. He readies his axe, saying that even without Hearted the Beast, he never even blinked at axes coming for his head, but the reason why he chose to train in it is because it has its uses. His heart starts beating. He says that he can forcefully make it faster than usual, suddenly blood rushing through his body. The soldiers begin panicking, asking where the retreat order is. As the giant leaps at them, Rem charges forward with his heart still thumping, and it sounds like a war drum. The giant gets closer and swings down. Rem leaps up in front of the soldiers and blocks it with his axe. We see him starting to push back against it, but he's managed to successfully block it as he slides a little bit backwards on the ground. He says that his blood vessels expand, and his muscles get pumped up and become more dense, all due to the heart beating. He says this technique, starting from his heart, energizes his whole body. He starts to scream, telling Enkrid to burn this into his mind. As he starts pushing back against the giant with each and every step, he yells, saying that this is the heart of the superhuman. He pushes up as hard as he can, but it sends his axe heads flying. It's enough though, as the giant's arm is sent flying back as well. While his axe is flying backwards, we see it was actually a giant shockwave sent throughout the entire area, so much so that it blows off the helmets of some of the soldiers, and one of them is just stun-locked. Rem charges forward with his one good axe. The giant is pissed, and he swings forward, calling him an insect. Rem jumps on his knee up to its head as he grabs onto its mustache and plunges his axe directly into the side of its skull. The giant begins screaming and swings upward. Rem dodges the attack, but it destroys the rest of his axe. He looks down at it, saying that these weapons are so damn weak, the only one he has left is inside of the giant's skull. A spear gets thrown at him, he catches it without even having to turn. He looks back, seeing one of the soldiers telling him that he has to win this. Rem starts to laugh and says that's not bad at all as he charges forward. The men say that they will be victorious, and they should help the lunatic and keep him supplied with weapons as they start throwing their spears directly at the giant. Enkrid watches, saying that he's fighting the giant on equal, rather with a strength advantage. He's strength and reachable by normal humans. He wonders if that's what he is learning next, and he can't help but smile at it. Ragna tells him that he's seen enough and that he's toying with it now. Craze tells him that the company commander went to the left, and since Rem is dealing with a giant, they just have to deal with the right flank, and then they can defeat the Aspens. Enkrid says he agrees, and it seems like all the other squad members are off doing their own thing, asking Ragna what he will do. He says that he'll go with him, as watching is boring. Enkrid says now is not the time for him to be excited about learning a new skill, as he needs to focus on winning this battle first and foremost. We see blood flying and Vengeance is bleeding. His men start apologizing, and Vengeance tells them to shut up and stay back. A man laughs, saying that Shura is touching, and charges forward, asking how long he thinks that he'll last. But Enkrid instantly closes the gap and swings his blade, sending the guy's attack backwards. He tells Vengeance he looks terrible, and Vengeance says that these are wounds of honor. Enkrid glares back at him. The guy though recognizes the name and takes off his hood. When Enkrid stares at him, he instantly realizes who it is. The guy smiles, saying it's been a while, saying surely he hasn't forgotten his friend's name, and calls him Enki. Ragna asks if that's his friend, and Enkrid says that back when he had to bow to his strength, he wouldn't have been able to refute him calling him a friend, but not anymore. Rather than someone like him who kills his own comrades, he's going to call those who risk their own lives to protect their comrades. Then tells him he remembers his name, asking him if it was Bitch. The guy gets pissed. Enkrid says that he forgot it was just a nickname, and that his actual name is just piece of shit. The guy gets pissed charging him, saying that he needs to learn his place. Enkrid easily meets his blade, saying he wasn't able to do this last time they parted ways. Then swings forward, sending his blade flying. The guy is in disbelief, as Enkrid tells him this is revenge for his friends. He laughs, saying he wondered how his weak ass survived, and this must have been the reason. Craze runs in asking if he's fighting again. One of the mercs pull up saying he's going to die too, as all of them together wasn't enough to take down their leader. So a mere soldier stands no chance, Ragna says. Based on their stances and weapons, they've learnt the murderous blades. They have skill built through real-world experience. The leader says he's continued to live his life, while Enkrid was stuck on revenge. He swings his blade forward, saying that he's been promised a lordship after they win this battle. So he'll climb so high he can't even see his feet. Enkrid just stares at him, asking if that's all he had to say. This pisses him off, and he leaps forward saying he's always hated that damn gaze he has. He thrusts forward, but it's sidestepped. Enkrid says that his blade is as sharp as a needle and flexible, calling it the Eastern Key sword. Enkrid readies his blade, recalling the man saying he'd be unable to do anything even if he let him live. As he charges in at him, he continues recalling his bad memories of him. He thrusts forward saying he'll kill him this time, calling him by his nickname Enki. His blade starts wiggling. Craze yells saying he won't be able to predict the path and yells out for Enkrid. But he charges straight forward, staring at the blades. We learn that Ragna already taught him how to handle this style. Enkrid charges under the attack, as Ragna's words echo through his head that he should do his own thing with weight behind his actions. As no matter how strong those who train in the murderous blade are, if they don't prune their actions they are vulnerable. Ragna says he already knows how, as Enkrid swings forward cutting this dude in half. Blood begins to shoot out of his mouth, and Enkrid says he'll correct him. He's not important enough for him to make his life goal. As his blade is still swinging all the way through, until he's completely severed the guy, he says he is no longer the Enkrid who watches his comrades die, nor will he let him haunt his dreams. Enkrid looks up at the sky, saying he can't hear the answers of the dead. But he hopes his friends enjoy this. Ragna's sheath starts dragging on the ground, and he walks forward taking it off saying that was good. It's his turn now to stretch his legs though. One of the mercs asks who he thinks he is, but his sentence gets ended short as Ragna raises his sword and dashes past him taking his head off in an instant. As it falls to the floor, the other mercs stare at it. Ragna asks if he was saying something. Craze says he can't ask him after beheading him. The rest charge at him. He takes a single step forward, dodging an attack, retaliating by cutting one of their heads off. Then thrusts his blade into the next dude's, in another fluid motion stabbing the next guy in the throat. All of it was in the blink of an eye. Enkrid says he only took a few steps, and used the most minimal movements needed to finish the job. He's impressed once more by how truly strong his squad is. 3 more mercs charge at him, saying they'll do it all together this time. Ragna tells him to pay attention to this as this is what he needs to learn. He holds his sword up, and lowers his stance. As the men charge at him he exhales. He looks forward at his target, and in one stride he is behind all 3 of the men, having severed their torsos. Enkrid is speechless, as he just witnessed a wall form before his eyes. Ragna says that he just thought of a name for that technique, and that he will call it scission. Enkrid just stares at him blankly, asking if that's the best he's got. The war continues, as the Aspens are confident due to the giants on their side. The Nalilia soldiers are scared, before we see Odon towering over behind them. He swings his clubs forward, disrupting their front line. And the Aspens are terrified now, asking why the other side also has a giant. Odon laughs saying that he's just an ordinary human. The Aspen soldiers tell him to stop lying, as he's insanely huge. He says he'll give them some time now to ensure their survival. They ask what he means, as he begins to walk forward, counting from 5, which each second, he gets closer. One of the commanders yell, telling his men to get into formation. They charge forward at him on his 3 count, but he just continues counting until he gets to 1. He stomps the floor, which alone is enough to send the soldiers flying and shattering their weapons. Turns out he actually charged forward with his weapons crossed. As the blood drips off it, he tells them he's called upon the war god today. And he's told the god he will be sending him a few souls. That shit goes hard. The soldiers begin to run in fear, saying they need to kill him. But Odon is coming in with his next attack. He charges forward again, sending the soldiers soaring through the air, killing some instantly. Their screams grow louder, but Odon drowns them out, with his laughter saying he'll send them all to meet God. On the left flank we see the commander and her kin. She says that for fairies it's custom to live in secluded forest communities with their families. But times have changed. One of them call out to her. And she says that a few fairies in exchange for money and their nidals, have either become mercs or joined armies. The man raises his nidal, saying that he won't chase after her if she runs. She draws hers, saying it's the same for her too. He says he wants to see whose Nidal is the more superior weapon. As a leaf begins floating on the battlefield, they both vanish in an instant, leaving only the sound of their blades clashing to be heard. She pulls her blade back, creating sparks. The man raises his arm, and reverse grips it, before plunging it into the ground where she was standing. He realizes he's cooked now, as she appears behind him saying that no Fey weapon is superior to the others. Because in the end it's all up to the user's ability. He tries to pull his blade out, and he manages to actually meet her, saving his life. He then grabs her by the throat, then tells his men to jump her now. But as he does, we see them all dying in unison. As they fall to the floor, a blade is pulled out of one of their throats, and Jackson begins to clean it. Bro is the Flash of this universe. The man asks how that happened, and the commander says that him trying to distract her and use his men was smart, but it wasn't smart enough. As she plunges her blade through his head, lifting up his now corpse with her Nidal. She throws him to the floor, and she asks Jackson if it's okay to let Enkrid be. He says he'd have died long ago if this was enough to kill him. She says that means he trusts him. Jackson of course does, but tells her now they have the upper hand. She says that Commander Marcus knows how to fight, unlike the useless commander beforehand. So they won't waste this opportunity. Marcus yells, telling the heavy turtle infantry to march forward. As we see them with their tower shields. The Aspen soldiers recognize them, and get scared as they back up. Andrew runs in saying they ain't going nowhere. They recognize him as Andrew the Virgin, saying they have to run unless they want to meet the same fate as the ghoul. This pisses him off and he leaps at them like Rem would, which even Mac notices, saying that he can see it. The lunatics are rubbing off on him. They say there is mana in springtime air, and it seems as if that air is seeping all throughout the battlefield, drowning everything out. As everyone is regrouping with Enkrid. Spring breeze is also signaling the beginning of new things to come. The enemy commanders begin to flee from the war. Marcus yells, telling his men to alert the border guard it's their turn. He's destroyed the enemy's plans, and turned the tide in their favor. All of this was made possible by a squad of lunatics. Crace says that their platoon never would have been this enthusiastic before, but because of Enkrid the influence of a single man changed the outcome today. The fairy commander stares at them all, saying it seems that they are all drunk on the springtime mana. We hear Maruk yelling for the men to scream the name of the heroes of this battle, as a chant for the lunatics erupts. There's a few people chanting for the Virgin. Poor Andrew. Craze says he doesn't know if this is right, but as long as Enkrid's happy with the chant. He raises his fist into the air, and people start screaming. We see the Aspen commanders. Receding hairline says that Lord Abner's plans weren't bad, they just didn't expect them to have someone strong enough to defeat a giant. Wondering if Marcus planned ahead or not. The Greyhound is there too, saying that bastard keeps getting in their way. He even took out Mitch as well. He looks pissed. 3 daggers get lodged into his horse's ass, causing it to scream in pain. He falls off of his horse. And he yells, telling Hairline to go as it's the border guards. The soldiers begin to turn towards the oncoming cavalry. A flail comes straight in, but the Greyhound manages to block it. Before the border guard jumps atop him. This is the commander of the border guards, who says that the Greyhounds always appear to be their equals, but here they are tired from fighting with their rear echelon. All of the troops begin to be slaughtered. The Greyhound says too many died while supporting Mitch. They cannot afford to fight the border guards right now. Hairline takes one look back and says oh shit, but while he is distracted Torres comes in and gives him that much needed haircut. Saying to just let it go bro. The Greyhound sees this, then swings, pushing the commander off of him. He yells, alerting his men to fall back. Torres asks his commander if they should chase, but he says nah. They will be cast aside like the dogs they are. And the only ones left are nothing but strays anyways. They gained a massive W over the fight with the Aspens, but the battle they fought was only a small beginning piece. The proper war still waits in the tall grass fields. Inside the tent, Craze says they are moving bases tomorrow. So they'll wait near cross guard and pressure the Aspens. Enkrid says there's no alcohol or party to celebrate their victory. But there are rewards for those who contributed to the battle. Rem says as a reward they don't even need to help with the moving, which is great. It's all thanks to him defeating the giant. Odan says he took out a ton of enemy soldiers. Ragna as well says that the enemies wielding the murderous blade would have been a problem otherwise. Rem barks at them for bragging, asking who told them to butt in. Jackson watches, calling them all idiots. Enkrid says this is enough. If they want to fight they should duel him instead. Jackson says he really won't miss a beat. Andrew is excited, saying it's his first time having that kind of experience. The thrill he felt as their name was being shouted was the best. Rem says it's because he's young it was able to move him, and calls him a virgin. Andrew tells him to stop saying that. Rem asks if he's trying to scrap. Enkrid sighs, then glances outside to see Henry sitting by himself. He's clearly not that happy. He asks what's wrong. He snaps out of it, so Enkrid sits beside him asking what's on his mind. And if he's thinking about the widowed florist again. He laughs while blushing. Enkrid says from what he heard in the grass fields his dream is to marry her. But he can't do that if he's here in battle. Enkrid asks if he wishes to return. Henry says he'd be lying if he said he didn't, but how can he just leave when everyone else is fighting? Enkrid says they've avoided death multiple times due to his skill as a hunter. Thanks to him they escaped the grass fields, also due to him telling them about the snakes under the stones. He's also great with a bow. Enkrid stands up, and starts walking away as Henry calls out to him. Enkrid says he carries his sword with a dream. Henry himself must live as too. Henry just wonders what that was about. The next morning in the ferry commander's tent, she tells Henry he is being granted a special discharge. So to get on the wagon with the injured, as it's leaving soon. He's confused, asking what she means. She asks if he didn't hear, he is his platoon commander to thank. Henry is speechless, but heads back to pack his things. Rem asks if he's going. Odon grants him some blessings. Ragna says now he can sleep as much as he wants. Craze says he did well among them. Andrew pats his shoulder, telling him to get home safely. Henry nods, and heads outside spotting Enkrid in front of him. He calls out to him. Enkrid says that unlike Andrew and Mac who integrated well, Henry never quite fit in. He bets it's more so since he doesn't seem suited for battle to begin with. He puts his hand on his shoulder, saying he hopes he wins her over. Henry smiles, then bows, thanking him for everything. He hops on the wagon with the injured, and starts to head out. The commander asks Enkrid if he saw him off. He thanks her for accepting his request. She says anything for her fiancé. Asking when he wants their betrothal. He says in 10 years. She says that she's fine with that, but she isn't into old men. He says if he's talking about what he's into, he isn't quite into fairies. She stops and stares at him, saying that surely he never thought that those words would hurt others. He says he can tell she is fine though. She clicks her tongue, saying to walk with her before they return. As the commander Marcus is looking for him. As he is walking to meet him, we see Marcus facing away farming some aura. Craze told Enkrid to think about this beforehand, that all of his missions thus far including what he did yesterday in the battle, might get him a transfer. Enkrid stops before reaching him. Marcus then asks if he likes tea, and if he wants a cup. Enkrid says he's alright. Marcus says he must be busy with the move order, and surely he isn't preventing him from working. Enkrid says he is free, since he barely has anything to pack. Marcus laughs, saying he didn't think he'd be capable of sucking up. Enkrid says he only spoke the truth though. Marcus says he sees, it's also true he has achieved a great deal. Enkrid says if he's trying to poach him with his direct superior present, it means he wants him regardless of what it takes. Marcus says he seems unfazed, asking if he knew he took a liking to him. Enkrid says he did. Marcus wonders what his answer is. Enkrid tells him that he refuses. Marcus says he's heard multiple times about how he's refused the other commanders. But he must know that his offer is fundamentally different. Enkrid says that he has a dream. Even though it's a grand dream. Marcus asks what his dream is. Enkrid tells him he will become a knight. Marcus says that a man with a dream shines so bright, he was once like that too. The days where he trained to become the sword of the crown. But as years passed, he compromised with reality. Now he lives a boring life taking each day as it comes. A stagnant dreamless life is a chain that prevents others from growing. He has no right to take him under him. He raises his hand to dismiss him. Enkrid bows to him. Then walks out. Marcus asks if she thinks he'll become a knight. She says she doesn't know, that is up to him. He tells her being too honest is the advantage of the fairies, but it's also their disadvantage. Marcus respects his dream, and he's inspired him to strive for something new. Norelia is commanded by royalty, however nobles have recently grown in power, meaning they have a lot of pull. He too was once part of the noble side. But now he'd like to chase his own dreams once again. They began moving their base, and they were doing nothing in between. Rem says not having duty is nice, but he's also bored as hell. Odon tries to convince Enkrid to train, saying their muscles only grow with relentless training. Ragna says before they do that, he wants him to do his swordsmanship. They ask when he brought the blanket out. He ignores the question, saying that he needs to work on balance if he's dual wielding. Jackson says he needs to focus on his senses. It's a great time to work on sensitivity in this chaos. Enkrid asks if him speaking from so far away is also part of the training. Rem tells them to all piss off. As surely Enkrid remembers. He needs to learn Heart of the Superhuman, but he gets cut off by the commander, saying the tent needs to go up where they are, and they are blocking their path. Also, Ragna is sleeping on her blanket. I love the banter, but she continues saying they need to leave and get out of the way. They get put off somewhere on the side alone. Rem says they should have folded Odan somewhere as he's taking too much room. He says that Rem is quite good in passing blame. They start fighting, as the rest watch. Max says they didn't do anything though. Andrew says he thought Enkrid was the only one who could talk to them like that. Max says the commander is something special. Craze says she's just as crazy as the rest of them. Andrew asks if he can say that, but Mac tells him he shouldn't get caught up with the lunatics. Craze says these planes aren't normal. This place must have been used as the enemy base before. He starts inspecting the ground. He says he found it. Enkrid asks what he's doing. Craze says that people tend to hide their valuables before they set off to battle. Enkrid asks how he knows where they are hidden. Craze says once you think about it, it's obvious. If he was a soldier, where would he hide his things? Somewhere easy to find, even with their base being destroyed. He asks what he thinks is next. Enkrid says a place that's easily recognizable. He says exactly. The tree root is odd looking, and based on their base. It's got easy access, so something must be here. Enkrid says he's got a great head on his shoulders. Even in battle, he's looking at the big picture and can predict the flow easily. He said it's an ability born out of his struggle to survive, but he's better than most tacticians. Although his dream is to open a salon for rich women, and he's a money-crazed lunatic. He finds a map for something. He realizes what it is, asking what it's doing here. Rem says he's got himself worked up, and if they are here to take care of Big Eyes. Enkrid looks up, saying there's time before it gets dark. And they need to kill time while the tents are being built. He asks what he was going to say beforehand. He smiles, saying it's about the heart of the superhuman. Like the name suggests, he created it to let himself surpass his human limits. It puts a great strain on the heart, and he could die while doing it. Enkrid tells him not to worry, as even death won't stop him. Rem says that he's extremely greedy for that way of thinking, but there's no way he wouldn't put his hopes into him. He puts his hand on his chest, and does the same back, saying now they can just blow up their hearts together. He begins smiling at Enkrid, who is excited to learn a new technique. Rem tells him that humans can only draw superhuman strength in a pinch, and that this technique will allow him to control it when he needs it, and his concentration and senses are key here. Rem stares at the boy, saying that he learned from them all, so he should be able to take this, and he tells him that what he needs is faith. He should just try blowing up his heart enough for it not to burst. Enkrid asks what he means, and then he feels Rem starting to beat. He says that it feels like it's about to jump out of his chest, and he can feel it with just his fingertips, but now he understands what he's talking about. Rem says that he needs to start slowly, about just a quarter of what he's doing now, otherwise his heart will burst and he'll die. Enkrid says that he just needs to do as he said and try to blow up his heart. Everybody watches, and Rem starts to move his hand around for a bit before he says that his worries were useless, as he's not doing anything. Just like before, he improves like he's a genius, but then he suddenly stops. He asks if he's doing this to mess with them. Odan says that he can't deny what he's saying either, and Jackson and Rajna both agree. Enkrid asks if it's even possible to control his heart. Rem starts mean mugging him, and he says that he's doing his best. This continues over and over. The next morning Rem asks if he's even trying, and this cycle is just day after day after day. Rem storms into the tent. As Craze asks where the boss is, he says that he's going to go swing his sword apparently, and Jackson says that maybe he's not learning his skill because it's useless, and it's better if he trained him instead. Rem tells him to wait his turn, and Ragna says that if it isn't about motivation, it must be that the teacher's the problem. Rem says there's no way he's worse than him. While they start yapping, he thinks about it. He says it's a technique he's created by modifying the skills of their tribe. You're supposed to get a sense of it with a spell at first and learn to control it by yourself after. No matter how much he tries, he just won't get it, and he guesses even the spellcasters in his village couldn't get it in one try, and even if they did, they almost all died accidentally. And he says that he can't be in a rush, and he knows it himself that even with Heart of the Beast, he took way too long to learn it, and he seems eager, so he just needs to keep at it, and if there's no hope to give up. But it pisses him off, so he tries to sleep it off. That night, Enkrid still training, trying to understand how to mimic this feeling of his heartbeat for tomorrow. The next day, they're back at it once again, and Rem sighs, saying that he wants to stop here for the day, as he thinks it's not going to happen yet. Enkrid grabs his hand, telling him to keep going. Rem says that he gets that he's trying, but there's no point in trying when it's not going to do anything, and Enkrid tells him to stimulate his heart more. Rem's a bit shocked, and says that he thinks he forgot something, that if his heart is forced, it'll pop, and that he's certainly not asking him to kill him. Enkrid tells him just to do it, and Rem's just hesitant. He says that going along with this won't make him learn it, and that he'll just die, and even if he doesn't, he'll become a cripple, and it won't be him suffering, but still, he doesn't want to deny his request. He starts to do it, and asks how stupid he could be. He guesses he's asking because he knows that it'll be fine. Rem starts trying, and Enkrid's heart starts beating extremely fast. His face starts to tense up, and we see his eyes go bloodshot, and he says that this was the right choice. Rem asks what he means, before he feels his heart explode. Blood starts pouring out of his mouth, and Rem realizes he made a mistake. Jackson takes his hand off of him, as Odon pulls Enkrid back, and Ragna almost cut his arm off. They start yelling at him, asking him what the hell he did to their brother. As his vision fades out, he's back now in the underworld, and the boatman says that he doesn't understand, that this today was not a wall. Enkrid says that he chooses his own walls, and the boatman asks what he's thinking. Enkrid says that he uses the method he knows best to learn the heart of the superhuman. We get a little flashback to right before he started doing the loops as he's trying to feel his heartbeat. He says that he can feel Rem's effects on his heart, but he just can't. He recalls Rem telling him that he can't force it, and he needs to acknowledge his limits, and give up sometimes. That's not something he wants to do, because giving in means he's satisfied with where he is now, and that might as well mean that he's dead. Right before, there was a method that suits him perfectly, unlike his genius platoon members. Like the skill that allowed him to fight an enemy way stronger than himself, and rather than being petrified in fear, what he needs to do now is to learn part of the superhuman. He says that he knows a very simple place to start. He just needs to control his heart. On the next loop, his heart explodes once more, and everybody starts panicking trying to get him to wake up. Then the boatman asks if this is all he can do, and he continues dying of an exploding heart. Enkrid says that heart of the superhuman lets him use superhuman strength, and that he gets during life or death situations at will, so if there is a life or death situation, it should be easier to activate. The boatman says that he's completely lost his mind, asking if he doesn't think of the pain he will suffer while he does so. Enkrid says that he can take it as long as it continues letting him walk forward. Next loop, Rem says that it's not happening today as well, and he should just wash up and get some sleep, and not try alone. This is actually the 27th loop. Enkrid says that he still can't do it on his own. He tells Rem that it will work if he tries harder, and Rem asks if he's really trying to get him to kill him. Enkrid says yes, and Rem gets annoyed, saying that he shouldn't drag him into his insanity, as he doesn't want to kill his superior. That sets Enkrid off guard, and he says that he knows he doesn't care about that, reminding him that he committed aristicide. Rem tells him to keep bringing it up and see what happens, but Enkrid is just trying to figure out why he's reacting differently in this loop. Even if the wall was created by him, if he doesn't surpass it the day resets, and it's fine because he can continue training. He wonders why Rem didn't listen to him, and that he's going to continue until he figures it out. The 40th loop he's telling him to press his heart harder, and he does that, as well as the 50th and 60th loop. He finally tells him that it's an order. He then does it, and Enkrid says that he fully understands now that he only listens to him when he commands him. He starts focusing, and Enkrid says that Rem and the others all ended up here because they don't listen to orders, and he didn't ever order them around because he didn't think they would listen to him. From a certain point, all started listening to his commands, and he wonders why. But first he's going to focus on himself. He feels his heart pumping faster and faster. He tells Rem to keep going. Rem looks worried as he continues pressing more and more until Enkrid's heart burst, spitting out blood. This is just what happened with every single loop. He continued to die from his heart exploding until he finally got a feel for it and was able to do it himself. Rem asks if he really learned how to do it in a single day as we see Enkrid sitting there with his heart beating extremely fast. After all of his loops, he manages to do it on his own. He grabs his blade, and he said there's been 100 plus loops, but he wasn't truly counting. He walks up against a cliff face, with all of the boys watching Rem, then realizes what he's going to do. With his sword still in its scabbard, he thrusts it forward, and he starts to force his heart to beat faster and faster until it stabs into the wall. We see it immediately start to shatter the cliff in front of him, seeing the debris flying everywhere. Damn, our boy's come a long way. He says he finally surpassed the wall he created for himself. Ragna and the rest are just surprised by how strong it was, and Rem says he wants to ask him two things. First is whether he's from the West, and secondly if he really is a genius. He says no to both.
Enkrid believed he had safely mastered the essence of brute strength, but he hadn't expected such a severe backlash. Now, he lay immobile on his bed, unable to move even a finger. He weakly told Rem that he couldn't move a muscle and asked if that was normal. Rem, dismissing his concern, replied that Enkred's body simply wasn't ready yet. He had learned too quickly. Auden added that it was Enkred's first time forcing his muscles to handle such power, so it was only natural for them to feel clumped and sore. Still, Enkred thought the level of pain was brutal and almost unbearable. The heart of brute strength was a seductive technique, one that allowed a human body to wield extraordinary power. Yet, when used recklessly, it overloaded the body. Enkred was learning that truth the hard way. Knights, he reflected, didn't even need such shortcuts. They had already transcended human limits. Though their form remained human, they wielded the strength of giants, displayed the physical prowess of the Forg, and possessed the sharp senses of the fairies. That was what a true knight was. Enkred was still far from that realm. As he kept groaning, Auden advised him to rest completely for at least a day, promising to help him recover. Then, with his enormous frame, Auden climbed onto Enkred's bed, laughing mischievously as he announced that he called this technique blood, sweat, and tears. Seeing his behavior, Enkred grew uneasy. Auden began pressing into his muscles, massaging his pressure points. Pain surged through Enkred's body, but he refused to cry out, though it felt like dying, like facing one of the boatman's walls from legend. While massaging Enkred's feet, Auden instructed him to remember the points he was pressing, explaining that it was a method to loosen cramped muscles, formerly known as the Balov-style pressure technique. Hearing that it was a technique, Enkred suddenly became excited, thinking that learning it could prove useful. Determined, he resolved to endure the pain, even if he felt as though he might meet the boatman himself. Watching Enkred's suffering, Rem grew furious and accused Auden of trying to kill their captain, calling him a damn brute. After a long night of agony, morning finally came. Enkred rose from bed, thinking that thanks to Auden he had almost met the boatman. But at least the soreness had eased. Auden had told him not to move at all during recovery, but Enkred thought it was such a waste of time. He decided at least he could maintain his weapon. As he held his sword, Auden suddenly appeared behind him in dramatic silence, took the weapon from his hands, and reminded him that he had been told not to move his body. Startled, Enkred stammered that he had only wanted to clean his sword. At that moment, Cry took the blade from Auden, saying that if it needed maintenance, he would handle it. Enkred, suspicious, asked if Cry would really work for free. Cry smirked and admitted that it was sharp of Enkred to notice, demanding 20 coppers for the service. Enkred immediately tugged the sword back and countered with 10. Cry pulled it again and offered 18. Offended, Enkred asked if that was supposed to be an insult. Cry sighed and declared his final offer, 17 coppers, not a single coin less. Enkred protested, asking why Cry was charging so much. Cry explained that Enkred's swords were high-end and such weapons required extra care. Then, noticing the second blade, he asked if Enkred wasn't using two swords, and requested the other one as well, which took Enkred completely by surprise. Enred handed over his second sword, and Cry went outside to clean both blades. As he watched, Enred thought to himself that he had mentioned using dual swords, but he still found it strange that everyone had accepted it so easily. He had expected at least one of them to question or oppose his decision. After all, even renowned experts rarely used dual sword techniques. Though the style looked cool and impressive, it was often considered impractical due to its difficulty and inherent risks. Without sufficient strength, it was hard to even wield one sword effectively, and compared to a two-handed grip, each swing lost significant power. In practice, the dual sword technique reduced defense, made coordination more difficult, and was especially ineffective against armored opponents. Yet, despite all that, no one seemed inclined to ask Enred about his decision. Eventually, Enred turned to his squadmates and asked why none of them had tried to stop him from using two swords. His question took the others by surprise. Auden then asked why he thought that was, and Jackson remarked that it was probably because Enred was stubborn as hell. Enred looked taken aback and asked if they were really talking about him. Auden laughed and said that his refusal to back down and constant persistence were proof enough of his stubbornness. Enred responded that it wasn't baseless stubbornness. Ragna then asked if he had a reason for choosing the dual sword style, to which Enred replied that it was simply because he liked it. Using two swords just felt better to him. It was the same kind of admiration he had always held for knights. He then recalled his days as a mercenary when he had been weak. Back then, people often spoke of knights with awe, their bravery, their noble deeds, and their heroism. Someone once mentioned that the night destined to end the war was known as the Night of Armistice. Enkrid had admired those nights deeply, though his weakness had made him a target of ridicule. The stronger mercenaries had mocked him, telling him that swinging a sword like that would never make him as strong as a knight. They had called him pitiful. Even so, Enkrid had lived by his own desires. He lived for what he loved. Speaking to his squadmates, he declared that he had no intention of giving up, no matter what. Whether it was becoming a knight or mastering the dual sword style, he would achieve it all to reach his goal. Hearing this, Rem found himself quietly impressed. He thought that Enkrid was truly different from him. Unlike Rem, who had been born with everything yet abandoned it, Enkrid possessed only a single sword, but he moved forward with unwavering determination. Rem sighed and laughed, saying that was precisely why he liked his captain. Ragnar, in his usual mocking tone, commented that Rem had peculiar tastes. Rem, showing Ragnar the middle finger, told him not to worry, insisting that he still absolutely despised everyone else. Ragnar casually replied that the feeling was mutual. Jackson, watching their exchange with mild amusement, commented that it seemed they were all on the same page. Auden, in his priestly tone, added that though the Lord said to embrace all things equally, as his servant, even he had his limits, and he too disliked all of them. Rem laughed and teased Auden for talking too much, claiming that was quite a conclusion to reach. Enkrid observed the group and noted that they got along surprisingly well, though Ragnar retorted that such a statement was an insult. Carrying a few small rocks in his hands, Jackson approached Enkrid and suggested that if he was bored, he could train instead of wasting time. Enkrid reminded him that he had been told not to do anything, but Jackson clarified that this training didn't require movement. It was all about eye motion, an exercise to develop the sense of evasion. He mentioned that it was the next technique he planned to teach Enkrid. At this, a gleam of excitement appeared in Enkrid's eyes at the thought of learning something new. Meanwhile, outside, Cry was finishing up cleaning Enkrid's swords. As he polished the final blade, its surface gleamed under the light, and he remarked with satisfaction that it looked as good as new. Cry overheard the soldiers talking among themselves, noting that the main battle seemed to be dragging on with no sign of retreat from either side. They were muttering something about their battalion commander, Marcus, and the supply routes being threatened. A new enemy unit had apparently taken position near their rear camp, rumored to be the remnants of the force that had fought them earlier and fled. Hearing this, Cry thought that the war situation was looking grim and decided that they needed to gather more intelligence. Meanwhile, Aspen appeared to be attempting a new move, and somewhere in a dimly lit room, a mysterious man was seen writing something. Elsewhere, Jackson was explaining to Enkrid that evasion meant seeing with one's own eyes and dodging accordingly. He said that training the sense of evasion was about pushing one's reaction speed to the extreme, but before reaching that level, one first needed to develop dynamic vision. To train him, Jackson announced that he would throw stones with letters carved on them, and Enkrid would have to read and respond to each one. Enkrid concentrated deeply as Jackson threw the first rock, but he couldn't react in time. Only after the stone had passed did he realize it had even been thrown. Jackson noticed Enkrid thinking hard about what the letter might have been, and said he would throw again. Another rock flew, and Jackson asked what letter was written on it. The training continued through the afternoon. Jackson threw yet another rock, urging Enkrid to focus and look carefully, but Enkrid still failed to see the letter. Eventually, night fell. Later, Auden applied a massage technique to Enkrid, who groaned in pain from the treatment. Giving a thumbs up, Auden told him he had improved greatly and should now be fine to move. Enkrid, still unsure, asked if that was really true. Just then, a rock whizzed past him, and Jackson asked what the letter on it was. Frustrated, Enkrid asked if Jackson had waited until he was off guard on purpose, to which Jackson replied that there was no mercy on the battlefield. Thus, another day of training began. This time, Jackson hid in a bush and threw a rock unexpectedly. Enkrid immediately focused and managed to see the letter written on the stone as it landed before him. Just as he was about to call out what he had seen, a soldier shouted that they were under attack. An ambush. Everyone was ordered to gather. Amid the chaos, Jackson still asked Enkrid what the letter had been. Surprised, Enkrid demanded to know if he was seriously asking that even now. Jackson revealed that the letter carved into the stone had been me, and added casually that after carving 40 stones with that same letter, he had finally succeeded. Jackson then remarked that Enkrid had done well and that he could now carve a different letter. Enkrid couldn't tell whether that was praise or sarcasm. When Rem heard about the ambush, he came running, visibly thrilled and eager for battle, asking where the enemies were. Watching him, Enkrid wondered if the man had finally gone mad. Jackson explained that Rem was simply frustrated. Ever since Enkrid had been bedridden, Rem hadn't had a chance to test his mighty heart technique or challenge anyone properly. Even after bullying a newly appointed squad leader, Rem still hadn't been satisfied. When Rem reached the scene, Enkred noticed that instead of fighting, the soldiers were only gathering together. Yelling with excitement and brandishing his axe, Rem demanded to know where the enemies were and where the giant was with his toy. Nearby, Andrew asked one of the soldiers what was going on, and the man replied that the enemy had only fired a volley of arrows before retreating. Someone else remarked that the border guards would probably catch the archer, meaning there wasn't much else for them to do. However, Rem insisted that the border guards wouldn't be able to catch the archer. Before Enkred could ask why, Rem pointed to one of the arrows and told him to take a close look. The shaft, he explained, was longer and the feathers stretched farther back than usual. It was from a special bow designed to shoot from extreme range. Rem mentioned that he had seen that man before and identified him as Hawk's Claw. Enkred, in his usual casual manner, questioned since when hawks had claws. Rem appeared confused and wondered aloud whether it was Hawk. Fong then spoke, but Enkred admitted he could not clearly recall, though he was certain it was not that. Rem teasingly asked Enkrid whether his memory was really that terrible. Enkrid reflected that, for Rem, the event had occurred only months ago, but for Enkrid, who had relived the same day repeatedly, it must have felt like years. Rem then asked Enkrid if he remembered the time he was beaten by the frog and ended up in the infirmary. During that battle, the man firing those arrows had gone on a rampage. Hearing this, Enkrid recalled that a soldier named Bell had nearly been killed by the frog, but he had saved him back then. Enkrid concluded that it must have been the Hawks. As they returned to the tent, Ragna asked if there had been a raid. Enkrid sharply demanded to know what Ragna had been doing all day to not notice it, but upon seeing Ragna's face, he realized what it was. He told the others to take a look. Ragna's face was greasy from too much sleep. Ragna ignored the teasing and instead said that what mattered more was Enkrid's dual sword training. He explained that Enkrid needed to get his body accustomed to using two swords. Enkrid asked whether Ragna had a method, and Ragna replied that he would explain it in a way that was easy to grasp. Then, addressing Enkrid in a serious tone and calling him squad leader, Ragna told him that from now on he had two lovers. Rem mockingly remarked that if Enkrid's fiancée ever heard that, he would be dead, but Enkrid replied with a straight face that she was not his fiancée. Ragna continued, instructing Enkrid that whether he was eating, sleeping, or fighting, he must always hold two swords in his hands. Getting used to their weight and presence was the first priority. That night, Enkrid slept with the two swords beside him. When Esther arrived and saw the swords on either side of him, she thought that there was barely a place for her to lie down. She complained inwardly that this man even trained in his sleep, how uncomfortable it was. Suddenly, a shout came from outside announcing an ambush. Enkrid sprang up immediately, startling Esther so much that she jumped from the bed and fell to the ground. Outside, the soldiers reported that the enemy had merely shot arrows again and then retreated. They said they needed to call the border guard. Rem, too tired to care, did not even get up and grumbled that it was such a letdown. Enkrid lay back down and fell asleep again, which irritated Esther deeply. She began hitting him with her claw, demanding that he let her sleep in peace. Enkrid told her to stop, saying it hurt. Hearing the noise, Cry got up, remarking that this was already the second raid. After that, an endless cycle of training began under Jackson's supervision, interrupted occasionally by arrows striking the camp, the work of the Hawk's Talon. During one such session, Jackson threw another rock. Before it even passed Enkrid, who only glanced briefly, Enkrid identified it as Ya. Then another arrow struck a soldier. Rem, always ready with his axe, cursed in frustration and called the Hawk's Talon a fast bastard. When night came, Jackson threw yet another rock. This time, Enkrid said it was man. Another day passed, and the ambushes continued. Arrows kept flying from time to time. At night, Esther grew increasingly angry and frustrated with Enkrid's behavior. Enkrid's evasion training continued as Jackson kept throwing rocks. At one point, Jackson tossed another and asked Enkrid what the letter was this time. Enkrid replied that it was in. Suddenly, Enkrid realized that if he combined all the letters from before, they spelled out crazy barbarian. Upon hearing that, Rem rushed over with his axe, shouting that he would carve Jackson up himself instead of waiting for that hawk bastard to do it. Enkrid stopped Rem and questioned Jackson, asking if Jackson realized that he was always the one who started the fights first. Jackson only shrugged and gestured vaguely, pretending not to know anything. Meanwhile, Cry overheard the soldiers complaining that they hadn't even found a single hair of that slippery hawk bastard. They mentioned that the archer left no traces behind, and if things continued this way, tracking him down would be impossible. According to them, the enemy always fled after shooting 2 or 3 arrows, disappearing long before the border guard could even mobilize. Hearing their conversation, Cry reflected that despite several raids happening each day, no one had managed to catch the culprit. The damage seemed minor for now, but he sensed that if the situation persisted, it would eventually grow into a much larger problem. He wondered in frustration what the command was doing, as they clearly weren't handling the matter properly. He scoffed to himself, thinking that he had no intention of stepping in and risking his own life for something that wasn't his responsibility. Yet, with the situation worsening, he realized he had no choice. If the command refused to take action, he would have to do something himself. Determined, Cry approached Enkrid and, addressing him by his title as squad leader, told him that he had an idea. He wanted to propose a plan directly to the high command. The scene changes to a tent where someone is yelling about how the Aspen punks keep poking at them and how they should just march in and wipe them out. Inside, the higher-ups are locked in a heated argument. One officer questions whether they're really going to rush in without considering the possibility of a trap. Another snaps back, asking if they're supposed to just sit on their hands and do nothing. Meanwhile, the battalion commander sits quietly, lost in thought. He listens to the shouting and thinks there aren't many useful suggestions here. He clicks his tongue and admits he doesn't have any great move either. He's good at using force on the battlefield, but he's not the type for dirty backstage schemes. Just then, the 4th Company commander walks in, apologizing for being late. The battalion commander asks what took her so long. She explains that the mad squad leader, Enkrid, submitted a tactical proposal and requested temporary operational control. The battalion commander raises an eyebrow, wondering if the squad leader actually thinks strategically. The platoon commander says no. The detailed plan was put together by one of Enkrid's squad members, a soldier named Christ. Someone at the table asks what the plan is, and the platoon commander begins to explain it. After hearing the whole plan, the battalion commander decides it's usable. He stands up and announces in a commanding tone that they will adopt the plan and the troops must prepare to march, and the mad squad will go on a falcon hunt mission. He thinks it's finally a plan he likes. We then see Enkrid's squad on the move. Rem, a bit disappointed, asks why they aren't chasing the hawk and are instead heading to the enemy's rear camp. Christ answers saying it's not that they're going to find Hawk's talon, they're going to make Hawk's talon come to them. Enkrid jumps in saying the mad squad will act as a guerrilla unit temporarily. If they hit the enemy's rear camp and withdraw repeatedly, the enemy will deploy similar guerrilla teams to guard the rear, and then Rem finishes the sentence saying, the Hawk bastard will come to them. Christ agrees but adds, that's only if things go well. Even if the hawk isn't lured in, they'll still be able to strike the enemy. Rem says the hunting method is annoyingly slow. Christ turns toward him and says, even simple-minded Rem might not get it, but this is the best option. Rem stares at Christ with a twisted grin, his eyes gleaming with menace, asking if he is talking about him. Christ freezes, realizing the comment may have crossed a line. As Rem's death stare intensifies, Christ, pale and trembling, tries not to piss himself. Enkrid steps in quickly, cutting the tension and calling Rem off. Rem turns away, muttering that he'll let it slide, but Christ should learn to keep his mouth shut. Christ, still shaken, tries to salvage a shred of dignity by convincing himself that Rem backed down. Enkrid, looking ahead, asks how far they are from the destination and calls out to Pin. Pin, looking out into the distance, says their destination is coming into view. Rem reflects that the core of this plan is hit and run mobility. For that, a skilled ranger who finds safe routes is essential. When he requested reinforcements from High Command, Pin was assigned to join the Mad Squad as their new squad leader. Curious, Rem asks why her assignment was changed to the Mad Squad specifically. Wouldn't a temporary support role have been enough? Pin turns and says it's because of complicated adult reasons. Rem gives her a skeptical look. She explains that her position became awkward after being sent out to support. Enkrid, feeling a pang of guilt, says he owes her one. Pin says she will repay him later. She then blows him a kiss and while blushing says with something good. Ink asks if she is still targeting him. Rem pats Enkrid on the back and says he even got a fiancé. He should keep some decency. Enkrid immediately snaps back, insisting she's not his fiancée. Eventually, they reach the enemy camp and begin observing from a cliff. Pin signals everyone to lower their posture. She's spotted the enemy position. Christ warns that if things go south, they'll need to fall back into a retreat formation. He can't fight the entire battle himself, so they should send only a few forward and keep his escort ready. Before he can finish, Rem suddenly leaps off the cliff, eyes blazing, both axes drawn. Bloodlust radiates from him as he shouts that fresh blood is calling. Pin is caught completely off guard, as Rem slides down the cliff, yelling that he'll kill anyone who cuts in line. Enkrid watches and thinks no one has ever dared to covet Rem. Ragnar rises, sword in hand, and tells Enkrid he wants to see how stable his stance is. Enkrid glances at him, wondering if this is some kind of test. Ragna and Enkrid follow Rem down the cliff, and Enkrid thinks to himself, even here, the training never stops. Someone calls out to the two enemy soldiers guarding the entrance. Ragna walks up to them with a jolly face, waving his hand and telling them to come over. One soldier, confused, asks the other if he knows the guy, while the other wonders if he's his friend. As they continue to puzzle over who he is, Rem suddenly throws his axe and hits one of the enemy soldiers square on the head. The other soldier, terrified, screams that there's an enemy. As Ragna and Enkrid finally make it to the bottom, Enkrid notices something ahead. Rem pulls his leg back and launches himself forward with insane speed. He charges the enemy with his other axe, his face twisted in bloodlust, catching the soldier completely off guard. Enkrid, surprised, wonders what that move was. He grins, thinking it's the fastest charge they've seen so far. He starts to wonder if Rem still has more hidden techniques. As Rem stands over the defeated enemies, Enkrid says he wants to learn it. Hearing the commotion, other enemy soldiers begin to emerge, shouting that it's the Kingdom of Nerelia troops and to get them. Enkrid, seeing the numbers grow, orders everyone to fall back for now. They need to retreat before the enemies overwhelm them. Behind him, Ragna complains that he hasn't even drawn his sword yet. As they're retreating, Ragna turns to Rem and tells him to get a feel for the situation since it wasn't his turn. Rem, irritated, asks what he just said. Does he want him to split his throat? Enkrid steps in and tells them to stop it. The operation is still underway and there will be plenty of chances to fight. The scene shifts to evening. Enkrid and the squad move out to attack again. An enemy soldier throws a dagger toward them, shouting that it's them. They're here again. As he slides down the cliff, Enkrid sees the dagger coming at him. He thinks about the sense of evasion. The moment he sees it with his eyes, he needs to dodge. Enkrid moves his head slightly and avoids the dagger, landing safely on the ground. Jackson, watching closely, says the time from seeing to reacting took 0.4 seconds. As he slits an enemy soldier, he tells Enkrid he needs to cut his reaction time down to at least 0.1 seconds. To truly master the sense of evasion, he needs to push himself harder. Enkrid drives his sword through an enemy's throat and wonders if Jackson actually counted that just now. Odin, smashing someone's head to the ground, says, "Training is fine, but they need to focus on the operation too." While running, he warns that the enemy is coming, and Enkrid immediately orders everyone to fall back. The enemy continues to chase them through the night. One enemy soldier, out of breath from the relentless pursuit, wonders why these guys are so fast. We see Andrew and his bodyguard sprinting through the trees. Christ, being piggybacked by Odin, glances back and thinks honestly. He was worried these madmen could even pull off the plan. Now he sees there was no need to worry. Enkrid tells everyone to run deeper into the forest. Rem, trailing behind, casually asks why they can't just kill them all. Enkrid says no and tells him to keep running. Enkrid spots Ragna veering off in another direction and stops him, telling him to just follow the back of the person in front of him. Ragna insists the other way looks like a shortcut, but Enkrid shuts it down and tells him to stay with the group. Looking back at Enkrid, Christ says he didn't expect him to lead so steadily. He wonders if this really is the Mad Squad. The squad finally reaches a safe spot. Enkrid announces that the pursuit has stopped and they'll camp here for the night. Sitting beside a tree, Enkrid reflects on his training loop where he was learning the heart of superhuman strength. Once he realized the squad at least obeys his orders, it became easier to control them. That charge he saw from Rem earlier was impressive. He thinks Rem listens well these days and wonders if maybe he'll even teach that technique if ordered. He calls out to Rem and starts to ask about the charge he showed earlier. But before he can finish, Rem shoots him a scolding glare and says if he's seriously asking that, he'd better think again. Looking at him, Enkrid wonders why, as he never refused to learn something before. Rem closes his eyes and thinks Enkrid's attitude toward learning is good, but he's forgotten something, the step of thinking for himself. He skipped that stage. Getting too used to just following orders leads to mistakes like this. Growth spoon-fed by others is hollow. He needs to go back to basics. Rem smiles and continues thinking Enkrid needs to struggle and think for himself. That's when it becomes worth teaching him. We then see Enkrid meditating, silent and focused. As the Mad Squad retreated, Andrew was out of breath. He realized he had been sprinting non-stop from the beginning and that moving through the mountains at that speed made him feel as if he could pass out at any moment. Every step felt heavier, his chest burned and his lungs screamed for air. He had assumed the madman would be fine, but he had not expected cries to hold up so well either, and he was surprised by how much Enkrid had changed. When Andrew first met Enkrid, he had not been nearly as strong. Back then, Enkrid had been just another young warrior struggling to keep up with the madness of the battlefield. So Andrew wondered how Enkrid had grown so much, what training, what resolve, what experiences had hardened him to that degree. By then, Andrew was almost completely spent, his legs wobbling and his vision blurring as if he might collapse on the rocky ground. He forced himself to steal a reserve of resolve, grit his teeth, and start sprinting again. He was determined to push further and prove he could keep going, because the thought of falling behind filled him with frustration, and he forced his body to obey even when his mind screamed to stop. Mac was very surprised as he watched Andrew. He remembered first meeting Andrew as the son of his friends. After the Gardner family had fallen and Mac's dear friend had died, Mac had taken care of Andrew in his friend's place. So where Andrew had once seemed a fragile, confused child stumbling through a cruel world, he now saw that the boy had somehow become a man. Looking at Andrew's back, Mac felt something approaching. Not only determination or spirit, but the sense that the rebuilding of the Gardner family itself was beginning to take shape through Andrew's growth. While they walked, Enkrid told Rem that he had figured out the principle behind that charge. His tone was calm but excited, as if he had just solved a riddle. He explained that the answer was the heart of brute strength, that Rem had strengthened his leg muscles to produce an explosive thrust, and that this had been the essence of the technique. Rem smiled faintly and told Enkrid that if one thought one already knew the answer, there was no need to ask. He warned them not to waste time with words and insisted that now that Enkrid knew, he should try it himself. Enkrid nodded and promised he would definitely try it. Pin suddenly told everyone to stop and look down, and they discovered a stronghold on flat ground between cliffs. With the rear blocked, the escape route was sealed, the kind of terrain made for an ambush. Enkrid narrowed his eyes and said it was a trap. Kryze spoke up in a calm voice heavy with experience, saying that preparing a trap so blatantly was meant to make them avoid it. The enemy wanted to guide their path and then kill them if they were cornered, which meant Hawk's talon would appear soon. After Kryze finished speaking, he looked at his squad and, seeing their reckless calmness and lack of fear, wondered whether they were even listening. These madmen never approached things like normal soldiers. Enkrid then asked his squad whether they should play along with the enemy's plan. Ragnar grinned, his eyes full of bloodlust, and declared it was annoying and that they should just smash it. Enkrid admitted he was tempted to do the same, noting that if the trap failed, the Hawk would show up sooner, which was exactly what the enemy wanted, and that because the armed force was large this time, they should all go together. Kryze asked whether he should go too. Enkrid shook his head and ordered that Kryze fall back, saying that Pin, Andrew, and Mac would guard him while the rest charged. They all accepted Enkrid's order without hesitation, and with a wild, fearless spirit, the madmen leapt down the cliff like predators diving on prey. Down at the camp, the Grey Dog commander found himself deep in thought. He considered this the last chance for the Grey Dog. Their orders had been clear. Assist the Norelia guerrilla unit that was ransacking the rear camp by making Hawk's Talon hunt them. The commander, prideful as any renowned Aspen unit leader, felt humiliated that they had been reduced to supporting a single soldier, yet he gritted his teeth because he knew this was the only way for them to rise again. They had to pull it off. To rise, they would have to succeed at any cost. At that moment, one of the Aspen soldiers became alarmed by the mad squad's approach, and the camp erupted in panic, with men shouting that it was the Norelia guerrilla unit. The announcement surprised the Grey Dog commander, and he wondered aloud why they had come in if they had noticed the trap. He called them idiots in his head. His confusion turned to fury when he realized Enkrid was leading the attack at the front. His face twisted, and he ground his teeth as he accused Enkrid, aloud to himself, of having been part of that guerrilla unit. Enkrid appeared confused when the Grey Dog commander made that remark. He hesitated for a moment, then pointed toward the commander and asked Rem if he knew the man, saying the face seemed familiar. Rem frowned and asked why Enkrid was asking him that, and then told Enkrid that he must have a bad memory if he could not remember. The Grey Dog commander, whose anger was boiling, called Enkrid a cocky bastard and spat that it did not matter if he did not remember because they would kill all the mad squad members there anyway. With burning rage, he drew his sword, the steel gleaming in the firelight, and his soldiers followed suit, raising their weapons with a roar. He pointed his blade at Enkrid and declared that Enkrid should be a stepping stone for the Grey Dog's future. The commander charged forward, but Enkrid blocked the Grey Dog commander's strike perfectly. His blade held steady, and his posture was unshaken. The commander's eyes widened when he recognized Enkrid's sword. Enkrid, staring straight into the commander's eyes, suggested that if the commander recognized Mitch Hurrier's sword, then he must be the man who had blocked the banner in the fog of slaughter. The Grey Dog commander screamed in anger that it did not matter and struck at Enkrid again, ordering him to die. Enkrid blocked the strike once more. Immediately after, Enkrid fought back with a swift, precise counterattack, which the Grey Dog commander barely managed to parry. Enkrid recalled their previous meeting when the Grey Dog commander had been a strong enemy who had only managed to flee, and he wondered how the commander would fare now, whether he might make a good test of the results of Enkrid's training. The thought excited him and ignited a spark in his eyes. Both Enkrid and the Grey Dog commander charged forward again. Watching the duel, the other Grey Dog soldiers murmured among themselves that there seemed to be a grudge between the two men, while they resolved in the meantime to smash the rest of the madmen. To their astonishment, the mad squad completely ignored them. The deranged warriors stood motionless, their eyes locked onto the duel ahead, utterly focused. To them, no other battle existed at that moment. The Grey Dog soldiers, feeling disrespected by such disregard, were enraged. One of them, unable to bear the insult, charged forward with a club, roaring furiously. Yet Ren, with effortless composure, swung his axe and blocked the strike with overwhelming force. The sound of the impact thundered through the field. Rem smirked and coldly ordered the enemies to remain silent, saying that they were focusing. The duel between Enkrid and the Grey Dog commander intensified with every exchange of blows. When the commander prepared to strike again, Enkrid instantly noticed the movement and reacted within a fraction of a second, evading the attack. With a fluid counter, he wounded the commander's back. Watching the scene unfold, Jackson observed calmly, analyzing the situation. He remarked to himself that Enkrid's reaction time was satisfactory and that his speed met the passing mark. The Grey Dog commander, though growling in pain, immediately retaliated, his rage fueling every movement. In that fleeting instant, Enkrid drew his second sword, moving swiftly to block the commander's strike with both blades. Sparks scattered as steel clashed against steel. Seeing Enkrid drawing his blade and assuming a defensive stance simultaneously, Ragna grinned and commented that Enkrid was beginning to grasp the art of dual swordsmanship. Despite successfully blocking the commander's attack, Enkrid was still pushed back from the force. Observing this, Odin calmly noted that Enkrid's strength was still insufficient to parry single-handedly. He resolved that during the next training session, he would increase the weight by adding another rock. The Grey Dog commander sneered upon seeing Enkrid wielding two swords. He mocked him, saying that he was merely a rookie trying to show off before launching another furious assault. At that moment, a fierce determination ignited in Enkrid's eyes. His breathing slowed, then steadied. Rem noticed this subtle change and grew excited, realizing that Enkrid was about to unleash the heart of brute strength. Soon, Enkrid's heartbeat quickened, pounding like a war drum. His blood surged violently, granting him power far beyond human limits. In a blur of motion, he charged toward the commander with astonishing speed. The commander's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Enkrid had become so fast. With terrifying strength, Enkrid struck. The commander barely managed to block, his grip nearly failing as his sword began to crack under the immense pressure. Horror filled his eyes. As the commander struggled to resist, Enkrid suddenly thrust his second blade straight into his throat. The sword pierced cleanly, and as he withdrew it, blood gushed out, staining the ground. The commander collapsed, twitching briefly before going still. The remaining Grey Dog soldiers stared in shock and disbelief. Their commander, the pride of their unit, had been slain in an instant. Ren threw back his head and laughed wildly, his voice echoing across the battlefield. He shouted that he had known it would be perfect once the captain used the heart of brute strength. His laughter was wild and unrestrained, filled with savage delight. Odin nodded with a rare smile, remarking to Anchor that the Lord must surely be pleased with Enkrid's growth. Ragna smirked and muttered that it wasn't bad at all. Jackson, as always, merely gave a silent nod of agreement. Ren then turned toward the rest of the Grey Dogs, calling them iron lumps and ordering them to come over immediately. His laughter rang out again as he said he was so thrilled that he felt like slicing something apart. And with that, the madness of the squad swelled even further, echoing across the battlefield like an unstoppable storm. The Aspen soldiers surged forward, declaring that they would prove the pride of the Grey Dogs and fight to the death. Their battle cries thundered across the chaotic field, mingling with the clashing of steel and the rising dust. One of the Grey Dogs swung his massive club with unrestrained fury, but Odin stopped it effortlessly with his bare hand. The soldiers nearby froze, their disbelief palpable as they witnessed such inhuman strength. With a confident laugh, Odin remarked that he would repay that courage by sending the man to the Lord's side. Though his tone carried a hint of playfulness, his eyes gleamed with cold, lethal intent. In the next instant, his fist smashed into the soldier's head, the sharp crack of breaking bone echoing across the battlefield. The Grey Dog collapsed lifelessly, his skull crushed by a single devastating blow. Andrew's eyes widened in shock. He could hardly comprehend what he had just seen. Odin had blocked a weapon with his bare hand and hadn't suffered even a scratch. He wondered what kind of muscles could achieve that, what monstrous strength could hide behind that calm smile. Seeing Odin's overwhelming power, Pin blushed slightly and, with a teasing smirk, remarked that he actually looked rather useful after all. Unwilling to be shown up, Rem charged forward with his axe raised high, his steps pounding the earth like a charging beast. But before he could strike, Ragna swung his sword with terrifying precision, cutting through a Grey Dog soldier and almost hitting Rem in the process. Rem barely avoided the deadly slash, the blade slicing close enough to brush his hair. Furious, he shouted at Ragna, calling him a mad, lazy bastard and demanding to know if he had tried to cut him too. Ragna, as calm and detached as ever, smirked faintly and replied that it was a shame Rem had dodged. His indifference only enraged Rem further. Before Rem could retort, another Grey Dog soldier lunged at Ragna with desperate courage, but Ragna merely sidestepped and pierced the man's throat in one fluid motion. Blood sprayed across the dirt as his expression remained as cold as stone. While decapitating another soldier, Rem muttered that one day he would hack Ragna to pieces. Ragna mocked him in return, asking why wait for someday, why not do it now? And if Rem was simply afraid. The tension between them flared once more, even amid the chaos of battle. On the verge of exploding, Rem shouted toward Odin, telling him to inform his god that Ragna would soon be joining him with a new friend. Odin simply smiled and replied calmly that the Lord had said he didn't like friends like that. From behind them, Cries, clearly exasperated by their endless bickering, sighed heavily and asked if they were seriously planning to fight each other right in the middle of a battlefield. Taking advantage of their disarray, one of the Grey Dog soldiers shouted for his comrades to encircle the mad squad while they were divided from within. But before they could carry out the order, Jackson moved like a shadow through their ranks, cutting them down with such speed that none had time to react. Their bodies fell silently to the ground, lifeless, before anyone understood what had happened. Watching his squad mates bicker, Jackson muttered under his breath that they were idiots. Enkrid, their captain, told the others that there was no need to kill every single Grey Dog since most of them were already destroyed. At that moment, a sharp glint of light flashed from the bushes, immediately catching Jackson's attention. His instincts screamed danger. An arrow shot toward Enkrid, but Jackson intercepted it before Enkrid could even react. The arrow clattered uselessly to the ground. Enkrid glanced at it and quietly asked if their enemies were there. Jackson nodded grimly, confirming that it was the Hawk's Talon. The mere mention of that name made the air around them tighten. Picking up the arrow, Rem smirked and asked Enkrid if he knew the difference between a sniper and a hunter. Enkrid blinked, caught off guard by the sudden question. Rem continued without waiting for an answer, his voice low but filled with excitement as he said that hunters were far more enjoyable than snipers, especially when it came to axe hunting, which he considered the true thrill. Enkrid, half confused and half concerned, asked what he was trying to imply. Holding the arrow between his fingers, Rem replied that when one received a gift, it was only fair to return one. Without another word, he dashed off the cliffs toward the direction of the Hawk's Talon, moving with wild, reckless energy. Pin watched him go and exclaimed in surprise, wondering aloud if he was even allowed to act alone like that. Cries simply shook his head and remarked that Rem wasn't someone who would die easily, suggesting that it was better to just let him be. Andrew then turned to Enkrid and suggested that they retreat for now, reasoning that the enemy's main force might pursue them from that direction, and if they stayed put, they would become easy targets for the Hawk's Talon. Enkrid agreed, saying that they would blind the Hawk's Talon as best they could before escaping. The Mad Squad then set the enemy camp ablaze, flames devouring the tents and smoke spreading thick across the area as they retreated through the chaos. Watching the fire rise behind them, Enkrid muttered that it seemed this was becoming a habit. Running beside him, Pin tilted her head in confusion, not understanding what he meant. High above the cliff, the Hawk's Talon's vision was obscured by the heavy smoke. One of the soldiers accompanying him scanned the area and said that it seemed the Mad Squad had slipped out of sight, then asked what they should do next. The Hawk's Talon, calm yet irritated, ordered that they would continue the pursuit. Meanwhile, down below, the Mad Squad carefully climbed the cliffs, moving along narrow ledges and rocky paths. Enkrid silently reflected that Rem acting alone hadn't been part of the plan, though it wasn't necessarily a bad move. Rem was targeting the Hawk's Talon, and in return, the Hawk's Talon was targeting them. It was a dangerous balance, but one that might work to their advantage. They would act as bait to draw the Hawk's attention. The terrain they had chosen was rough and steep, with little visibility, giving the Hawk only a slim chance of getting a clear shot. While climbing, Ragna discovered a small hollow in the rock and immediately slipped inside, declaring that the spot was comfortable before lying down and attempting to sleep. Andrew stared at him in disbelief, wondering how anyone could sleep in a situation like this. In his mind, Enkrid silently addressed Rem, telling him to hunt to his heart's content. Meanwhile, Rem, moving swiftly through the forested slopes in pursuit of the Hawk's Talon, thought to himself that the feeling brought back memories. In the past, he had been the hunter his tribe had placed all their hopes upon, an exceptional one, unmatched with the axe. Though he knew he could never return to those days now that he had left, he could still summon the memory for a fleeting moment. As he crept closer to the Hawks from behind, Rem steadied his breathing, his eyes sharp and focused. From the very first moment they had met, he had already decided that the Hawk's Talon would be his prey. Up ahead, one of the Hawk's Talon's guards remarked that the mad squad members were escaping at awkward angles, making pursuit difficult. The Hawk's Talon had replied that it was merely a delay and that he would not lose his target. But before the guard could finish his words of praise, Rem's axe flashed through the air and severed the man's head cleanly, sending his body collapsing into the dirt. Another soldier immediately screamed that it was an ambush and shouted for everyone to scatter. Yet the forest itself seemed to favor Rem. He dashed between the trees with the speed and precision of a seasoned predator, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration as he hunted down the fleeing soldiers one by one. The sound of steel slicing through flesh mixed with the crunch of boots on fallen leaves, and one after another, they fell. At last, only one soldier remained, trembling in terror. Seeing Rem charging toward him like a starving hound, the man screamed in pure fear. Hearing the cries of his dying soldiers, the Hawk's Talon turned sharply, wondering in disbelief when that barbarian had arrived, for there had been no sign of his approach. But by then, Rem was already upon him. The Hawk's Talon muttered to himself that the hunt was always on his side as he loosed an arrow while running. Yet Rem swung his axe mid-stride, cleaving the arrow in two before it reached him. In the same fluid motion, he hurled the axe, and the blade buried itself deep in the Hawk's Talon's shoulder, sending the archer crashing to the ground in agony. As the man screamed, Rem growled that he should stop whining and use more strength, his voice low and guttural as he advanced like a predator savoring its prey. The Hawk's Talon glared up at him, blood trickling from his mouth, his hands trembling as he tried to reach for another arrow. But Rem was already holding one of the man's own arrows in his hand. With a cold smile, he remarked that it was a rare hunt and told him not to end it so boringly. The Hawk's Talon clenched his teeth, his rage tangled with helplessness. Yet before he could act, Rem drove the arrow straight into his throat. The man convulsed briefly, then fell still, collapsing into silence. Looking down at the corpse, Rem scoffed and muttered to himself that the fight had been disappointing until the very end. As he pulled his axe free from the body, he sighed, thinking that he had hoped the Hawk's Talon would have lasted longer, long enough for him to sharpen his rusty hunting skills. Then, a sudden realization struck him. He was starting to sound exactly like the captain. He understood that after spending so much time under the captain's command, he must have unconsciously picked up some of his mannerisms. The captain was the kind of man who openly admitted his lack of talent, yet never stopped thinking about how to move forward, one step at a time. Rem wondered if, by learning to accept things the same way and making that attitude his own, he might come to understand what it truly meant to grow stronger. Perhaps nothing would change immediately, but at least he could try, just as the captain did over and over again, without ever hesitating. After the Mad Squad had finished dealing with the Hawk unit in the vast, tall grass field, two powerful figures emerged. Both were clad in dazzling armor that glimmered under the sunlight, reflecting an almost blinding brilliance. Their mere presence demanded attention, exuding an innate aura of command that seemed to bend the atmosphere around them. Red and black capes fluttered behind them, caught in the wind, each movement amplifying the tension that filled the air. A heavy stillness descended upon the field, as if the world itself sensed that something momentous was about to occur. The tall grasses swayed in synchronized waves, and the faint rustle of their movement mingled with the distant cries of startled birds. Even nature appeared to hold its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash of these two formidable forces. Every witness could feel it, that sharp, anticipatory pulse of energy before the eruption of skill, strength, and will. Gradually, aura began to flow around the two figures. At first it was faint, subtle as a breeze, but soon it grew denser, vibrating through the air with palpable intensity. Then, without warning, the man in the red cape charged forward. His steps were light yet firm, each one striking the earth with deliberate precision. His motions carried an artistry, graceful yet deadly. The man in the black cape countered his strike with flawless control, his parry smooth and instinctive, the product of countless years of disciplined training. The clash of their blades sent a shockwave through the field, the ringing of metal against metal reverberating like thunder. From a distance, Enkrid watched intently, his eyes narrowed with analytical focus as he observed the confrontation. He remarked quietly that the main forces of both sides had finally met in direct combat. Beside him, Jackson squinted toward the duel and noted that their movements suggested a subnight level of mastery, refined, deadly, but not yet at the absolute peak. Enkrid drew a long breath, his gaze unwavering as he followed every motion of the battle. He reflected that what unfolded before them was indeed a clash between sub-ranks, fascinating to witness, yet ill-timed. He reminded himself that he could not afford distraction, for victory on the battlefield had to come first. If Krya's plan proceeded as expected, Marcus's battalion would soon reach Crossguard and decisively alter the balance of power. As Enkrid had predicted, Commander Marcus arrived at Crossguard with his forces. His presence alone radiated authority, immediately uplifting the morale of his troops. Meanwhile, chaos spread through the Aspen command camp. Panic and discord erupted among the officers, who shouted orders and accusations with faces flushed in anger and fear. One of them declared that the Norelia forces had seized the crossguard courtyard and insisted that such a humiliation could not be allowed to stain the city. He urged his subordinates to send at least part of the night order to reclaim it. However, the strategist Abnir remained composed amid the uproar. He advised that the city still possessed standing troops and argued it would be wiser to concentrate on the main front rather than scatter their forces prematurely. His measured reasoning did little to satisfy the agitated officers, whose tempers continued to flare despite his calm restraint. They gritted their teeth in anger, their voices rising as they hurled insults at Abba. They called him a foolish commoner, mocking his lowly birth and demanding to know what he could possibly understand, insisting that he had no right to interfere in their affairs. Abnir, watching their arrogance in silence, thought to himself that as long as those nobles continued to hold power, they would never listen to a single word he said. Every unit of the night order, he reflected, was a strategic weapon. Removing even a few could disrupt the delicate balance entirely. If that were to happen, the war would be over before it even began. With that thought in mind, he ordered his guards to return to the castle first, ensuring that he and a portion of his forces would remain safe amidst the growing chaos. Meanwhile, on the city walls, a soldier peered into the distance, his brow furrowed in concern. He asked another where the Norelia army was, his voice tight with tension. The other soldier, scanning the horizon, pointed toward a hill and replied that they were stationed there. But as the first soldier looked more closely, confusion spread across his face. There was no army on the hill. He began to wonder uneasily where they had gone. Elsewhere, Commander Marcus observed his troops from a high vantage point, formulating a plan in his mind. He reasoned that if they staged a fake attack on cross-guard, Aspen would surely send reinforcements, and their sub-knights would seize the opportunity to exploit the resulting gap. Troops that were scattered and weakened, he calculated, would be unable to withstand a direct confrontation with his own subunits. With this single maneuver, he believed, his battalion would secure a decisive and remarkable victory. It was all thanks, in part, to the Mad Squad, whose earlier actions had already shifted the tide of battle in their favor. Aspen, having suffered a crushing defeat, soon found itself incapable of continuing the war effectively. In the end, they requested a truce, offering the vast tall grassfield territory as compensation. Norelia accepted without hesitation. Spring arrived in full bloom, with lush green fields and gentle sunlight marking the end of a long and exhausting war with Aspen. 10 days after returning to Border Guard, most of the soldiers were off duty, resting peacefully, except for those assigned to watch posts. Yet Enkrid could not afford the same luxury. His mind was burdened with reflections on past battles, techniques to revisit, and strategies to analyze. His thoughts spun ceaselessly between lessons learned and the possibilities that lay ahead. During one of his training sessions, a low-ranking soldier named Pol approached him hesitantly, asking if Enkrid could teach him a move. His tone was uncertain, almost apologetic. Enkrid was taken aback. He knew Pol as one of the few soldiers who trained tirelessly, a familiar figure marked by earnest dedication. He asked Pol why he had come to him, explaining that he had never taught anyone before and might not give proper advice. But Pol, undeterred, asked why that should matter, his eyes glimmering with determination and passion. The sight reminded Enkrid of his own younger self when he had first begun his journey. With a faint smile, he decided he could not refuse. He told Pol to come forward and said that they would spar together. Not far away, Ragna, half asleep, wandered toward the training grounds. When he saw Enkrid sparring with Pol, he immediately became alert. From a distance, he watched as Pol struggled to keep up, finally collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. Enkrid, observing calmly, noted that Pol's leg strength was lacking, offering the critique with firmness, but also with the intention to help him improve. Pol, undeterred by exhaustion, requested another round of sparring. Ragna watched from the sidelines, slightly surprised to see that the lieutenant himself had decided to spar personally. He reminded himself that since Enkrid had been trained by a great teacher, his instruction would certainly be sound. Yet as he observed the match, he began to notice something subtle. Enkrid seemed to have forgotten the very basics of swordsmanship. It was a detail Ragna quietly noted for later, resolving to remind him when the time came. Enkrid soon adjusted his stance and resumed sparring. As he did, the words of his former instructor resurfaced in his memory, words that spoke of the need to first recognize one's true standing in order to grow stronger. He realized then that he had spent too much time looking upward, comparing himself to those stronger than him, and in doing so had neglected to look below, to the fundamentals, to the roots of skill. For the first time in a long while, clarity began to take shape. He saw where he stood and what he still lacked. With renewed understanding, he shifted his sparring style. Ragnar noticed the change immediately, recognizing the stance as one he himself had taught long ago. A flicker of surprise crossed his face. Enkrid had managed to correct himself faster than expected. As he watched, Ragnar's face softened into a rare expression of approval. He started to remark that even he, perhaps meaning even Enkrid, had shown remarkable growth, but before he could finish, Rem interrupted, wondering aloud what Ragnar had been about to say. Then, turning to Odin, Rem suggested that something strange must have gotten into Ragnar's head since he had started muttering to himself. Odin laughed, dismissing the idea, saying that possession did not occur so easily and that Ragnar was probably just praying to God. He then jokingly asked Ragnar what God had said in reply. Ragnar ignored him, which prompted Rem to sneer that perhaps God had told him to get lost. The two soon began to argue again, calling each other barbarians and tugging at each other's collars. Odin stepped in, pretending to mediate while clearly enjoying the chaos. He addressed Rem and Ragnar as brothers, urging them to refrain from foolish violence, though it was evident he had no real intention of stopping them. Enkrid could only scoff in exasperation, muttering to himself about how they had started again. At that moment, Jackson appeared unexpectedly, warning that there were many eyes watching them. Startled, Enkrid wondered when Jackson had arrived. He could only mutter under his breath that they were always such noisy bastards. Upon hearing the remark, Jackson questioned whether Enkrid's sense training was truly functioning as intended. Enkrid, puzzled by the comment, asked what Jackson meant. Jackson then explained that the attention of the onlookers was not fixed on the soldiers he had referred to as fools, but rather on the lieutenant himself. Enkrid soon noticed that the soldiers were whispering among themselves, expressing admiration and envy. Some remarked how fortunate Paul was, while others suggested that they too should ask for a chance to spar. One soldier complained that resting like this felt like a waste of time, adding that if they continued training diligently, perhaps someday they might become like Lieutenant Enkrid. Commander Marcus observed the scene in silence. He reflected on how Enkred's growth, from a mere squad leader to the so-called Mad Lieutenant, had come to symbolize change among the troops, turning him into a figure of admiration and even reverence. As Marcus ascended the stage stairs, he thought to himself that Enkrid had now become a hero acknowledged by all. When he faced the assembled soldiers and nobles, Marcus announced that they had gathered to bestow rewards for their achievements in the recent battle. He demanded that they consider whose contribution had been the greatest, warning that anyone unable to answer was unworthy even to wear a helmet. His blunt words caused murmurs among the nobles, who whispered in disdain about how vulgar it was for a man belonging to one of the 5 noble houses to speak in such a crude manner. Marcus, however, paid them no mind, fully aware that the soldiers perceived his words quite differently. He then declared that the one who had led the army to victory should step forward. He almost referred to the individual as Mad, but caught himself and corrected the title, calling for Independent Lieutenant Enkrid instead. As Enkrid ascended the stairs to the stage, he was reminded of the very same platform on which he had once stood when he had dispelled the fog of massacre spell. Yet this time, the atmosphere was entirely different. There were no jeers or scornful remarks, only a heavy silence brimming with focus, respect, and admiration. Commander Marcus then spoke again, saying that he had given much thought to what might truly satisfy a soldier who had accomplished so much. He presented a chest as a symbol of his utmost sincerity and respect. When the commander opened it, Enkrid's eyes widened in astonishment. Inside lay the royal dagger, its blade gleaming magnificently under the light, a grand symbol of honor, recognition, and the ultimate reward for his unyielding dedication, relentless training, and unwavering effort. Commander Marcus explained to Enkrid that the dagger he had been given was an identity dagger, a rare and prestigious award bestowed only upon those who had rendered great service to the royal family. He said that the royal dagger symbolized far more than just a weapon. It guaranteed the bearer noble status and authority, granting them the privilege of being treated as an honored guest by the royal household. As Enkrid held the dagger and traced the intricate details along its ornate hilt, he briefly thought to himself that it seemed overly decorated. Something meant more for display than for actual combat. Yet despite that thought, he could not ignore the weight of the honor it represented. A quiet pride swelled within him, and he felt a deep sense of dignity. This, he realized, was what true honor felt like. As the soldiers around him erupted in cheers, he raised his hand in acknowledgement, a silent gesture of respect to his comrades. He reminded himself that a knight who sought nothing but strength was no different from a mercenary. A true knight, he believed, was one who built honor upon skill and fought for a purpose that transcended battle itself. With that conviction, Enkrid stood tall, his eyes gleaming with renewed determination. He lifted his hand toward the cheering soldiers again, a gesture of camaraderie and unity, silently recognizing the significance of the moment. The dagger, he understood, was not merely a symbol of recognition, it was his stepping stone toward becoming a true knight. Amid the applause, Rem frowned, clearly dissatisfied. He muttered under his breath that he too had done something worthy of acknowledgement, questioning why only the lieutenant was receiving all the attention. His tone carried both frustration and mockery. Auden, however, clapped joyfully beside him, his face beaming with a broad grin. He remarked, half in admiration and half in jest, that it looked as though a god had finally answered the prayers of his soldiers. Meanwhile, Ragna, still groggy from the long day, sleepily asked whether they were heading back now, his tone casual and uncertain, as if he wasn't entirely sure where the evening was leading. Andrew, on the other hand, cheered loudly, his voice filled with enthusiasm as he declared how amazing Enkrid was. Commander Marcus, wearing a wide grin, turned to Enkrid and said he was glad to see the lieutenant pleased with the reward. But his tone shifted slightly as he added that Enkrid shouldn't be satisfied just yet. There was still a personal gift awaiting him, something he could look forward to. Though slightly surprised by the statement, Enkrid felt his anticipation stir. He wondered what Marcus might have planned for him, but before he could ask, the commander raised his voice over the crowd and declared that they would feast that night. He gestured expansively and announced that he had brought the finest liquor, urging everyone to drink until they dropped. As the celebration continued, Enkrid couldn't help but notice that some of the nobles still cast disapproving glances in Marcus's direction. Watching them, he smiled faintly to himself, thinking that the commander certainly had a fiery personality. He could already picture what the banquet might hold, feeling a blend of curiosity and unease about it. When night fell and the banquet began, the air grew heavy with the rich aroma of roasted food and the clinking of glasses that filled the hall. Rem, ever loud and unrestrained, began making boisterous remarks as he drank. He called out to Ragna in a teasing tone, asking whether he wasn't drinking. Ragna, always the cynic, replied mockingly that his taste was refined, unlike Rem's. Unwilling to back down, Rem suddenly flung his drink straight into Ragna's face, laughing loudly as he told him to stop being so picky and just drink. Ragna, furious, grabbed Rem by the collar and growled that the drink was now mixed with barbarian spit. His face twisted in disgust as he glared at Rem. At that moment, Auden, grinning mischievously, overturned an entire barrel of liquor over both of them, drenching them completely. Enkrid watched the scene unfold, both entertained and faintly amused by the absurdity. Auden chuckled and told the two to behave while drinking. Red-faced and irritated, Rem called Auden a big oaf and muttered that he would dunk him headfirst into another barrel next time. Ragna, still disgusted, grumbled under his breath, but it was clear the chaos had slightly improved his mood. Enkrid observed all of this with detached amusement. For someone who had once threatened to smash heads if the booze turned out bad, Auden now seemed to be enjoying himself immensely. Amid the laughter and noise, Enkrid suddenly realized that Jackson was nowhere to be found. He wondered if Jackson had gone into the city, though he doubted it. Jackson didn't seem like the type to enjoy such noisy gatherings. As Enkrid drifted into thought, Esther climbed into his lap, breaking his reverie. Even then, Enkrid found his mind wandering elsewhere. He would have much preferred to be training with his sword rather than sitting at a banquet. His brief moment of solitude was soon interrupted when Pin approached, holding 2 drinks in her hands. She asked, in a teasing yet gentle tone, whether he was thinking about training again. She sat beside him and offered him one of the drinks, encouraging him to cheer up and relax. She told him to enjoy the moment and take it easy, her voice carrying a soothing warmth that he couldn't help but notice. She urged him to drink with her, hoping to lift his spirits. Just as he was about to respond, the ferry commander appeared. The moment she stepped forward, all the soldiers fell silent and turned their attention toward her. Enkrid too noticed her approach and was instantly drawn to her presence. She called him a wicked man for sitting so casually with another woman, claiming that her heart was torn to shreds at the sight. Enkrid, keeping a straight face, replied dryly that she must be right. His tone was casual but carried a trace of playfulness beneath the surface. His remark shifted the soldiers' mood immediately. They began murmuring among themselves, accusing him of being heartless. One of them even shook his head in disbelief, saying that he couldn't understand how Enkrid could say such a thing when the ferry commander's eyes were so full of wounded sorrow. The commander herself played along with their teasing, a faint blush tinting her cheeks. Pin, still flustered, admitted that she hadn't expected Enkrid to be so callous. Enkrid merely shrugged and said he hadn't done anything. Meanwhile, Esther watched the entire exchange with growing irritation and disbelief, her expression tightening as the playful scene continued. She believed she was holding back, yet in truth, she was channeling her strength to help him recover and hasten his healing. Despite her efforts, he continued to flirt with other women, a fact that irritated her to no end. Inwardly, she called Enkrid a cheeky bastard, her annoyance simmering until, in a sudden flash of frustration, she headbutted him. The soldiers around them were stunned into silence, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. The leopard, as they often called her, seemed to have grown jealous, and Enkrid, somehow, had managed to charm across species. They exchanged bewildered glances, unsure how to react to their fairy commander's unexpected outburst. One soldier, drunk and enraged, abruptly stood up and drew his sword. He shouted at Enkrid, demanding to know how many women he was after now, mentioning Jenny's name with fury in his eyes. He declared that he could no longer endure it, and that he would show Enkrid his place. Yet when he caught sight of Enkrid's calm, confident smile, his resolve began to waver. His grip on the sword loosened as hesitation took over. Enkrid then stepped forward with a piercing glare, his voice low and edged with menace, saying something that made the soldier flinch. The intimidation was enough. The man quickly sheathed his sword and began to back down. Seeing this, the other soldiers jeered and pushed him, shouting that a man should never go back on his word, demanding that he fight. At that, Cries, ever the opportunist, immediately set up a betting booth, calling out to the others to place their wagers. The growing commotion drew the attention of a soldier from the border guard, who soon approached the crowd. The ferry commander, watching the scene unfold with increasing unease, demanded to know the reason for his arrival. One of the soldiers pointed to his comrade and explained that they had come to introduce Zenok to Enkrid. Since the captain of the border defense was usually away on external missions, Zenok had never met the famous figure from their battalion. The ferry commander raised an eyebrow and remarked that their timing couldn't have been worse. Enkrid, she said, was likely only interested in duels at the moment. As the challenge was issued, the soldiers began mocking the earlier defeated man, calling him weak and angrily demanding their money back. The humiliated soldier, still grumbling, told them to shut up and try fighting Enkrid themselves if they thought it was so easy. Enkrid, carried away by the thrill of competition, thought that his previous opponent had not been enough. When the duel began, his hunger for challenge only grew. He longed to face someone stronger. His eyes wandered across the room until they landed on the ferry commander, but she refused his unspoken challenge. He then turned his gaze toward a soldier from the border defense, yet that man too declined. Perplexed, Enkrid turned to Cries and asked why they would refuse. Cries only grinned and replied that not everyone was as insane as Enkrid. Mac, ever the serious one, looked toward Andrew and asked if he truly intended to go through with it. Andrew's eyes burned with determination as he answered that he did. This would be his proof. Auden, Rem, and Ragna exchanged glances of surprise at his resolve, while Enkrid also took note of the young man's seriousness. With deliberate movements, Andrew unsheathed his sword. He said he had learned perseverance from their captain and that he dreamed of restoring his family's honor, just as his mother had wished before she died. Yet his own shortcomings had left him restless. It was their captain's unwavering pursuit of his dreams that had inspired him, the man he aspired to become and deeply respected. With fierce resolve, Andrew declared that Andrew Gardner hereby challenged Lieutenant Enkrid to a duel. He proclaimed that he had trained tirelessly so as not to fall behind his captain, and that now he would prove it. A faint smile touched Enkrid's lips as he thought of an old saying, that the spring breeze carried a kind of magic, a wind that heralded new beginnings. He looked up at the sky, a gleam of excitement lighting his eyes, feeling that the night itself seemed to hum with promise. He thought to himself that this was truly a good night for battle. Turning to Andrew with a confident grin, he declared that he accepted the challenge and would face him with all his heart. Andrew, though nervous, steadied his resolve, realizing that this duel might mark the turning point of his journey. The two then began their duel, blades clashing under the moonlight. During the fight, Enkrid asked Andrew if the scene didn't remind him of that day. He even mocked Andrew by imitating his old voice, repeating the words Andrew had once spoken to him, that he should try taking command from him if he could defeat him by skill. Hearing Enkrid bring up such embarrassing memories, Andrew flushed with frustration. Enkrid struck him, forcing him back, and remarked that all of that was in the past before saying, with renewed excitement, that they were different now. Feeling his own fighting spirit flare, Andrew agreed with him. While the two clashed, Rem called out to Enkrid, telling him not to go easy on Andrew, insisting that even a failed squad leader deserved credit for his grit. As their swords met again, Enkrid noticed inwardly that Andrew's youthful arrogance had faded, replaced instead by a composed caution and hard-earned experience. He realized how much Andrew had changed since their first encounter. The duel between them continued fiercely, and Enkrid found himself reflecting that not only their relationship but also their abilities had evolved since those early days. With determination burning in his chest, Enkrid charged forward once more. Andrew barely managed to block the strike, but his footing faltered and he began to lose ground. When Enkrid swung his sword again, the blow sent Andrew flying. As Andrew crashed to the ground, Enkrid stepped forward and extended his hand toward him. When Andrew took it, he surprised Enkrid by quietly announcing that he was going to leave. Startled, Enkrid hesitated before regaining his composure. Andrew went on to explain that it was time for him to rebuild his household, adding that if Enkrid ever came to the capital, he could stay at the Gardner mansion. A moment later, suddenly embarrassed, Andrew added that since Enkrid had received the royal dagger, perhaps he should stay at the royal castle instead. Smiling warmly, Enkrid affectionately patted Andrew's head and told him that he would look forward to it. Andrew, his heart full, responded with a bright smile, saying that he would too. Nearby, Ragna, having witnessed their exchange, turned to Mac and asked whether he was going with Andrew as well, but then he noticed that Mac was quietly crying, overwhelmed by how much Andrew had matured. Trying to lighten the atmosphere, Auden told Mac to wipe away his tears, saying it was a joyous occasion. Mac, sniffling, wiped his eyes and nose on Rem's sleeve, much to Ragna's disgust. Furious, Rem demanded to know if Mac had a death wish. As Andrew ran toward Mac, he called out to Rem, telling him to stop bullying the poor man. Watching his teammates laugh and bicker, Enkrid thought that the banquet would surely last until dawn, and that none of them would regret staying to enjoy it. Inwardly, he silently wished Andrew and Mac happiness on their journey. As the night went on, the banquet showed no sign of ending, filled with laughter, drink, and stories shared among comrades. By dawn, Andrew and Mac boarded the carriage bound for the capital, both looking exhausted after a night of relentless teasing from the squad. As Enkrid stood watching them depart, he reflected that the next time they met, they would likely be noble heads of their respective households. Seeing them leave like this one last time, he thought, wasn't so bad. Even after the long night, Enkrid did not neglect his morning training. It was both a promise to himself and a step toward his ideal of becoming a true knight. As he trained, Commander Marcus approached him, remarking with a knowing smile that, as expected, Enkrid was already awake. Enkrid was taken aback to see Commander Marcus appear before him, but his attention was soon drawn to the frog and the squire standing quietly behind the commander. Marcus began explaining that he had brought a personal gift for Enkrid. However, before he could finish his words, the squire suddenly unsheathed a sword, instantly putting Enkrid on edge. Before Enkrid could react, the squire lunged forward with a swift attack. Enkrid barely managed to block the blow in time. The frog looked utterly shocked by the squire's sudden aggression, while Enkrid's hands trembled as he struggled to hold his stance against the assault. Then, the squire stepped back and tauntingly asked if he wanted her to continue. In an instant, countless spectral blades emerged from her, surging toward Enkrid. Enkrid's eyes widened in horror as he watched the blades pierce through him. His thigh impaled, his arms severed, his throat cut. The blades seemed to whisper a warning, telling him to stand down, promising that if he retreated, his life would be spared. But if he refused, death would be inevitable. At that moment, Enkrid steeled his heart. He resolved that if dying was the price for not surrendering, then so be it. Determination blazed within him as he advanced, refusing to step back from his dream. Even if it meant dying 100 times, even if he had to crawl forward one step at a time, he would not yield. The squire was taken aback by his persistence, clearly not expecting him to continue after such injuries. Just then, the frog intervened, telling her that it was enough. The squire obeyed, removing her helmet to reveal her face. She admitted that he was the first person she had ever met who could endure such an ordeal without knowing how to counter it, and remarked that had he held out just a little longer, he truly would have died. Still gasping for breath, Enkrid weakly asked who she was. The squire introduced herself as Aisha, a squire of the Red Cloak Order. Moments later, Enkrid's strength gave out and he began to collapse, but Jackson rushed forward and caught him. Furious, Jackson demanded whether being a squire was all it took to do something so brutal. The rest of Enkrid's squad instantly prepared themselves for combat, their weapons drawn. With a mocking tone, Rem remarked that Aisha's greeting had been rather formal. Aisha turned to look at Enkrid's companions, her expression curious, and asked who they were. As the frog's eyes glowed, he silently wondered how people like them, the fierce barbarian in front, the quiet one, and the hulking brute, could all be so overwhelmingly talented, with the swordsman at the back being especially impressive. The frog noticed Ragna's blonde hair and red eyes and wondered if the man was from the north. Ragna looked as though he had just woken up, yet he held his sword with flawless form, like a true master. Seeing each of them display their abilities, the frog couldn't help smiling. Commander Marcus stepped forward and calmly told everyone to stand down, explaining that things were not as they seemed. Ia, surprised, realized who these individuals were and remarked that they must be the lunatics she had heard about, adding that they certainly did seem insane. Rim, furious and on guard, demanded to know what Marcus was talking about, but Marcus ignored him and instead turned to Aya and the frog to ask whether they thought Enkrid could become a knight. The question left everyone in Enkrid's squad taken aback. The frog explained that Marcus had summoned her and Ia because her eyes could determine whether someone possessed talent and potential. That ability, she added, was the gift Marcus had prepared. With a serious expression, the frog declared that it was impossible. She went on to say that Enkrid's limits were too clear and that it was already impressive that he had made it as far as he had. She then looked at Ragna and asked if he was interested, but Ragna, completely indifferent, made it clear that he had no intention of accepting. After his refusal, the frog privately thought that she had heard rumors that these lunatics only listened to their leader, and it seemed to be true. She commented that she was surprised they would refuse an offer from the Red Cape Knight Order. Aya remarked to Marcus that she had done him a favor, and he readily confirmed it with gratitude. Aya placed her hand on the frog's shoulder, and they began to leave. However, as they walked away, the frog kept her eyes on Enkrid and told her companion that she intended to stay longer, leaving Aya confused. Marcus, surprised, asked whether the frog truly intended to remain, and the frog replied that she had a request. Aya wondered whether there was yet another offer being made to the blonde boy, reminding herself that frogs simply followed whatever caught their interest. Aya turned her gaze toward Enkrid, who was being carried in Saxon's arms, and reflected on how he had endured her aura and even taken a step forward. She noted that she had never seen anyone withstand it, let alone advance while under its pressure. As she walked away, she murmured that he would become a monster if he ever realized the power he possessed, then concluded that if such potential were easy to unlock, anyone could become a knight. From a distance, Torres, who had witnessed everything, was stunned. He muttered to himself that he had heard noise while standing guard, but had no idea what had just taken place. Moving through the camp, he thought about how Ink had always dreamed of becoming a knight, and how he had never hidden that dream. Everyone in their battalion knew about it. Worried, Torres reflected that Ink had always stood tall despite what others said, but that hearing it was impossible, even for someone like Enkrid, could be devastating. Concerned about Enkrid's reaction to the frog's assessment, Torres headed to his barracks and knocked. Rim opened the door and mockingly referred to him as the one who had been rejected for being too ugly. Torres questioned whether Rim truly needed to call him that, but Rim ignored the complaint and simply asked what he wanted. Torres's eyes widened in shock when he spotted the frog sitting beside Anchor's bed, and he demanded to know why she was there. The frog, startled by the outburst, asked who he was. Torres noticed that the others were acting as if nothing unusual had happened and silently thanked them for their insensitivity. He wondered why they treated the situation as if it were normal. Ragna was asleep, Rem was picking his nose, and Torres thought bitterly that the dream of their leader, whom they all followed so devotedly, had just been shattered, and yet they seemed unmoved. Nearby, Auden was praying while Saxon wiped his knife clean. Enkrid began to wake and asked where he was. The frog calmly told him that he was awake. Immediately, Rem began mocking him, saying that people were claiming he would never become a knight. Torres was stunned by the cruelty of the remark. Rem continued repeating that there was not a single chance for him, not even the slightest possibility. Torres, incredulous and shocked, clamped a hand over Rem's mouth and told him to stop. Enkrid, wearing a serious expression, asked if what he had just heard was really true. Torres then tried to lift their spirits by telling Enkrid that he didn't need to pretend to be fine, insisting that he understood. Rem, muffled and irritated, cursed Torres for covering his mouth. Enkrid, however, showed no sign of demoralization and questioned what Torres was even talking about, leaving Torres momentarily speechless. Rem, furious behind him, began beating Torres. At that moment, Enkrid stood up, grabbed his sword, and told Rem that he was going out to train. Rem, surprised, asked if he intended to train immediately, and Enkrid responded that he had no time to waste since he had missed morning training after having passed out. Ragna woke up as well and, while stretching, asked what Enkrid had left for before leaving the barracks himself. Meanwhile, Rem continued roughing up Torres the frog, observing the interaction between Anchor and his squad, laughed and commented that the situation was entertaining. Torres, baffled, asked Anchor how he managed to stay so calm. Rem replied by asking why Torres thought Anchor was so stubborn. Auden added that Enkrid would have reacted the same way, even if the one who had spoken earlier hadn't been a frog but a real knight. Saxon added that he was simply that stubborn, though, put more kindly, he was persistent. Torres reflected on their responses, thinking that Anchor possessed no sense of defeat, despair, or willingness to give up. Because of that, he would never be talked out of anything. Torres scolded himself for having worried unnecessarily. Rem then asked if Torres was leaving, and Torres replied that he needed to train as well, adding with determination that he refused to lose to Anchor. Outside in the training field, Anchor was doing push-ups while thinking about the power of a proton knight, the illusion of a flurry of blades. He considered that the sensation involved was not ordinary murderous intent. Before he could finish the thought, the frog interrupted and asked whether he was curious about the powers Iya had displayed. Surprised, Enkrid responded by calling the frog's words intimidation and then asked if that was the proper name of the skill. At that moment, Ragna arrived and asked what distinguished knights from ordinary people. He explained that those who had surpassed their limits dreamed of knighthood, but that no one could become a knight without awakening this particular power. He added that only 1 in 10,000 could learn it, a mysterious power that did not work for just anyone. Enkrid stared at him, and the frog warned Ragna that showing such a thing might make Enkrid give up. Enkrid, however, paid no attention to the warning and insisted on knowing what the power was. The frog, puzzled by Enkrid's persistence, silently studied him. Enkrid urged him again to explain. The frog finally smiled and explained that the intimidation Aya had shown was only a part of that power. Ragna added that the term referred broadly to all the abilities knights used to surpass human limits. Ink watched him intently as Ragna concluded with a serious expression, stating that the power was called will. Ragna continued speaking in a calm yet unwavering tone that carried through the quiet air. He explained that will was the power of one's resolve, the manifestation of a person's deepest conviction, something often referred to as willpower. He described it as the greatest mystery a human could manifest, a force so elusive and profound that even lifelong scholars of the subject could never fully grasp its nature. He added that to obtain will, a person must first face and surpass their own limits. Only by confronting the unseen wall within oneself could the seed of will begin to awaken. He paused before explaining how one might truly awaken will. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if recalling something distant and difficult to describe. In the end, he told Enkrid that he would understand when the time came. Enkrid, whose mind always latched onto any hint of power, immediately asked what he was supposed to know and whether Ragna himself even understood it. His tone carried both curiosity and impatience. Ragna, unbothered, responded by saying that Enkrid could not understand it at the moment, and that there was no way to explain it, since the nature of awakening differed for every individual. The frog, who had been quietly observing, then interjected. It remarked that will manifested differently for every person and that only the one destined for it could understand how to awaken their own will. The frog further told Enkrid that he had not even surpassed a single limit yet, so it was too early for him to speak boldly. Ragna nodded lightly in agreement, reinforcing the claim that one could not understand will without first pushing beyond a true limit. Enkrid then asked the question burning in his mind, how one was supposed to surpass a limit. He asked earnestly, genuinely trying to comprehend the path ahead. The frog replied that only Enkrid himself could know that, and that he would not understand his limits unless he felt them directly. But before the frog could even finish speaking, Enkrid picked up his sword in a sudden decisive gesture, declaring that he understood. His voice held no hesitation as he resolved internally that he would simply keep repeating what he had been doing until it killed him. His expression was grim, yet full of determination. The frog smirked and remarked that, in its opinion, the approach would not work anyway. Deep in its mind, it began thinking again. Its ability to appraise others worked on instinct. Instincts formed through long experience. It reminded itself that it had observed countless humans, from the weak and hopeless to exceptional prodigies, so naturally it was better at judging talent than any other frog. It assessed talent using 2 criteria: whether the person possessed true talent and whether they had the will to move forward. Usually, if the first criterion failed, the second was irrelevant. But Enkrid, that man, had overwhelming will, something unlike anything the frog had ever seen. He was a completely unknown existence, far outside the frog's expectations. Frogs lived driven by personal desires. Some sought overwhelming strength, others spiritual love. But the frog desired the exploration of the unknown above all, and Enkrid, captain of the mad squad, was precisely that, an unknown existence walking in human skin. Calling Enkrid's title to mind, the frog concluded that it would be staying with him for a while. When Enkrid extended his arm toward the frog and asked for its name, the frog took his hand and introduced itself as Luger. In that moment, the frog found himself thinking again. Enkrid intrigued him more than anything else. This strange and unknown existence stirred his curiosity in a way nothing ever had. As night slowly fell and the sky deepened into shades of navy blue, torches flickered across the outpost while the soldiers settled into their evening routine. During dinner, the soldiers were taken aback to see the frog sitting with the mad squad. Whispers spread quickly among them like sparks leaping across dry leaves. Torres quietly muttered to himself that the frog had truly decided to stay. The soldier beside him, noticing his expression, asked whether he knew something. That simple question broke whatever composure remained, and soon all the soldiers crowded around Torres, demanding to know what had happened and why the frog was with the mad squad. Irritated, Torres abruptly stood up and began leaving the dining area, calling the others idiots, complaining that they stank and telling them to stop crowding him. Observing the scene, Rem frowned and remarked that they had no manners. Jackson, eager as always to provoke him, retorted that Rem was the last person who had any right to say such a thing. Rem immediately grabbed a fork and attempted to stab Jackson with it, though Jackson easily stepped aside with casual annoyance. The two quickly descended into another round of loud, chaotic bickering, their voices echoing through the dining space. The other soldiers executed a swift, tactical retreat the moment the fight began. Watching them go, someone sighed in disappointment and commented that the pair was completely uncivilized. As the scene unfolded, the frog crossed his arms. He had already judged earlier that these individuals possessed exceptional talent, yet he now realized it was more than that. All four of them, Rem, Jackson, Ragna, and Auden, had already surpassed their former limits. Had they awakened their wills, they would have become knights already, but will, he understood, depended heavily on luck. Even extraordinary potential did not guarantee awakening. Growing increasingly nervous, Pin asked Enkrid whether they shouldn't stop the fight. Enkrid, however, replied in a relaxed tone that the group was very close as comrades who trusted one another and questioned why he should intervene. Pin stared at him in disbelief, asking whether something was wrong with his eyesight. Enkrid then explained that compared to how they used to be, their current way of interacting showed they were now close enough not to kill each other for real. He added that the fight would die down on its own. Pin glanced back at the chaotic struggle with doubt deepening across her face, unsure whether to trust Enkrid's reassurance. The surrounding soldiers grew even more agitated when they saw Rem pulling out his axe and Ragna drawing his sword, sparks of danger almost visible in the air. Ignoring the chaos entirely, Enkrid turned to Lugarn and asked if he had decided where he would sleep at the outpost. Lugarn responded calmly that he wanted the spot next to Enkrid. Suddenly, Rem hurled his axe toward the frog, but Enkrid intercepted it with seamless precision, blocking it with his sword. The steel rang sharply, startling everyone nearby. Rem, furious, shouted at the frog that the spot belonged to him, calling Lugarn a frog bastard and demanding to know where he thought he was sitting. From this outburst, the frog fully realized just how insane these people truly were. Enkrid apologized to the frog on Rem's behalf, but the frog waved the apology off, saying it was fine. He added lightly that good-looking men could be forgiven small offenses. Upon hearing the comment, Enkrid asked whether it was true that frogs judged humans by their beauty. Pin cut in, nodding, and affirmed that it was indeed true, adding that everyone present was fairly good-looking. The frog then told Enkrid that, in that sense, Enkrid passed as well, and that he could overlook a bit of disrespect. The frog then asked Enkrid whether he wanted anything from him. Hearing the question, Enkrid paused to think. Then, with sudden excitement, he declared that he wanted to spar. The frog seemed slightly surprised by the request and asked if Enkrid truly wished to spar after training all day. Enkrid responded with complete seriousness that he intended to spar and then continue training afterward. It was then that the frog realized something important. Enkrid was the craziest of all of them. Pin agreed, noting that a normal person would have collapsed after such intense training sessions. However, Enkrid's mental endurance appeared to far surpass that of ordinary people. The frog began to wonder what Enkrid might become if he were ever to acquire will. The thought sent a strange thrill through him. Enkrid then calmly insisted that he was an extremely normal and reasonable person. Pin stared at him and questioned whether he was truly sane. As the frog pulled out his whip, he thought that under normal circumstances he would never waste his time on someone with no talent at all. But with Enkrid, he felt like indulging him a little. With growing excitement, the frog warned that he would not hold back. Enkrid's eyes gleamed with anticipation, and he said that this was exactly what he wanted. The scene then shifted to the Duchy of Aspen. Aspen's strategist sat in dim candlelight, a battlefield map unfurled before him. He admitted to himself that predicting absolute victory had been arrogance. With all the strategies they had prepared, he had believed they would not lose so easily. Yet the defeat had begun with Mitch Hurrier's death. After that, their provocation had failed, and even the giant had been slain. At the center of all those events stood that mad squad leader, Enkrid. He reminded himself that the war was not entirely over. When the ceasefire ended someday, Aspen would claim victory. That was what he believed. But he also acknowledged that if Enkrid interfered, things would become troublesome. He knew that the Grey Dog had already sent assassins after Enkrid once. At the time, he had found it strange for them to target a mere squad leader. Unexpectedly, however, this approach might be the answer. He considered the swamp of Matur, home to assassins of exceptional skill, a guild known for never failing a contract, a guild owned by the Aspen Royal Palace itself. The strategist then issued his order. By the authority of the Royal House of Aspen, the soldier known as Enkrid was to be killed. The assassin moved like a shadow, slipping through the darkness until he reached the barracks where Enkrid was having dinner. Silence wrapped around his movements as he approached his target. Just as he was about to strike, a hand suddenly appeared behind him. A cold blade touched the side of his neck. Jackson emerged from the shadows, pressing a dagger against him and demanding in a low voice to know who he was. On the outskirts of Aspen territory, tension filled the hidden base beneath the Monterild swamp. Inside the dim underground chamber, a guild leader slammed his fist onto the wooden table, furious as another report arrived. They had lost contact with their assassins for the 5th time. The weapons on the walls rattled, and his expression showed not just failure, but humiliation. A figure stepped forward from the shadows and reported that an unknown individual had interfered again. Even the top-class assassin they sent, one skilled enough to kill unnoticed, had been taken down instantly. The messenger's voice trembled as though he feared he might provoke the leader's anger. Cold sweat ran down the guild leader's back as he processed the news. The contract had come directly from the Aspen Royal Palace, and a failure of this scale could destroy their guild. The palace did not tolerate incompetence. One failure might be overlooked, but 5 certainly would not. He tapped the table repeatedly, each tap revealing his rising fear. After a moment of thought, he muttered that only one group could finish the job now, then firmly ordered the deployment of their best assassins, the Lux brothers. The room fell silent before he commanded that the mission be completed at all costs. The story then shifted to the border city of Norelia. Within the busy streets, Enkrid, now regarded as a war hero, walked among grateful villagers. Many greeted him warmly, some asking if he was on patrol, while others offered small gifts despite his attempts to refuse. One father insisted he accept them, saying his son survived thanks to Enkrid. More people soon gathered around him with similar sincerity. Someone asked about the shoes Enkrid once gifted him, and the cheerful crowd paid no notice to the danger moving among them. 3 assassins hid within the area, one blended into the crowd with a concealed weapon, another watched from behind stacked goods, and a third aimed from a tavern window. At the same moment, all 3 struck. 2 weapons flew toward Enkrid, while the 3rd assassin pushed through the crowd. Enkrid remained unaware. Jackson, appearing suddenly, shattered the incoming weapons with a single motion and grabbed the charging assassin by the throat, lifting him off the ground. Enkrid sensed something was off and looked around, but saw nothing unusual as the villagers continued speaking to him. In a nearby alley, Jackson dragged the assassin away. Another assassin confronted him, accusing him of interfering. They clashed, but Jackson quickly ensnared him with a deadly thread around the neck. Above them, the assassin in the tavern realized Jackson was too dangerous. Seeing his brothers defeated, he leaped from the window, determined to kill Enkrid himself. Jackson appeared again just in time, destroying the assassin's hidden weapon and incapacitating him, binding him like prey. Moments later, Enkrid walked by and noticed Jackson. When he asked what Jackson was doing, Jackson pointed at the unconscious men, claiming they were drunk and lying somewhere dangerous, so he moved them. Enkrid smelled alcohol on him and questioned whether Jackson could really do something good, but Jackson stared him down until he dropped the matter. Jackson thought their squad leader needed uninterrupted training and couldn't let small threats interfere. Remembering the half-elf who tried to kill Enkrid last time, he murmured that those intruders had no idea whose territory they had stepped into. That afternoon, Jackson went to a tavern and met a dangerous yet elegant woman. She noted that the assassins had masked their scent with alcohol and confirmed they came from the Meter Swamp. When she asked what to do, Jackson told her to handle it however she wished. As he turned to leave, she asked shakily if he was leaving again, but 2 masked subordinates entered and she regained her composure. She ordered them to send Monter's Swamp a warning and kill any assassin entering the city from now on. At the swamp base, the Minter Guild leader trembled upon receiving the warning, realizing they had provoked a power far beyond them. Aspen's strategist was furious when he learned the assassination was impossible. The guild leader explained that the target was protected by people of continental-level strength, far above their rank. Shocked, the strategist withdrew the assassination, but resolved to uncover Enkrid's true nature on the battlefield. 3 months later, back at the border, 2 exhausted soldiers watched Enkrid train relentlessly and admitted that his strength clearly came from constant effort. Before they finished talking, Rem Ragna suddenly spoke from the shade, mumbling that he hadn't trained their leader wrong and that their squad leader must be possessed by a demon. Jackson sighed at Enkrid's mad training pace. Nearby, the frog insisted Enkrid had no talent and was clearly stagnant. But in Enkrid's mind, he smiled darkly, believing he was making a massive breakthrough invisible to everyone else, as if a new day had begun and he was shattering a great barrier. As dawn approached, the barracks remained mostly quiet except for Kryes, who was muttering under his blanket while trying to decipher an ancient script on a parchment. His constant whispering woke the frog, who angrily pulled the blanket off and demanded silence. But when he noticed the parchment, he quickly recognized the writing and translated it with ease, shocking Kryes with his unexpected ability. Morning arrived fully as Enkrid abruptly woke and immediately began training. The squad watched with disappointment, noting that his progress had stagnated. Jackson wondered why Enkrid seemed strangely satisfied despite not improving. Their routine was interrupted when a soldier arrived, informing Enkrid that Commander Marcus wanted to see him. At the command tent, Marcus assigned him a mission to clear a monster colony near a frontier village. He explained that summer increased monster activity, leading to dangerous colonies that threatened nearby settlements. Marcus then placed Enkrid in temporary command of the village watch. Enkrid returned to Pack, surprising Pin with how much equipment he prepared. He insisted that thorough preparation was necessary. The frog, reading the mission report, agreed that such readiness was appropriate for a large colony. Kryes added that even weak ghouls became dangerous in numbers and examined the form himself. While they discussed the mission, Enkrid thought about how useful a whistle dagger would be. He regretted no longer having the rare one he once received from the half-elf, but accepted that he had to proceed without it. Jackson noticed Enkrid's distraction, especially when his hand brushed the empty belt loop. Meanwhile, after confirming the report's location, Cry began trembling with excitement and rushed to Enkrid with greedy, sparkling eyes, insisting he would join the mission because it was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Enkrid, confused by Cry's sudden shift from nerves to enthusiasm, tried to push him aside, but Cry persisted and showed him the ancient map he had been deciphering. He pointed to a spot near the frontier village, claiming treasure was hidden there. Enkrid paused, surprised at the mention of treasure, and recognized the map as the one Cry had scavenged earlier. Cry eagerly confirmed this and explained it was tied to the legendary merchant Dolph. The dungeon was over a century old, and he believed the traps had long decayed, making the treasure high reward and low risk. After glancing at the map, Pin said she couldn't read any of it. Enkrid wondered if it was an ancient language, and the frog proudly interrupted, declaring he had translated it and was a scholar. This shocked Enkrid and Pin, who had never heard of a warrior species frog with academic skills. The frog dismissed their assumptions as narrow-minded. Ignoring that argument, Cry looked to Enkrid again, implying he needed the squad leader's protection to reach the treasure. Enkrid shrugged and said that if it was just a brief stop, their captain wouldn't prioritize it, though he also wouldn't stop Cry from investigating. Cry grew even more excited. Enkrid then stood up and announced they would depart at dawn, telling everyone to prepare, but he quickly realized no one was moving. Rem calmly said he wasn't going. Odin claimed the Lord gave him no answer. Ragna said he preferred to sleep or train. Jackson stated he had something else to handle without giving any details. Cry, surprised the strongest members refused to join, asked Jackson since when he ignored the squad leader, noting he normally followed him like a quiet bodyguard. Jackson ignored him completely and walked out without a word. Enkrid stayed silent as he observed everyone, not forcing anyone to follow him. Pin nervously asked if their combat strength would drop without Rem, Jackson, and Ragna. The frog then stepped forward and said he would go, reasoning that there was no point in staying without Enkrid. Cry brightened immediately, convinced they would be fine with the frog around, and rushed off to Pack. Enkrid noted each member's behavior, sensing their refusal came from something deeper, but he kept it to himself. At dawn, the frog informed him that the group was ready. Cry pointed out that Esther was coming too, only to fall silent when the beast growled at him. Just before Enkrid left, Jackson appeared and tossed him a pouch filled with whistle daggers, the weapons Enkrid had wanted the day before. Jackson admitted he had obtained them through his own means despite the difficulty. Enkrid realized Jackson had not avoided the mission, but had been preparing this support. Jackson only said the squad leader needed more weapons, and the others silently agreed. Enkrid said he understood their real intentions. With a rare, confident smile, he told them that he would show them something when he returned, that he would break through his limits. Jackson watched him disappear into the morning mist. Rem wondered what Enkrid was thinking. Ragna said he didn't see the captain improving at all, but Jackson replied that Enkrid tended to grow suddenly and unpredictably. Odin said he wanted to trust that confidence and see what surprise Enkrid would bring back. Rem lifted his axe and challenged Ragna to a spar, saying he should bet half his life, making their intent clear. They would train while waiting. Ragna warned him not to blame anyone if he died. Odin seriously said he would join too, not wanting to fall behind, and Jackson cracked his knuckles, offering to accompany him. With excitement in his eyes, Rem thought that if the captain kept his word, things had better get interesting when Enkrid returned. They would grow stronger too, ready to challenge him again. Chaos spread among the ferocious beasts, as it was explained that a colony tended to attract nearby monsters and wild creatures, and because of that, the journey to the town had been expected to be difficult. Enkrid powerfully swung his sword, cutting down a monster. Fighting alongside him was Luagarn, who, despite her visible tension, remained remarkably strong, remarking that there were far too many of them. Kryes, growing increasingly anxious, shouted that they had already encountered 6 groups since they began. Finn, overwhelmed with guilt, cursed under his breath and apologized, insisting that he had been certain this was the correct route. Enkrid calmly reassured Finn, telling him not to worry and urging the group to keep moving. As dusk fell and moonlight covered a thorny side path where monsters supposedly did not pass, it was noted that Pin knew the way. Suddenly, the roars of wild beasts echoed from all directions as they charged toward Enkrid's group. Finn shouted in disbelief, complaining that they kept running into these beasts again and again. Luagarn voiced her confusion, stating that the situation was strange even with a nearby colony and that this place was not Devil's Gate either. Enkrid reflected on Devil's Gate, known as the source of monsters and beasts, a land unreachable by humans and suspected to be the origin of all monsters, and admitted to himself that he had a bad feeling about the situation. He struck down another monster, and the scene shifted to a strange town filled with guards. The town's mayor greeted Enkrid's group with seriousness, welcoming them and introducing himself as the leader of the town. Enkrid replied that he had come in response to a mercenary request regarding a suspected large colony. Suddenly, a large one-eyed man accompanied by another individual rudely interrupted, demanding to hear the specifics directly. The mayor hesitated as he looked at the man, appearing startled. Christ stared at him in shock as well. The man then introduced himself, stating that he was the leader of the town's watch, Deutsch Fullman, while extending a handshake to Enkrid. Enkrid responded by introducing himself as Platoon Enkrid of the Border Guard. After the introduction, the watch captain bluntly stated that they had already taken care of the colony, explaining that the town watch consisted of well-trained mercenaries and that ordinary monsters and beasts were no match for them. He went on to praise the massive wall, calling it a masterpiece built by a town engineer, asserting that no regular monster or beast could ever breach it. He concluded by saying that there was nothing left for Enkrid's group to do and that he would report the request as completed, ordering them to leave. After hearing those unpleasant words, Enkrid coldly replied that he would decide for himself when to leave. Christ quickly stepped in, urging calm and pointing out that they were exhausted from the long journey, suggesting that it would be reasonable for them to rest before heading back. Hearing the request, the captain agreed that they would be provided with lodgings. Hugo, who was standing beside him, respectfully acknowledged the order and said that he would take care of it. Luagarn fell into deep thought, and Christ noticed her unusual reaction and asked what was wrong. Luagarn replied that she simply could not stand looking at that man through her frog's eyes and felt an overwhelming urge to beat him up. After hearing this, Christ told her to calm down and take it easy. However, Luagarn could not stop thinking about the captain. She had an uneasy feeling about him, sensing that his energy felt similar to that of them. Meanwhile, Hugo, the captain's subordinate, cheerfully announced that he would guide them to their rooms. Luagarn tried to reassure herself that she was overthinking things, and told herself that it must have been a coincidence. Chrysa then spoke to Enkrid, commenting that the people here seemed openly hostile, and added that he could understand why. Enkrid did not quite grasp Chrysa's meaning, as his thoughts were still focused on the one-eyed man. Crazy continued, saying that Enkrid had come with the authority to command and that Deutsch must have felt as though he was about to lose control over his watch. Enkrid replied that he did not think that was the whole story. Nearby, Finn was talking with Luagarni and asked whether she believed it was true that the colony had been eliminated. She answered that it was probably not true, reasoning that based on the number of monsters they had encountered on the way, the colony must still exist. Upon hearing this, Enkrid said that it did not matter and that they would do what they had to do. Kryze then asked Enkrid how long he planned to keep training and where he had even found those rocks. Enkrid responded that there was still time left. Finn then yawned, said that it was late, and announced that he was going to bed. Hearing this, Kryze also said that he would do the same and went to rest. On the other hand, Luagarn continued to brood over Enkrid. She observed that he kept repeating the same training because he was not improving, and yet she could not understand how he could still have that kind of expression. Her thoughts drifted back to the past, remembering how training had once been fun, and how she had promised to help him for as long as he needed her, recalling the time when she still had the mental bond that frogs and humans shared. She reflected that the feeling had never changed, and that things might have been different if her lover had not died to them. Looking toward Enkrid, she asked him whether training was fun. He replied without hesitation that it was. Hearing his answer, she seemed to sink deeper into thought. The scene then shifted to the mayor and the captain. The mayor loudly called out to Deutsch and insisted that although they had defeated the beast horde many times, there were still too many of them and that they needed to accept outside help. The captain immediately rejected the idea, shouting that this was their town. He declared that everyone there had come to escape corrupt nobles, that they had worked day and night to build the town from nothing, and that if they allowed city people to interfere again just because of some monsters, those people would soon take control of the town. He told the mayor not to worry, claiming that they could hold the monsters back on their own and that even now his trusted men were watching from the walls. The mayor then asked whether the new man he had brought was Hugo. The captain answered honestly that Hugo was trustworthy and good at what he did. The story then moved to the mysterious wall within the town, where Hugo asked if there were any issues. The soldiers replied that everything was ready. Suddenly, Hugo broke into a terrifying smile and said that there was no need to keep acting anymore, and that it was time to begin what they had planned. Hundreds of ferocious eyes of monsters lit up the darkness as chaos erupted. An attack began as a monster colony emerged. The beasts surrounded Enkrid's group, and it was revealed that a pack of gnolls had arrived. Luagarn cursed in anger, realizing that her instincts had been right, and that them, the cultists, were involved. At that moment, Hugo declared in a chilling voice that everything was for their god, trapped in Devil's Gate. The previous chapter ended with the sudden assault of the monsters and Hugo's betrayal, the very man whom the captain had trusted the most, everything having unfolded just like that. Throughout the town, people whispered among themselves that everything had happened so suddenly, warning one another to be careful. Meanwhile, a drowsy guard struggled to stay awake, yawning heavily. Enkrid, however, continued to train with unwavering dedication. The scene then returned to that night. In an atmosphere so silent it was terrifying, the roars of monsters echoed through what had once been a peaceful village as the stench of blood spread through the air. The townspeople rushed out with extreme determination to exterminate the beasts, screaming in panic and urging one another to flee. At the forefront stood the captain, shouting orders for the troops to protect the villagers at all costs. On another side of the battlefield, Chryse shouted anxiously, urging the captain to move quickly. Enkrid responded with firm resolve, calling out to Lugarn and insisting that they had to stop the group of beasts. However, he apologized and stated that he needed to go somewhere else. Lugarn, meanwhile, appeared to be losing control. He declared that he had sworn an oath to kill every cultist responsible for the death of his beloved. At that moment, a wave of monsters surged toward Enkrid's group, charging in with savage ferocity. Enkrid shouted orders, instructing Finn to check the situation at the defensive wall and calling out to Chryse and Esther. Facing the monsters head-on, Enkrid coldly warned them not to stray far from him. His sword pierced deeply into one of the beasts, sending blood spraying everywhere as the battlefield descended into unprecedented chaos. Even as he continued killing, Enkrid thought to himself that they had to carve a path forward. He reminded himself that he had fought his way out of a monster horde before, and that he only needed to do the same again, dodging and slashing them down. He swung his blade relentlessly, finishing off each monster with brutal efficiency, as agonized roars echoed across a scene drenched entirely in blood. However, something strange soon became apparent. One monster after another continued to appear without end, each one twice the size of the last, resembling grotesque mutated creatures. Enkrid realized that these were mutated gnolls, far larger than normal, and unlike lichens. He recognized with alarm that these monsters kept coming without stopping. They slaughtered people one by one, attacking with overwhelming force that struck terror into everyone's hearts. All across the town, the screams of the villagers rang out endlessly, nothing but shrieks and terror filling the air. At this moment, the captain was desperately trying to protect everyone from the monster's onslaught. He cursed bitterly in his mind, feeling both rage and helplessness as he fought alone against a swarm of beasts converging on him from all sides. What had once been a village built upon hope and the desire for survival was now being reduced to ashes. The peaceful town, created through relentless effort, was burning to the ground. Corpses littered the streets, monsters slaughtered civilians one after another, and the devastation was so severe it became horrifying to behold. The land was being trampled mercilessly beneath the monster's feet. A monster suddenly lunged at Enkrid. He tightened his grip on his sword and, with a cold and decisive swing, cut it down in a single strike. Even so, his thoughts remained grim. He realized that a horde of this size could not be exterminated by any magic powerful enough while he remained in his current condition. Suddenly, Chryse let out a broken scream as a monster pierced straight through his neck. At the same time, one of the monsters abruptly fled. Enkrid cursed inwardly, recognizing the big-eyed bastard that was escaping. He bitterly reflected that if it were not for the curse binding him, there might have been another way. However, he understood that if he continued fighting like this, only a meaningless death awaited him. He resolved to withdraw for now, vowing that he would avenge Enkrid's death someday. It was then revealed that the one behind it all was Hugo. Hugo believed that his plan had already begun and decided to quietly slip away through the rear. However, just as he was attempting to flee, someone suddenly appeared and attacked him. Lugarn struck him with overwhelming rage and a desire for revenge, accusing him of being the true culprit behind everything and condemning him as a corrupted, misguided traitor. Meanwhile, outside, Enkrid was still locked in fierce combat against the monsters. Overwhelmed by their numbers, he suffered severe injuries. He felt as though his body were shattered, realizing that he could no longer lift his arms. Exhaustion consumed him completely, and he no longer had the strength to keep fighting. He could not even raise his sword. As he looked around, he saw the bodies of townspeople scattered everywhere. Among them, he noticed a young boy desperately trying to survive, lying motionless and holding his breath to avoid being noticed. That sight reignited Enkrid's resolve, forcing him to stand once more. At that moment, a massive monster advanced toward him, the leader of the monster colony. Enkrid stepped in front of the child, bracing himself to confront the beast head-on. He challenged it to come forward. The monster charged. Enkrid poured every last ounce of strength into his swing, but the attack missed. When he turned around, he saw the creature holding a blade, poised to strike him down from behind. The monster thrust its weapon, but Enkrid narrowly avoided the fatal blow. The attack sliced his face, blood flowing down as he stared back at the monster with eyes filled with killing intent. In his mind, he mocked the creature with contempt, accusing it of being a despicable coward who resorted to poisoning its weapon.
The frontier village, once peaceful and brimming with hope, now was in flames. The orange glow of the inferno danced against the midnight sky, casting long, distorted shadows of the destruction that had claimed the lives of those who only yesterday had dreamed of a harvest. As Enkrid struggles on the ground, he can feel the heat of the burning thatch nearby, the crackle of wood sounding like the bones of the village snapping under the weight of the assault. He is injured, defeated, and poisoned, his body a map of agony that refuses to grant him the mercy of unconsciousness. Every time he tries to draw a breath, he keeps coughing up tons of blood, the metallic taste of iron filling his mouth and staining the dirt beneath his cheek. The dark, viscous fluid pools around him, a grim reflection of the fire above. He can't move because of the poison. It is a cold, paralyzing toxin that has turned his veins into ice and his muscles into leaden weights. Despite the lethal damage to his organs, he hasn't died to return to the start of today. The cycle of his strange existence has not yet reset, leaving him trapped in a purgatory of pain. As he is on the ground, literally drowning on his own blood, the sound of his own gurgling breath is the only thing he can hear besides the screams of the dying. He looks at the Knoll's leader, his vision blurring and swimming in a haze of red. He sees the leader of the colony is enjoying watching him in pain and isn't finishing him off. It is a sadistic display of dominance. The creature, a mutated monstrosity compared to its kin, stands over him with a sneer that exposes yellowed fangs. All the other gnolls also scream in excitement, their high-pitched, yapping yelps creating a cacophony of madness that echoes through the burning streets. They dance around the fallen warrior, mocking his helplessness. Enkrid decides, in that moment of absolute despair, that when he dies and the next day starts, he needs to kill the leader to destroy the colony. His eyes, though heavy with the approach of death, are full of rage. It is a burning, incandescent fury that even the poison cannot chill. Enkrid thinks, analyzing his killer even as his heart beats its final, erratic rhythms. He notes that unlike most gnolls and their short, stunted legs, this colony leader is extremely quick. It moves with a predatory grace that defies its species' usual clumsiness. And it even poisoned its blade, a cowardly but effective tactic that ensured even a grazing blow would be fatal. Next time, he tells himself, he can't let the gnoll leader so much as nick him. The margin for error is zero. As Enkrid was wondering how he is supposed to defeat the gnoll leader, his thoughts begin to fragment. The fire fades into a dull hum, the screams grow distant, and the weight of his armor feels like it is pulling him into the very earth. He breathes his last breath and dies. Thus he enters the realm between life and death. It is a place of endless, grey mist and a silent, dark river that stretches into infinity. The air here carries no scent, no warmth, and no wind. The mysterious entity, the boatman, stands at the edge of the vessel, his form obscured by tattered robes that seem to be woven from the shadows themselves. He carries a lantern that emits a pale, ghostly light, illuminating the ripples on the stagnant water. The boatman says he wonders what a single human can do, in the face of a wave of monsters. His voice is a low, rasping sound, like dry leaves skittering across a tombstone. It is a question that carries the weight of 1,000 failed souls, a challenge to the very essence of Enkrid's resolve. Thus the today starts again. Enkrid wakes up in his bunk as dawn falls in the frontier village. The transition is jarring, one moment he was a soul adrift in the grey mist, and the next, he is back in the physical world. The morning air is cool and crisp, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth, a stark contrast to the smoke and blood of his memory. The first light of the sun is just beginning to bleed over the horizon, painting the wooden walls of the barracks in soft hues of grey and gold. He doesn't hesitate. The memory of the poison's cold grip is still fresh in his mind. He quickly puts on his armor, the familiar clatter of the metal plates acting as a grim wake-up call. He takes his sword, feeling the weight of the hilt in his palm, a silent promise of the violence to come. Seeing Cries is sleeping peacefully in the neighboring bunk, his chest rising and falling in a rhythmic, untroubled slumber, Enkrid feels a pang of guilt. Enkrid thinks he told him to stay behind him during the last iteration, a promise of protection that he had failed to keep. In the chaos of the burning village, he couldn't sense him all of a sudden. The connection had simply vanished amidst the screams. He probably died, Enkrid realizes, the thought hardening his heart. As Enkrid passes by Pin's bed, he sees the empty blankets. He thinks he sent Pin out past the walls to scout or find help, but she didn't return. Something must have happened there too. The frontier is a cruel place, and the gnolls are not the only shadows lurking in the woods. At that moment, with a deep, resonant voice that seems to vibrate in a small room, Luagarn asks Enkrid, why is he fully armed, this early? Her voice is steady, but there is an underlying sharpness to it. Hearing her voice, Enkrid looks back and sees she is sitting in the corner of the room, almost invisible in the dim light of the fading night. She is a presence that demands respect, her posture regal even in the confines of a frontier bunkhouse. Enkrid then asks her, his voice low and urgent, does she know about the cultists? The question catches Luagarn off guard, a flicker of something, surprise, perhaps, or a long-buried memory, crossing her features. But she doesn't show it for more than a heartbeat. She is a master of her own emotions, yet her body betrays the depth of her feeling. She clenches her fist as she brims with rage at the mention of the cultists. The sheer intensity of her hatred radiates from her like heat from a forge. She says they are a rotten bunch of lunatics, her words dripping with a venom that rivals the gnoll leader's blade. She begins to explain the rot that is spreading through the world. Among all the cults that are taking root across the continent, she says, the worst is the Church of the Holy Devil's Gate. They are a blight upon existence, a cancer of the soul. They believe the Devil's Gate is their holy land and praise the demon of sixes, a being of pure malice and chaos. As Enkrid starts to leave, the door creaking on its hinges, Luagarn asks him, her eyes narrowing, why did he want to know about the cultists? She senses that his question wasn't born of mere curiosity. Enkrid replies, pausing at the threshold, saying there are gnolls in town, so he just has a bad feeling. He doesn't mention the loops, the deaths, or the boatmen. He only speaks of the intuition that has been forged in the fires of a dozen days. As Enkrid opens the door and unsheathes his sword, the steel singing as it leaves the scabbard, he is ready to fight. He thinks he doesn't know why cultists are here in this town, but Luagarn seemed to have some history with the cultists. Her reaction was too visceral, too personal to be anything else. And then the gnolls started attacking the village. The peace of the dawn is shattered by the first howl. It is a high-pitched, screeching sound that signals the beginning of the end. As soon as the gnolls start attacking, the village becomes a scene of frantic activity. Luagarn loses all her reason and rushes outside. Her calm demeanor is gone, replaced by a frenzied, unstoppable drive. She screams into the air, as she thought, it's the cultists. The presence of the gnolls is, to her, an undeniable sign of the church's handiwork. Seeing Luagarn's reckless charge, Enkrid thinks it would be good to have a frog by his side, a term for a skilled partner or perhaps a specific ally he remembers, but there isn't time to convince her. She has lost all her reason due to intense hatred towards the cultists. She is a storm of vengeance, and he cannot steer her. As a gnoll was about to attack a villager, Enkrid immediately rushes forward. He moves with a speed born of desperation and repetition. He interposes himself between the gnoll and the villager. In a swift, practiced motion, he pierces the gnoll, his blade finding the gap in its crude armor with surgical precision. The creature lets out a wet, choking sound before collapsing. The villager watches in awe. While killing the gnolls, Enkrid remembers the boatman's haunting question, what can a single human do against a wave of monsters? The words echo in his mind, mocking his efforts. But Enkrid, stealing his resolve, thinks there's nothing he can do but use everything that he has built up. He has no magic, no divine favor, only the skills he has carved into his soul through endless failure. Due to the commotion, Cries and Pin also come out running, their faces pale as they take in the carnage. They ask what is happening, their voices lost in the din of battle. Pullman, the leader of the village watch guard, comes running with his men. He is a sturdy man, used to dealing with wolves and thieves, but not an organized slaughter. As he was ordering his men to protect the villagers, he was speechless at what he was seeing. He looks at Enkrid, who stands amidst the chaos like a pillar of iron. At this point, after Enkrid killed the first gnoll, all the other gnolls encircled him. They realize he is the primary threat, their yellow eyes fixed on him with predatory intent. As the gnoll's spears were about to reach him, closing in from all sides, Enkrid draws upon a deeper reservoir of power. He uses the heart of brute strength. He feels a sudden, explosive heat in his chest, his muscles bulging and his senses sharpening to a razor's edge. With immense strength, he slaughters all the gnolls in a single, circular sweep of his blade. It is a display of raw, overwhelming power that leaves the ground littered with severed limbs and broken spears. Then, using the sense of blade, a heightened awareness that allows him to feel the displacement of air and the intent of his enemies, Enkrid notices another villager was about to be attacked by the gnolls further down the path. Enkrid then uses his knife-throwing skills, a talent he has honed until it is second nature. He pulls out a whistling knife from his belt and throws it towards the gnolls that were attacking the villager. As the knife flies through the air, making whistling sounds that pierce through the screams of the dying, the villager was in the blade's path. She flinches, closing her eyes. But at the last moment, the whistling knife avoided the villager, only cutting a strand of her hair as it curved with impossible accuracy. It hits the gnoll in the eye, sinking deep into its skull. The villager gets shocked at what happened, touching her hair with trembling fingers, unable to comprehend the level of skill she just witnessed. Another gnoll sneaked up on Enkrid from behind, its footsteps muffled by the grass. But Enkrid avoided the attack easily, his sense of blade warning him of the danger before it arrived. Thinking he needed to concentrate on one point to break their momentum, Enkrid met the mutated gnoll's sword strike, blocking it with a jarring impact that sent sparks flying. The other gnolls, seeing as they couldn't do anything to a single human, were in pure rage. Their frustration boils over into a mindless frenzy. They all then charge towards Enkrid, ignoring the villagers in their path, focused only on the man who refuses to fall. Seeing the charging gnolls, Enkrid then engages in hand-to-hand combat when the press of bodies becomes too close for his sword. He uses his gauntlets, his elbows, and his knees, slaughtering the gnolls mercilessly. He keeps killing and killing, a whirlwind of violence in the center of the village. One after another, the monsters fall. At this point, even the savage gnolls were a little scared of him. They hesitate, their primal instincts telling them that this human is something more than meat. Kryza's eyes widen as he uttered the word amazing subconsciously. He stands frozen, seeing his captain take out all these monsters alone. The hero he follows is not just a man, he is a force of nature. The villager that Enkrid saved was also brimming with hope, seeing the scene. The terror that had paralyzed her begins to lift. She thinks they can live. The spark of survival catches and begins to spread. The village watch guard leader also regains his composure and the will to fight, seeing Enkrid single-handedly slaughtering all the gnolls. Pullman raises his own sword, his voice booming over the battlefield. He then orders all his men to help Enkrid. The village watch guard then charges ahead with renewed will and strength. They are no longer just defenders, they are hunters. Then the desperate struggle to the death starts to protect their town from these monsters. The village watch guard was killing the gnolls as they were also dying. It is a brutal exchange, a meat grinder of a battle. But there was no fear in their eyes as they saw hope. They fight with the ferocity of those who have been given a second chance. Enkrid kept swinging his sword and kept killing the gnolls. He was killing like a madman, left and right, his movements a blur of blood-stained steel. The gnolls were also pouring in, a seemingly endless tide of fur and fangs. As Enkrid was killing the gnolls, the gnoll colony leader was watching like a hawk from the distance. He sits atop a ridge of scorched earth, his eyes cold and calculating. He realizes that the momentum of the raid is stalling. Then he ordered all the gnolls to attack Enkrid. It is a final, decisive command. As the gnolls were charging towards Enkrid, the ground was literally shaking under the weight of hundreds of pounding feet. The scene was terrifying, a vision of the apocalypse. It was a mountain of gnolls about to descend on Enkrid, a wall of flesh and iron that blocked out the morning sun. There was nothing he could do at this point. The sheer mass of the enemy was too great for any one man, no matter how skilled. Seeing this, the village watch guard was terrified. The hope that had sustained them shattered under the weight of the oncoming horde. They started fleeing for their lives, their formation breaking as they scrambled for the safety of the woods. Before Enkrid could realize what happened, he was overwhelmed. The mountain of monsters collapsed upon him, and he died and returned to the realm between life and death. The boatman is there, waiting. Carrying a lamp in his hand that casts a sickly yellow light across the water, he calls Enkrid useless, with contempt dripping from every syllable. He looks down at the soul of the warrior with a sneer. He tells Enkrid this is his limit and to give up. He tells him that the wave will always be bigger than the man. But Enkrid refuses to listen to the shadows. He returns to the land of the living and the today starts again. Enkrid again starts the desperate struggle in front of the impossible wall. He wakes in the bunk, he puts on his armor, and he heads back into the fire. As he fights desperately, he is determined to cross this impossible wall too. He analyzes every mistake, every missed strike, every second wasted. As he keeps killing the gnolls, a certain madness overtakes him. It is the madness of the eternal warrior, the one who has seen the end of the world and decided it wasn't good enough. He says he won't give up no matter what. It doesn't matter how many times he dies or how many todays he relives. No matter what, he will cross this wall and grow more. He will become the thing that the monsters fear in the dark. He will be the one who survives the wave. As Enkrid comes back from the realm of life and death and starts anew today, he is even more determined. The transition from the cold, suffocating embrace of the void back into the biting air of the living world is a jarring shock that would shatter a lesser mind, but for him, it is merely the ringing of a bell for the next round. He feels the phantom weight of his previous failures pressing down on his shoulders, yet his spirit remains unbowed. He starts killing the gnoll horde with a ferocity that borders on the divine. The village is filled with the cacophony of war, the air thick with the metallic tang of blood and the musk of wet fur. This time, he uses the heart of brute strength at the start. He doesn't wait for the tide to turn against him, he reaches deep into his core, seizing the internal rhythm of his own life force. His heart starts beating faster, a frantic, thunderous drumming against his ribs that resonates through his entire frame, granting his supernatural strength that rivals normal human. His muscles swell, his vision sharpens, and the world seems to move in a sluggish crawl compared to the electrical firing of his nerves. As he was in the process of executing this technique, feeling the raw power surge through his veins like molten iron, one gnoll attacks him fiercely. The creature is a blur of matted gray fur and jagged bone, leaping from the shadows of a nearby hut with a guttural snarl. His senses instantly kick in, sharpened by the repetition of a dozen lives, and he blocks the gnoll's attacks with his dual swords. The impact of steel against the creature's rusted blade sends sparks flying into the dim morning light. Due to the gnoll's attack's impact, Enkrid gets pushed back. His boots skid across the muddy earth, carving deep furrows into the ground as he fights to maintain his balance against the sheer momentum of the beast. But then he pushes his heart to the limit, forcing it to pump even harder, ignoring the strain on his arteries and the heat blooming in his chest. With a fierce roar that erupts from his throat like a primal scream, he executes the heart of the superhuman strength. He becomes a whirlwind of destruction, slaughtering all the incoming gnolls and pushing forward. Each swing of his blades is a calculated execution, parting flesh and bone with a precision that defies the chaos surrounding him. But there is no end to the gnolls. They are a sea of snarling faces and snapping jaws, a tide that refuses to recede. Enkrid was but one man, a single wall of flickering steel standing against an ocean of monsters. He keeps killing and killing. The world begins to blur at the edges of his vision, the faces of his enemies becoming a singular, indistinct mass of hatred. At this point, he was in a daze. His mind retreats into a state of pure, unadulterated instinct where thought is replaced by action. Swinging his sword with immense force, cutting down gnolls left and right, he moves through the horde like a reaper through wheat. As he keeps cutting down the gnolls, he notices with a sinking realization that their numbers don't decrease, but instead, they keep coming, pouring in as if there is no end to them. It is as if the very earth is vomiting them forth to swallow the village whole. As they were beasts consumed in bloodlust, when they attacked Enkrid, there was no hesitation in their eyes. There was no fear of death, only a singular, maddening drive to tear and rend. If Enkrid didn't cut them down completely, they kept charging in, ignoring the wounds that would have felled any man. They crawled over the corpses of their kin, their yellowed eyes fixed on his throat. At one point it was like the gnolls were pouring in on Enkrid like a mountain, a literal landslide of fur and violence, and Enkrid was cutting down that very mountain. He was a stonemason trying to carve a path through a collapsing cliffside, his arms heavy with the weight of 1,000 strikes. At that moment, suddenly the gnolls was getting more fierce. Their movements became more coordinated, their strikes more desperate and calculated. As Enkrid was busy fighting them, his focus entirely consumed by the blade inches from his chest, he didn't even know for how long he has been fighting the monster colony. Time had lost all meaning in the red haze of the slaughter. Minutes could have been hours, hours could have been days. It was inevitable that at one point his senses were going to get dull, and that happened at the same time the gnolls started attacking more fiercely. The exhaustion began to seep into his marrow, a cold poison that slowed his reactions by a fraction of a heartbeat. That fraction was all they needed. One gnoll's spear got past Enkrid's guard, a jagged piece of rusted iron finding the gap in his defense, and pierced his leg, causing him a fatal wound. The pain is a white-hot flare that threatens to drown his consciousness. At that same moment that Enkrid took a fatal wound, the gnoll leader appeared from among the horde, as if it was all the gnoll colony leader's plan. The leader did not possess the mindless rage of its subordinates, it carried itself with a terrifying, cold intelligence. As Enkrid looked briefly around the village, his heart shattered. He saw the villagers were getting butchered mercilessly. The screams of the innocent rose like a choir of agony over the roar of the fire. Even the leader of the village watch guard, Pullman, a man Enkrid had respected for his unwavering duty, had taken an axe strike on his neck and had fallen. Pullman's body hit the dirt with a heavy thud, his life's blood staining the soil he had sworn to protect. As Enkrid's eyes fell on his comrades, Pin and Cries, he was mortified. The sight was a dagger to his soul. He saw Pin getting killed by an arrow, piercing her neck from one side to the other. She didn't even have time to scream, her eyes wide with a final, silent surprise as she collapsed into the mud. And Cries' gut was cut open, his hands clutching at his midsection in a futile attempt to hold back the inevitable. In that brief moment Enkrid saw all this, the horror and the grief robbed him of his remaining resolve. His leg's strength has gone out. The limb felt like lead, the bone shattered and the muscle shredded. As he couldn't stand up anymore, he finally falls on the ground. The dirt is cold against his cheek. The same scene repeats as the previous today, all the fierce gnolls had stopped fighting and made a path for their leader. They stood back in a grotesque display of discipline, their panting breaths the only sound in the sudden silence. Enkrid glared at the gnoll leader, calling it a sly bastard in anger, his voice a ragged rasp of defiance. He struggled to get up, his fingers clawing at the earth, refusing to accept the end even as his body failed him. As Enkrid already knew that everything was the gnoll leader's plan, that the creature had orchestrated the entire massacre just to break him, he still asked the gnoll, was it waiting for him to take a fatal wound? He wanted the monster to confirm its malice. With a sadistic gesture, the gnoll leader held its poison-infused sword on its neck, a slow, mocking movement meant to taunt Enkrid. It was a silent declaration of total victory. Seeing this, Enkrid couldn't hold back his anger. The rage burned hotter than the pain in his leg, a volcanic explosion of spite. In that injured state, he gathered all his strength for a last desperate struggle and charged towards the gnoll leader. He threw himself forward, a dying man's final gambit. But it was all in vain as Enkrid couldn't even touch the gnoll leader. The creature moved with a fluid, terrifying grace that made Enkrid's movements look like a child's. Instead, the gnoll leader, though he could kill Enkrid in that state in a single strike, it didn't do it. It chose cruelty over efficiency. It only grazed Enkrid's cheek with its poisoned sword. The cut was shallow, barely a sting, but the implications were devastating. Enkrid was very shocked seeing the gnoll leader did the same thing as the previous today. The repetition was a psychological torture all its own. Due to the poison, Enkrid gets paralyzed immediately and falls on the ground. The toxin spreads like ice through his veins, locking his joints and silencing his muscles. His anger and frustration only grows as he realizes that the gnoll leader really wants to see him in agony. It wants him to be a witness to the end of everything he holds dear. At his last moment, as his eyes met with the gnoll leader's eyes, it was as if the gnoll was taunting him even in that state, silently promising that it will make him watch all the people in the village getting butchered. The leader's eyes were pits of dark amusement. Then the gnolls were butchering the villagers even more cruelly. They didn't just kill, they desecrated. They were eating them while they still lived, cutting them down with jagged blades, severing their organs and tossing them into the dirt, all for to agonize Enkrid. They wanted his last sights to be a tapestry of gore. As Enkrid's last breath was about to draw, his eyes fell on the child that he was trying to save in the previous today with his life. The child lay in a pile of corpses, a small, broken shape amidst the carnage. The child was lifeless. Eyes open with a scared, terrified look on them, reflecting a world that had offered nothing but horror in its final moments. This broke Enkrid. The sight of that innocence extinguished was a weight his soul could not bear. Even in his death breath, paralyzed, unable to do anything, his eyes was blood red in rage. The fury was the last thing he felt as the darkness took him. Thus he breathed his last breath and a new today started. The world reset with a cruel, indifferent snap. The dawn arrived on the frontier village, the light breaking over the horizon in shades of soft gold and pink. Everything was still peaceful. The birds sang, and the wind rustled through the trees, oblivious to the slaughter that was destined to occur. For the third time, Enkrid relived the same day. He felt the familiar wood of his bunk, heard the same distant sounds of the morning. On the third today, he still kept cutting down the gnoll hordes. He fought with the same desperation, the same hope that this time might be different. He repeated the same today for 20 times, the cycle becoming a blur of grey fur and red blood. The gnolls kept coming at him with no end in sight, an infinite army for a man with finite strength. Then he repeated the day for 40 times and was still killed by the gnoll leader. Each death was a lesson written in pain. No matter how long he endures, the leader won't appear until he is critically wounded. The creature was a vulture, waiting for the exact moment of weakness. It was futile on every repeating. Every time he got killed by the gnoll leader, no matter what he did, no matter how he changed his opening moves or his mid-fight strategy, he couldn't avoid it. The gap in power was a chasm he couldn't leap. At the 40th today, he wonders, his mind heavy with the weight of 40 lifetimes of failure, this time should he take a fatal hit first and lure it out? He considers if he can bait the monster into a mistake by sacrificing his own flesh. But still, the same thing happened this time too. His plan crumbled before it could even begin. The gnoll leader only grazed Enkrid's cheek with its poison-infused sword, once again leaving him paralyzed and helpless as the village burned around him. Then Enkrid decides that won't work. His mind, though battered, remains analytical. In speed alone, it's at least Squire Knight level. The leader possessed a physical ceiling that Enkrid had not yet touched. If he is badly wounded, he won't be able to dodge its blade. He realizes that the strategy of endurance is a dead end. As he is about to die, for the 41st today, his mind starts racing for what should he do. The darkness is closing in again, but he refuses to let go. He wonders, is there truly no way? With what he has now, can he not overcome this wall? The wall feels insurmountable, a monolith of stone reaching up into the heavens. After repeated todays and dying multiple times, Enkrid's willpower was on the verge of breaking. The repetition was a grinder, slowly turning his resolve into dust. Among all the walls he crossed before, this is the most difficult with no solution in sight. He feels the cold fingers of despair scratching at his heart. At that moment, as he drifts in the space between lives, he remembers his squad mate Jackson's words. Jackson, the man who saw the world in terms of movement and space. He recalls the conversation vividly, the way Jackson's voice sounded, the weight of the advice he hadn't fully understood at the time. When Jackson told him that his sense of evasion is incomplete, it had sounded like a simple critique. But now, it feels like a lifeline. Jackson told him it's not just about seeing fast and dodging. It's not a matter of pure reflex or ocular speed. What matter is coordination. It is the harmony between the mind's eye and the body's response. It is the bridge between the thought of movement and the movement itself. And thus Enkrid starts anew today. He wakes up in his bunk. The light is the same, the sounds are the same, but the man in the bed is different. He sits up, but this time, there was no exhaustion in his face. The weariness that had been etched into his features for the last 40 loops has vanished. Instead, there could be seen a little hint of excitement as he found a way to overcome this impossible wall. He has a spark of a plan, a glimmer of a technique he has yet to master. The event starts happening same as the all previous todays. The gears of the world begin to turn. The village bell rung, its bronze voice clanging out the warning at the attacks of the gnoll colony. The panic begins to rise in the streets. But this today, the air around Enkrid was different. He stands tall, his posture relaxed yet coiled like a spring. He was more determined. As he put his armor on, the leather straps clicking into place, and takes his sword, he feels the weight of the steel as a promise rather than a burden. He is ready for today's fight. He opens the door and getting out, stepping into the chaotic morning, remembering Jackson's words. They echo in his mind like a mantra. If he can't overcome it with what he had, then try what he doesn't yet possess. He needs to evolve. He needs to shorten the time between thought and action. As the gnolls charges towards him, a wave of snarling violence, he doesn't meet them with the same rigid defense as before. Following Jackson's words, he swings his swords freely. He lets his body move with a fluidity he had previously lacked, trying to find the rhythm of the battlefield. In between the intense fighting, a Knoll spear breaks his guard and pierces his face. The pain is instantaneous and final. While dying, he remembers Jackson's words telling him to not hesitate when taking action so he can react instantly to any situation. Hesitation is the rust that slows the blade. Thus Enkrid dies and starts again. The cycle resets. The same events happens as the previous day, but this time, he avoids the Knoll that killed him the previous today. He doesn't have to think about it, the memory is etched into his nerves. Without much thoughts, he reacts instantly and kills the Knoll with a swift, decisive strike. But at the same time, another Knoll bites his neck, killing him instantly. He didn't see the second one coming because he was too focused on the first. Then he starts again, rising from the bunk with a sharpened focus. He goes back into the fray, killing the Knolls one after another. He is a student of his own death. As he keeps dying and reliving the same today, he fights even more fiercely with immense will. Every failure is a data point, every wound a map of what not to do. As he dies repeatedly, when starts the new today, he keeps killing the Knolls, but Jackson's words keeps repeating in his mind, louder and clearer with every iteration. The advice is no longer just words, it is becoming a physical sensation. Jackson is telling him to etch the sensation into his body through repetition. To make the evasion as natural as breathing. He needs accurate judgment and swift movement. He needs to see the attack before it happens and be already moving to counter it. And the stamina to support it, the physical endurance to maintain that level of peak performance throughout the entire ordeal. Only when all of it aligns does coordination truly increases. Enkrid keeps dying and keeps killing the Knolls to get that feeling of coordination. He is chasing a ghost of a feeling, a moment where mind and body become one. The endless desperate struggle starts. He is a lone man in front of a massive, impossible wall, chipping away at the stone with a broken chisel. But he is determined to cross it. He no longer fears the reset, he welcomes it as another chance to practice. Thus he dies 100th time and repeats 100th today. The number is staggering, a century of days lived in a single morning. And then he dies again, the Knoll leader's blade or a stray spear ending his life once more. And he starts the 101st today. He sits up, his eyes clear and cold. As he kills the Knolls, only one thing is in his mind. All the other thoughts in his mind has shut down. The fear for the villagers, the grief for Pullman, the horror of the child, he pushes it all into a dark corner of his consciousness. He cannot afford the luxury of emotion. He thinks he needs to repeat it more. He needs to sink deeper into the trance of the blade. He needs to endure even a little longer. He will keep dying, he will keep rising, until the sense of evasion is completely mastered. He is the hammer and the anvil, and he will forge himself into something that the Knoll leader cannot kill. Enkrid dies again. The sensation of life slipping away is a cold, familiar embrace, a dark veil that wraps around his consciousness before the inevitable snap back into existence. He gets revived again, the transition between the void and reality jarring his senses as he starts anew today. As the first light of the morning arrives on Frontier Village, painting the horizon in hues of bruised purple and pale gold, the peace is shattered. The Knoll horde attacks the village. They do not come with a warning, they come with a hunger that transcends reason. They charge at the villagers fiercely, their guttural howls echoing against the wooden walls of the houses, and they begin slaughtering them mercilessly. The peaceful village, which only moments ago was preparing to do their morning routine, the smell of freshly baked bread and the sound of sweeping brooms filling the air, was completely unprepared for this nightmare. The Knoll hordes catch them off guard and start butchering them. Blood splatters against the whitewashed walls of the cottages, and screams of terror replace the chirping of birds. As the carnage starts, the leader of the village watch guard, Pullman, comes running frantically. His boots thunder against the dirt path, his heart hammering against his ribs, but he immediately regains his composure. He is a man forged in conflict, and despite the horror, he orders his men to protect the villagers. With a voice like cracking stone, he orders them to kill the Knolls. As he was ordering his men, directing them to form a defensive line, he suddenly notices something that defies logic, something that reeks of impossible madness. His eyes lock onto a figure moving through the chaos with a suicidal grace. Seeing Enkrid, Cries and Pin are also in shock. Their breath hitches in their throats, they couldn't believe what they saw. It is a sight that freezes the blood in their veins. Seeing Enkrid through the smoke and dust, Esther thinks he has completely lost his mind to charge into the middle of this many Knolls. She watches him, her eyes wide with a mix of horror and confusion, and she wonders, is Enkrid showing off some kind of stunt? Does he think this is a game? Enkrid doesn't hear them. He doesn't hear the screams or the orders. He breathes heavily, his lungs burning as if he were inhaling liquid fire, as he constantly fights the Gnoll horde single-handedly. He is a whirlwind of steel and desperation. After all the failure and trying, after dying 100 different ways in 100 different days, he realizes that he needs to use the minimum movement to reduce stamina loss. He can no longer afford the luxury of wide swings or wasted steps. He needs to predict the attack and move one step ahead. It is a mental chess game played at the speed of death. He does as he thinks, focusing every fiber of his being on the shift of a gnoll's weight or the glint of a rusted blade. Unexpected improvement comes as he finds himself sliding through the gaps in their formation. He can easily avoid the gnoll's attacks now, his body moving before his mind even registers the danger. But perfection is a fleeting thing. At one point, he gets cornered by two gnolls as they both charge towards him from the side with their long, jagged spears. The air whistles as the weapons thrust forward. As he barely avoids one gnoll's spear, twisting his torso with a violent jerk, he gets off-balanced. His feet slip on the blood-slicked grass, and the other gnoll, taking this chance, gets awfully close to Enkrid. It moves with a predatory speed, its eyes gleaming with malice, and cuts his neck in the side with its sword. It is a precise, cruel stroke, dealing him a fatal blow. Enkrid feels the heat before the pain. Blood keeps pouring out from the wound, a crimson fountain that stains his tunic and the ground beneath him. His strength deserts him instantly. As Enkrid falls on the ground, his vision blurring, the gnoll leader finally appears. It is a massive, scarred beast that radiates an aura of pure predatory dominance. At the same time, as if by a silent command, all the gnolls stop their fighting. They move back, snarling and snapping, and make way for their leader. From all the previous days, Enkrid knows the pattern of this tragedy. He knows that the leader only appears when he receives a fatal wound. The beast is a connoisseur of suffering. It doesn't kill him immediately, it doesn't offer the mercy of a quick end. Instead, it grazes Enkrid with its poison-imbued sword, the blade glowing with a sickly, necrotic green light. The toxin enters his bloodstream, making him suffer and causing a painful death that feels like his veins are being filled with molten lead. The leader stands over him, and it rejoices watching him in pain, its tongue flicking over its yellowed fangs. But after dying to this poison all this time, after enduring the agony of a slow rot over and over again, Enkrid has learned a trick. He has found a way to cheat the executioner of his entertainment. Mastering all his remaining strength, pushing through the paralysis of the toxin, he charges towards the gnoll horde. The gnolls, driven only by instinct, react with sudden violence. When they notice a threat, they immediately react to neutralize it. As Enkrid charges towards them like a madman, blood spraying from his neck with every heartbeat, the gnolls, as per their instinct, attack him. But Enkrid doesn't fight back. He drops his guard, welcoming the spears and blades. He knows that rather than writhing in pain for a long time under the leader's gaze, this is much better. He chooses a quick death over a slow one. And thus, he dies again. The darkness takes him, but it is brief. He wakes up again in his bunker bed, the rough wood of the frame the first thing he feels, starting anew today. The transition is getting easier, the mental toll becoming a hardened crust on his soul. After waking up, he doesn't waste any time. There is no mourning for the man he was seconds ago. He immediately gets up, his heart racing not with fear, but with a strange, intoxicating fire. He is excited that he has another day to master the sense of evasion. Every death is a lesson, every wound a map of what not to do. As Enkrid is fully armed, checking the straps of his leather armor and the weight of his sword, and was leaving the room, Lulagarn stops him. She is sitting at a table in the corner of the room, her presence a constant in the shifting tides of his life. She asks Enkrid, her voice laced with suspicion, why is he fully armed so early in the morning? As he looks at her, a pang of recognition hits him. He thinks, in the repeating today, she never changed. She is a fixed point in his chaotic orbit. In every timeline he has seen, she chased the cultists and never came back, disappearing into a shadow he has yet to understand. Enkrid stops at the door and then asks her if she knows about the cultists. The question hangs in the air, heavy and pointed. After Enkrid mentions the cult and cultists, the atmosphere in the room shifts. The aura around Lulagarn immediately changes, the casual suspicion evaporates, replaced by something much colder and much older. Luagarn's face darkens, the shadows of the room seeming to cling to her features, and absolute hatred could be seen in her eyes. It is a look of ancient, unforgiving enmity. She says they are the most dangerous heretical cult on the continent. They are a cancer on the world, committing vile acts for their god, whom they believe is trapped in the demon realm. Her voice trembles with a controlled rage as she explains that they even perform summoning rituals using humans as sacrifices, turning life into a currency for their dark master. Hearing that, Enkrid feels a chill that has nothing to do with the morning air. He says, if it's a summoning ritual, there's a rumor spreading among mercenaries, a whisper of a nightmare made flesh. A monster that scatters flames from its entire body, a creature of myth and destruction, the salamander. Luagarn looks at him, her gaze piercing, and says it's not a rumor. The weight of her words is undeniable. The cult was the one that summoned it. She reveals a harrowing truth, she personally witnessed the cultists summoning a salamander with her own eyes. The memory seems to burn in her pupils, a reflection of a fire that never went out. But the cycle does not stop for history. As the morning sun shines at the frontier village, its light revealing the dew on the grass, the nightmare begins anew. The gnolls howl, a sound that splits the morning quiet, and start attacking the village. As Enkrid runs towards the monster horde, his boots kicking up dust, he remembers all the routines of all the todays. He has lived this dawn hundreds of times. At dawn, monsters swarm the village, there are countless gnoll hordes, and there are countless attack patterns. He has memorized the rhythm of the massacre. As Enkrid again starts his brutal routine with the gnolls, something is different this time. A small smile curls up in his lips, a flicker of genuine joy amidst the slaughter. He slowly starts to understand the sense of evasion. It is no longer just about moving his body, it is about feeling the air change, hearing the intake of breath before a strike. As usual, the gnolls keep charging at him, their bodies a wall of fur and fangs, and he keeps killing the gnolls. He is a reaper in a field of monsters. He repeats 170 todays. Then 180. 190. The never-ending struggle continues, a marathon of blood and rebirth. The same situation appears from one of the previous todays, the moment that once ended him, when two gnolls cornered Enkrid and he got fatally injured. But due to countless repeating todays, his body knows the answer before his mind can even form the thought. Without even looking back, Enkrid avoids the first gnoll's spear with a fluid tilt of his shoulder. He moves like a ghost. He rips apart one of the limbs of the other gnoll, the very one who had once fatally injured him, without even looking back to confirm the strike. The sensations engraved through repetition begin to move him. He is no longer fighting, he is performing a dance he has practiced for a century of lives. Enkrid dodges the gnoll's attacks, or blocks, or counters with a terrifying efficiency. He realizes that choosing the best response is usually an instinctive sense, a spark of pure intuition, or perhaps just the weight of accumulated experience pressing down until only the correct path remains. As the village burns down, the orange flames licking the sky, Enkrid's fighting continues. But for the first time, something changes. After all the todays, for the first time, the sun finally sets. The horizon swallows the sun, and the world turns to charcoal and embers. As Enkrid looks at the setting sun, his face lights up in excitement. This is a milestone written in blood. Before, he could never endure until the sun set, he was always a corpse by midday, always killed by the gnolls before the shadows grew long. In another today, the cycle continues, but Enkrid is no longer the victim. He endures until the sun sets again. His face begins to light up as he fights the gnolls and keeps enduring. He is becoming a monument of persistence. And thus, another sunset falls. When the evening comes and the village is in flames, the smoke rising like incense to a forgotten god, Enkrid's fight doesn't stop. He is a man possessed. He overcomes his tiredness, his muscles screaming in protest, his bones aching with a fatigue that spans lifetimes. He is one step closer to overcoming this impossible wall. Enkrid keeps fighting, he keeps killing. Everyone around him dies, Pullman, cries, Pin, but he remains. The gnolls seem to be endless, an ocean of monsters pouring in from the dark forests, but he is the rock they break upon. They keep pouring in, wave after wave of snarling death. As he keeps enduring, standing amidst a mountain of gnoll corpses, he notices something on the distant hill. The blood-red full moon is slowly emerging, a celestial eye watching the carnage. At one point, it reaches above Enkrid's head, bathing him in a crimson glow. His eyes widen in excitement, in pure, unadulterated joy. He smiles at his accomplishment. He has survived until the zenith of the moon. He then fights with more vigor, more enthusiasm, his movements becoming even sharper under the red light. As his sweat drips and falls, mixing with the blood on the earth, he eventually dies. The weight of numbers or a momentary slip takes him, and he arrives at the realm of life and death. He starts the today again. But he is not the same man who first woke up in that bunk bed. Slowly, he realizes the true nature of the techniques, the sense of evasion. The core of this technique isn't simply seeing fast and dodging with quick reflexes, it's about momentary judgment. It's about the split-second decision-making that happens in the gap between heartbeats and cultivating the coordination of actions that follow. It is the perfect harmony of mind and muscle. Thus, he again dies and returns to the realm of life and death, and starts the today again. But after hundreds of repetitions, Enkrid is now excited. The exhaustion is there, but it is overshadowed by the thrill of mastery. He finally has mastered the sense of evasion. He has turned his body into a weapon that cannot be touched. For the final time in this cycle, he returns to the boatman. The boatman, the mysterious, ethereal entity that escorts souls through the fog of the realm between life and death, arrives on a boat that seems to glide over silence itself. Holding a lantern that flickers with a ghostly, pale light, the boatman looks at Enkrid. Its voice is like the rustle of dry leaves as it asks Enkrid, does he know merely enduring isn't the answer? The question is a riddle, a test of his resolve. Enkrid doesn't say anything. He doesn't offer a boast or a plea. He only listens, letting the words sink into his soul. He then wakes up in his bed, the familiar smell of the barracks filling his nose. With a smile, he thinks to himself, of course he knows. Enduring was just the training, now comes the execution. He has a plan in mind. After all, he has endured 200 days without truly dying in his spirit. He has more experience than a veteran of a 40-year war. Enkrid then goes towards Cries. The room is quiet, the others still lost in the final moments of sleep. As Cries was in deep sleep, dreaming of a world without gnolls, Enkrid reaches down and pulls his blanket away with a sharp tug. Cries immediately wakes up in shock, the cold air hitting him like a physical blow. While stuttering, his eyes darting around the dim room, he asks, what is it? What's happening? Ignoring Cries' confusion, Enkrid stands tall, his presence filling the small space with an undeniable authority. He tells everyone to get up. There is no room for hesitation in his voice. He tells Pin and Esther to get ready as they are moving with him, his tone leaving no room for argument. He assigns Cries a different task, telling him he has something else to do. Luagarn, who was sleeping on the upper bunk, shifts and looks down. Her hair is messy, her eyes half closed as she asks, what's with him so early in the morning? She is annoyed, but there is something in Enkrid's eyes that stops her from complaining further. Enkrid looks at her and then at the others, his gaze steady. He tells her that they don't have much time. Every second is a grain of sand falling through the glass. He thinks to himself that at dawn, the gnoll horde will enter the village. He knows the exact moment the first howl will break the silence. Before that happens, before the first drop of blood is shed, they need to finish their preparations and cross the wall. He is no longer just surviving the today, he is going to change it. Enkrid wakes everyone up from sleep at dawn, the air is biting and heavy with the scent of damp earth. The pale light of the rising sun barely touches the edges of the tents, and everyone was still drowsy. They move with sluggish limbs, rubbing the sleep from their eyes and shivering against the morning chill. As Luagarn slowly gets up, shaking off the weight of exhaustion, Enkrid tells her, he finally remembered. The words are heavy, carrying a weight that seems to cut through the morning fog. He explains that there were cultists who escaped during a job he took as a mercenary. There are people here who look just like them. Luagarn's eyes widen and her expression changes as she hears about the cultists. The sleepiness vanishes instantly, replaced by a sharp, predatory focus. She stares at him, her breath hitching in the cold air. She asks Enkrid, is he sure about that memory? Her voice is a low whisper, vibrating with a sudden, intense tension. With a straight face, Enkrid simply says, no one beats him when it comes to memory. He stands tall, his gaze unwavering, projecting a certainty that leaves no room for doubt. Luagarn grits her teeth in anger, the sound of grinding bone audible in the quiet dawn. She mutters that her instincts weren't wrong. She then immediately rushes outside, her boots thudding against the ground, saying she will check on the cultists herself. As Luagarn leaves, Enkrid thinks she never came back in all the previous 2 days. He watches her silhouette disappear into the grey light, his mind racing through the countless cycles he has endured. But since he sent her ahead this time, before the monster's attack, he contemplates that this time might be different. Even if not, he decides it won't affect his plan. His heart remains cold, a tactical machine calculating the odds of survival. As Kreis gets up and starts getting ready, his movements stiff and hesitant, Enkrid orders him to bring the village watch captain, Deutsch Pullman. Kreis gets a little surprised upon hearing his captain. He pauses, a leather strap halfway through a buckle, and looks up with a confused frown. He asks Enkrid, will Pullman really listen to him? The doubt is clear in his voice. Enkrid tells Kreis to bring Pullman by any means. He doesn't look back as he speaks, his voice flat and uncompromising. He adds that Kreis can take the village chief hostage if he has to. Kreis gets shocked hearing that, he can't believe it. His eyes bulge, and his hands tremble slightly at the sheer audacity of the command. He says, he can't really take responsibility for that. It is a plea for sanity, a desperate attempt to avoid the chaos Enkrid is inviting. But Enkrid ignores him and turns to Pin and Esther. He moves with a singular purpose, his mind already 3 steps ahead. He orders Pin and Esther to come with him. Esther was the leopard that stayed with Enkrid, her sleek fur shimmering like ink in the dawn light. In truth, she was a mage, but due to a curse, she was in leopard form. Her golden eyes reflect a wisdom that no beast should possess. As Enkrid goes out with Pin and Esther, the village stretching out before them in a state of uneasy peace, he informs them that they need to secure the wall first. The wooden palisade looms in the distance, a fragile barrier against the darkness. As they run towards the wooden wall, their footsteps rhythmic and urgent, Enkrid thinks, the monster horde that infiltrated the village, to enter the village, they must pass through the wall. He analyzes the logic of the previous failures. Enkrid comes to the conclusion that the wall Pullman was so proud of couldn't have been breached. It was too sturdy, too well maintained for simple beasts to tear down. He wonders, but could gnolls really climb over it? With those short legs? He visualizes the creatures, their hunched backs and clumsy limbs. He then realizes that there was only one answer, the gate was opened. The realization settles in his gut like lead. And the reason Pin never returned when he sent her to the wall on the first, today, is because there were enemies at the wall as well. The pieces of the puzzle click into place with a sickening snap. The wall guards were cultists. Enkrid, Pin, and Esther reached the wall, the wood smelling of pine and old resin. Seeing them, the guards that were on the wall begin to stir. Pointing at Enkrid, they tell one another, that guy over there is the one who came to the village yesterday. Their voices are suspicious, laced with a hidden malice. As Enkrid approaches the wall, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, he announces that from now on, command here is transferred to him. From this moment, every soldier here will follow his orders. The soldiers can't believe what Enkrid is saying. A ripple of laughter and confusion spreads among them. One soldier with a thick, matted beard asks Enkrid, did he get Captain Deutsch's permission before spouting that? He leans over the railing, a mocking sneer on his face. While unsheathing his sword, the steel singing as it leaves the scabbard, Enkrid tells them insubordination is punishable by immediate execution. The air turns frigid. Seeing Enkrid's lethal intent, the soldiers that were on the watchtower point their arrows at him, the bowstrings groaning under tension. The bearded soldier, his face turning red with rage, charges towards him with a spear. Enkrid thinks the bell that rang whenever monsters appeared, if all the wall guards were cultists, they wouldn't have rung it. He searches his memory for the sound of that bell in previous lives. That means one of them was an innocent militia member. As Enkrid charges forward, his movements a blur of practiced violence, he recognizes that it was this bearded soldier. He has seen that face across 200 days. He knows every wrinkle, every scar on that man's face from the countless times he has died or seen others die. The cultists that were in the watchtower, their eyes cold and fanatical, shoot the arrows at Enkrid, aiming to kill him. The shafts hiss through the air like vipers. The bearded soldier, who is unaware that they are cultists, tries to stop them. He shouts in confusion, saying he is here too, but they do not care. They are willing to sacrifice a comrade to kill the intruder. But Enkrid saves the bearded soldier by cutting the arrows with his sword. The metal clangs as the arrowheads are deflected, spinning harmlessly into the dirt. Without wasting time, Esther climbs the wooden wall to the watchtower, her claws digging deep into the timber. She moves with an impossible, fluid grace. She bites one of the cultist's arms, her jaws locking with bone-crushing force. At that point, Pin also reaches the watchtower, vaulting over the edge, and incapacitates the other cultists with swift, brutal strikes. Then everything stops for a moment as dawn breaks fully over the horizon. The sky bleeds orange and gold. And like all the other todays Enkrid relived, he repeated, the Gnoll horde starts charging towards the frontier village. A low rumble begins to shake the earth, a sound like distant thunder. Pointing at the gate, Enkrid asks the bearded soldier, is that gate really locked properly? His voice is sharp, demanding an immediate answer. The soldier starts saying the latch is on, isn't it? He looks toward the heavy wooden beams with uncertainty. But before he could finish speaking, Enkrid stops him and tells him to check again. Hearing Enkrid, the cultists realize that Enkrid knows about their plan. Their expressions shift from arrogance to desperation. As the bearded soldier checks the lock again, his hands fumbling with the iron, he gets very shocked as he sees there is a cracked latch. The metal is split, held together by a mere thread of iron. At this point, the gnolls are charging rapidly towards the gate from outside. Their yaps and howls fill the air, a cacophony of hunger and rage. Seeing this, Pin panics and asks the bearded soldier, is he insane? The colony is rushing in. Her voice is high-pitched with terror as she looks at the sea of fur and teeth approaching. The bearded soldier immediately brings another latch to replace the cracked latch. He works with frantic energy, sweat dripping into his eyes. Seeing the latch is being changed, the cultist that Pin incapacitated by pushing down momentarily frees one of his arms. He snarls a dark incantation and shoots a magical energy projectile towards the bearded soldier to stop him. The bolt of light crackles with a foul, sickly hue. The other cultist that Esther had bitten also starts attacking her, clawing at her fur with desperate strength. Seeing the situation escalating into chaos, Enkrid orders them to push the cultists outside. He points his sword toward the edge of the wall. Following Enkrid's order, both Pin and Esther throw the cultists at the charging gnoll horde. The men scream as they fall, their bodies tumbling through the air. As they fall on the ground, they get smashed by the gnolls. The sound of snapping bone and tearing flesh rises from below as the tide of monsters tramples them into the mud. As the gnolls are about to reach the gate, their claws scraping against the outer wood, the bearded soldier finally manages to close it off. He slams the new latch into place just as the first impact hits. All the gnolls then start attacking the gate. The wood groans under the pressure of hundreds of bodies. They howl as they keep charging to the gate, their yellow eyes peering through the gaps in the timber. At that moment, Cries fulfills his duty and brings the village chief hostage. He arrives at the base of the wall, his face pale and his breathing ragged. Pullman comes chasing Cries with his men, their armor clanking and their faces set in grim fury. Seeing Deutsch and the militia, Enkrid thinks Cries dragged them here just in time. The timing is narrow, but it holds. Cries then releases the village chief by saying he just did what he was told. He steps back, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. Pullman then starts coming towards Enkrid in anger. He marches up the stairs of the wall, his hand on his sword. Enkrid tells Pullman, the gnoll horde is targeting the village, this is an emergency. He speaks over the sound of the scratching gnolls. In a cold tone, he says by contract he will take full command authority. He stands his ground, the authority in his voice as sharp as his blade. Upon hearing Enkrid, Pullman's face twitches as he grits his teeth in anger. The veins on his neck bulge. Calling Enkrid a bastard, he asks what is he saying out of nowhere. He stares at Enkrid with pure hatred, unable to process the sudden coup. At that moment, the attack on the gate intensifies. A massive blow makes the entire wall shudder. Realizing he is short on time, Enkrid screams and asks Pullman, can't he tell what matters right now? The roar of the gnolls is almost deafening. He orders them to fire arrows first. Realizing the situation, Pullman looks over the edge and sees the massive colony gathered below. He swallows his pride and orders his men to attack the gnolls as he will explain later. He orders everyone to climb up the wall and rain down arrows. By the order, all the soldiers climb the wall, their movements urgent. They draw their bows and keep shooting arrows at the gathered gnolls. The air is filled with the whistling of shafts and the dying shrieks of the monsters. Enkrid thinks, even if they block the gate and stop the gnolls from entering the village, as long as the colony holds in front of it, he can't clear that today. The loop will not end until the threat is annihilated. Suddenly, Enkrid notices a small door on the wall, tucked away in a shadow. He asks the bearded soldier, is this a side gate? The soldier replies positively, looking confused, and asks why. With a serious expression, Enkrid asks the soldier, can he open that gate just a little? His eyes are fixed on the sea of knolls. As the other soldiers were busy reinforcing the main gate, heaving heavy beams against the wood, the bearded soldier asked Enkrid, now. He looks at Enkrid as if he has lost his mind. Enkrid then orders Esther to help them clear the gate. Esther immediately jumps down from the wall, her body a streak of black and gold. She lands in the middle of the knolls and starts killing them. She moves like a whirlwind of claws and teeth, clearing a path. Esther almost clears the front of the gate by killing all the knolls in the immediate vicinity. Looking towards the bearded soldier, Enkrid asks, that's enough now, right? His voice is calm amidst the carnage. The bearded soldier then opens the side gate, the hinges creaking. As Enkrid goes outside and charges towards the knolls, his sword raised high, he thinks a colony only collapses if its leader is killed. He knows the hierarchy of these beasts. He decides he will break through this gnoll horde and kill the leader. Enkrid then starts massacring the gnolls. He carves a path through the fur and bone, his blade dancing with lethal precision. Seeing Enkrid, one of the soldiers from the wall remarks that crazy bastard jumped straight into the gnoll horde. They watch in awe and terror as he disappears into the mass of monsters. But without thinking anything further, Pullman orders the soldiers to cover Enkrid with arrows. He realizes that their survival now rests on the shoulders of the man he just called a bastard. He watches as the arrows fly, creating a canopy of death over Enkrid's head.
The air outside the village was thick with the scent of wet fur and the metallic tang of impending slaughter. As Enkrid leaves the village's fortified wooden wall and goes outside alone to fight the gnoll horde, a heavy silence briefly smothered the battlements. It was a suicidal movement, a solitary figure stepping into a sea of snarling predators. At first, Pullman, along with the rest of the village watch guard members, were shocked seeing this. They stood frozen, their hands gripping the rough-hewn timber of the palisade, eyes wide as they watched their captain walk into the jaws of death. But soon, the paralysis of disbelief broke. Pullman got a grip on his fraying nerves and found his voice, a ragged shout that tore through the din of the growling monsters. He ordered the village watch guard militia to cover Enkrid. He knew that every second Enkrid spent out there was a second closer to his demise unless they provided a hail of steel. He urges them by telling them not to stop and unleash every arrow at the incoming gnoll. Archers, draw, Pullman screamed, his face flushing a deep, panicked red. Keep the pressure on, do not let them swarm him. The militia scrambled, fingers fumbling with bowstrings in the freezing air. However, the sheer scale of the nightmare below was staggering. One of Pullman's men, a young guard with trembling hands, turned to him with a face pale as ash. He tells him that there are too many gnolls and they don't have enough arrows. He looked back at the quivers, seeing the dwindling supply of fletching. There's way too many. The horizon was a carpet of mangy brown fur and yellow eyes, an endless tide of hunger. Realizing the situation and feeling utterly unable to do anything to change the math of the battlefield, Pullman grits his teeth in anger. The sound of his grinding teeth was audible even over the scratching of claws against the wood. Below the battlements, the panic was spreading. As Pin gets down from the wall, her boots hitting the muddy earth with a heavy thud, she rushes toward the command center. She finds Kryze and informs Kryze that Enkrid has gone outside and is fighting alone. Hearing that, Kryze panics. The news hit him like a physical blow to the chest. His eyes glazed over for a moment as his brain's gears start tossing and turning, trying to calculate a way to salvage the situation. He looks around at their meager defenses, his heart sinking. He says there aren't even any proper siege weapons here. No ballistae, no pitch, no heavy catapults, just wood and desperate men. The situation was deteriorating by the second. The wooden wall is getting damaged in real time, the sound of splintering timber echoing like bone cracks as the gnolls threw their weight against the fortifications. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before the gnolls break through the wall and spill into the streets to butcher the families hiding inside. As various thoughts and worries struck him, threatening to drown his reason in a flood of fear, Kryze knew he had to act. To calm down, Kryze slaps his own cheeks with a sharp crack, the sting of the blow anchoring him to the present. He reminds himself to get a grip. He took a deep breath, his mind clearing. He realizes that his captain's reckless actions must be part of some plan. Enkrid wasn't a man who threw his life away for nothing. There was a method to the madness. In the meantime, Kryze decided he has to do what he can. At that moment, a plan comes to him, sparked by the desperate environment. He realizes that they need something to throw, anything that could crush a skull or break a limb. Kryze then turns to the village chief, who is standing nearby with a look of utter despair. He tells him if they run out of the arrows, they have to pick up stones and throw them at the gnoll. The chief blinked, his mind racing to find a source. The village chief informs Kryze that there is a quarry behind the village, a site usually used for building foundations, but now their only hope for ammunition. In the chaos of the screaming and the dying, Kryze's mind finally calms down. The cold logic of war took over. Saying there aren't enough of them to handle this alone, he tells all the villagers to help. He needed every man, woman, and child who could carry a rock to move toward that quarry. The scene shifts to the outside, where the world had become a blur of blood and fur. Enkrid alone is fighting the Knoll Horde, a lone island in a storm of violence. After reliving all those days, the endless cycles of death and failure, Enkrid's movements were no longer human. He moved with a terrifying, preternatural efficiency. He's cutting the gnolls like tofu, his blades passing through muscle and bone with no resistance. He keeps butchering them, his expression a mask of cold, focused lethality. With Enkrid, Esther was covering him. The great panther moved like a shadow given teeth, her claws raking through the air. She keeps killing the gnolls with just a bite, her powerful jaws snapping necks with sickening crunches. She stayed close to Enkrid's flank, a loyal sentinel in the carnage. Enkrid is not just fighting for survival, he is a lure. Enkrid decides he needs to attract as much attention as possible so that all the surrounding gnolls will concentrate on them. He knows the psychology of the pack. If he becomes a big enough threat, the horde will tighten around him. He thinks that then, even a moment's commotion can spread into a large gap in their lines. High above, Kryze was orchestrating the counterattack. At that moment, Kryze, along with the villagers, was ready with the rocks. The carts had arrived from the quarry, piled high with jagged granite and heavy river stones. He tells the villagers and the village watch guards to start throwing the rocks. "Now let them have it," Kryze roared. As they throw the rocks from up the wall, the sky seemed to rain heavy gray death. The stones whistled through the air before slamming into the packed ranks of the monsters. The gnolls start getting crushed, their bones snapping under the weight of the projectiles. The sudden, brutal impact from above shatters their formation. They start running frantically in different directions, the primal fear of the falling mountain overriding their bloodlust. As thus the commotion creates the gap Enkrid was looking for. Noticing the gap opening in the sea of fur, Enkrid thinks it's good. His eyes lock onto a specific path through the chaos. He knows if he moves along that route, he will surely be able to reach the gnoll leader, the alpha sitting atop the rock in the distance. Enkrid then turns to his panther Esther and tells her that he is counting on her to watch his back. He doesn't need to say more, their bond is forged in blood. He then starts charging forward, his boots kicking up clods of earth and gore. As he passes by the gnolls, he doesn't attack them. He ignores the snapping jaws and the reaching claws because his goal is their leader. Every ounce of his stamina is preserved for the killing blow. As the gnolls in his path are about to attack, Esther kills them. She is a whirlwind of black fur, intercepting every threat before it can touch her master. She runs with Enkrid, clearing the path for him, her snarls echoing the rhythm of his breathing. After Enkrid achieves his goal of getting deep into the enemy lines, Esther retreats and climbs the village wall. She had done her part and now the rest was up to him. Seeing Esther returning without Enkrid, Kryze gets worried. He grips the edge of the wall, his knuckles white. Looking ahead towards the open field, he asks, "Where did the captain go?" Enkrid had vanished. Evading the gnoll's eyes, Enkrid hides himself in the tall grasses, moving forward with the silence of a ghost. He is moving towards his goal with singular focus. He covers himself with gnoll's blood to avoid their detection, the hot, copper-smelling ichor masking his human scent. He starts advancing by hiding as much as possible using the terrain, staying low and moving only when the wind rustled the stalks. He is focused on minimizing injuries and stamina consumption. In the silence of his crawl, he reflects on his journey. He realizes when he went to the realm between life and death, the wall the Ferryman originally intended must have been this very moment. To kill the gnoll leader while avoiding the leader's poison-laced sword and without receiving a fatal wound, that was the test. Enkrid thinks now that he has learned the sense of evasion after all the todays. Killing the leader is not impossible. Enkrid remembers all the 200-plus todays that he relived. The memories were a heavy burden. He watched his comrades die again and again, their screams echoing in his dreams. He watched the innocent villagers getting butchered, massacred in their homes. And then there was the death of the child who he couldn't protect. That memory broke his heart every time it surfaced. He decides he doesn't want to see those things ever again. He will end the cycle here. As he reaches the leader, he brings out a whistling dagger, a small but specialized tool of distraction. While approaching the leader, who is very far from the village, he kept thinking the goal for running all the way here was to kill the leader without receiving a fatal injury. The leader was standing up above a rock, a massive specimen of malice and fur, looking down on the village with arrogant eyes. Enkrid throws the whistling dagger from down as he runs up the incline. The blade cut the air with a high-pitched, piercing shriek. While the whistling dagger caught the gnoll leader's attention, drawing its gaze toward the noise, Enkrid attacked the leader from behind. He moved like a coiled spring. Realizing it was a distraction, at the last moment, the gnoll leader barely avoids Enkrid's deadly dual sword strike. The monster was faster than it looked, twisting its body midair with a snarl of surprise. The surrounding pack reacted instantly. The gnolls that were nearby, realizing that an intruder had reached their leader, roar as they charged towards Enkrid. Their paws thundered against the earth, but the gnoll leader was proud. It exerts a crushing bloodlust and glares towards its kin as if warning them that Enkrid is its prey and they are not to interfere. The alpha wanted the glory of the kill for itself. All the gnolls start shivering and shaking in fear by a single glare from their master. They skidded to a halt, whining and tucking their tails. As Enkrid again attacks the gnoll leader, he thinks, as expected. Every time in the previous loops, the leader appeared when its chances of winning were certain and killed him before everyone, as if trying to elevate its authority by executing the human champion. The fierce fight between Enkrid and the Gnoll leader continues. It was a dance of death on a pedestal of stone. Despite its short legs, the Gnoll leader keeps avoiding Enkrid's sword with precision and speed. It moved with a jerky, unpredictable rhythm. Then the Gnoll leader also starts counterattacking. It swung its poison-laced blades in wide, shimmering arcs. As it charges towards Enkrid, he easily avoids it. He could see the movements before they happened, a gift from the hundreds of deaths he had already suffered. Seeing the leader is enraged, Enkrid thinks it is because a human seized its tail and damaged its authority. It's directly trying to punish him without interference from other Gnolls. Its pride was its undoing. As the Gnoll leader comes for a counterattack and charges towards Enkrid with two swords in its hand, Enkrid saw the opening. Thinking that was its mistake, in a swift move, Enkrid cuts both of its hands. The blades severed the limbs at the wrist, the leader's swords falling to the stone with a clatter. The look on the Gnoll leader's eyes was one of pure, unadulterated shock, as if it couldn't believe a mere human cut its hands. It stood there, stumps leaking black blood, paralyzed by the impossibility of its defeat. It was in shock. Enkrid doesn't stop. He doesn't give it a second to recover. He goes for the final strike, his blades humming. The Gnolls that were watching from down were terrified. The silence that fell over the pack was absolute. They couldn't believe what was happening. How could their leader die? Their god of war was being dismantled by a blood-soaked human. Then, in a final and deadly attack, Enkrid slices the Gnoll leader in half. The body split with a wet sound, sliding off the rock in two jagged pieces. With cold, dead eyes, Enkrid thinks, no matter how fast and venomous the colony's leader is to him, to a man who doesn't get tired and has seen death 200 times, it's just one Gnoll. He stood atop the rock, the blood of the alpha dripping from his chin. Cries, who was watching from the wall with his heart in his throat, couldn't believe his eyes as he saw the Gnoll leader fall. He let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, but the victory was short-lived. After Enkrid kills the Gnoll leader, the pack's fear turns into a mindless, berserk rage. All the other Gnolls howl in anger as they charge towards him. The chain of command was shattered, leaving only a frenzied swarm. Seeing this, Cries screams from the ramparts, his voice cracking, saying the Gnolls are running wild. Pin screams, her voice joining the chorus of alarm, telling Enkrid that the leader is gone and the colony lost control, to run away before he gets surrounded. Enkrid's heart starts beating faster and faster. He can feel the heat rising in his chest as he unleashes the heart of superhuman strength. It was a forbidden reservoir of power, granting him overwhelming strength and speed at a terrible cost to his body. His vision turned red at the edges. Enkrid doesn't fight the incoming Gnolls anymore. There were too many for even him. With overwhelming speed, he charges towards the village, his feet barely touching the ground. But the toll of the battle and the strain of the heart were too much. With that momentarily boost, he doesn't manage to go all the way. He falls short some distance from the gate, his muscles seizing, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He stumbled, his swords dragging in the dirt. All the Gnolls start charging towards him in a frenzy, their eyes locked on the man who killed their king. As Enkrid is getting ready to fight one last, impossible stand at that moment, the heavy wooden gate opens with a groan of iron hinges. Pullman with his men rushes outside. They didn't wait for orders, they moved as one. Pullman brandished his weapon, his face set in a mask of determination. He tells Enkrid to jump in, he will make a way. The guards formed a wedge, a wall of shields and spears thrusting into the Gnoll ranks to create a corridor of safety. Thus, Enkrid starts running towards the gate with all his might, his last reserves of energy focused on the open doors of the village.
After killing the Gnoll leader, as Enkrid rushed towards the village, he found himself facing a terrifying spectacle of carnage and chaos. Among the sea of scattered Gnolls ready to tear him apart, the air was thick with the stench of wet fur and fresh blood. The creatures snarled, their yellow eyes fixed on the man who had just decapitated their alpha. Enkrid's boots skidded on the muddy earth, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He was racking his brain on how to cross this, looking at the wall of shifting, snapping jaws that stood between him and safety. Every direction seemed blocked by a mass of muscle and malice. At that moment, the heavy wooden gate opens with a piercing groan of iron hinges, and Pullman comes out with village watch guard along with the villager. The sight of the reinforcements provided a flicker of hope in the suffocating darkness of the swarm. Pullman's face was set in a mask of grim determination, his voice booming over the growls of the monsters, saying he will open up a path. He tells Enkrid to run in, waving his arm frantically to signal the opening. Enkrid starts running towards the gate, his boots pounding against the ground as the Gnolls began to close the gap. He could feel the heat of their breath, the snap of teeth just inches from his heels. In that moment of absolute peril, his heart starts beating faster as he uses the technique, the heart of superhuman strength, granting him strength beyond human capability. A surge of violent, electric energy flooded his limbs, making the world seem to slow down around him. He slashes the Gnolls in his path, his blade carving through bone and gristle with unnatural ease, and moves forward through the meat and fur. But there was no end to the gnolls. They kept coming one after another, driven by a mindless collective instinct to avenge their fallen leader. The sheer number of the beasts was overwhelming, and as Enkrid was getting ready for a desperate fight, bracing his soul for a final, bloody stand, the gnolls in front of him was taken down by arrows. The projectiles whistled through the air, thudding into skulls and chests, and the village militia had reached him, keeping the gnoll at bay with a wall of mismatched spears and rusted farm tools. Pullman screams and tells Enkrid to go now, his voice cracking under the strain of the combat. Understanding the situation, Enkrid rushed towards the gate, his muscles screaming under the influence of his activated technique. The gnolls were furious. As Enkrid killed their leader, they desperately tried to harm Enkrid but couldn't reach him due to the village militia. The men of the village held their ground, their hands shaking but their resolve firm as they poked and prodded the beasts back. As Enkrid were running towards the gate, Pin and Cries were watching desperately from the safety of the interior, their knuckles white as they gripped the wooden railings, hoping their captain will reach the gate unharmed. The tension was thick enough to choke on. At last, Enkrid finally reaches the gate and enters the village, his body nearly collapsing from the sudden cessation of movement. Seeing this, Pullman immediately orders the citizens and the militia to retreat and to get inside the walls. Everyone back inside, Pullman yelled, his eyes scanning the horizon. Following Pullman's order, everyone enters the gate and close it before the gnolls could reach. The heavy bars dropped into place with a definitive thud, sealing the world of monsters outside. But the gnolls then starts attacking the gate, trying to break it with their sheer weight and claws. The wood shuddered under the impact of their bodies. High above, the villagers starts throwing large stones at Gnoll from the walls. Men and women hauled heavy rocks, their faces contorted with effort, and sent them crashing down into the pack below. Due to the heavy barrage of stones, the gnolls' heads were getting crushed, the wet thud of rock on bone echoing through the night. Realizing they can't win against the vertical defense, the gnoll colony starts fleeing frantically into the surrounding woods, their yelps of pain fading into the distance. All the village militia starts panting and lies down on the ground upon achieving this impossible victory. They were covered in sweat and grime, their chests heaving in the sudden silence. As the villagers, along with Cries, who were desperately throwing stones at the gnolls, suddenly notices that the field is clear, there is no gnoll in sight. The moonlight hit the empty plains, revealing only the corpses of the fallen. Cries screams, his voice breaking into a sob of relief, saying, "The gnoll colony has retreated, we live." After hearing Cries, all the villagers and the village watchguard militia hugs one another and cries tears of happiness. The fear that had gripped them for hours finally broke, replaced by an overwhelming sense of survival. Enkrid sits down on the ground and starts panting as he was very tired. His body felt like lead, the aftereffects of the heart of superhuman strength, leaving him drained and hollow. Looking at Enkrid, Pullman thinks everything happened in an instant, but it is enough to see that the village was on the verge of destruction, and it was that squad leader who stopped it. The older man stared at the young warrior, his mind racing. Pullman found it hard to believe that for someone who only came for a job, he fought so desperately for a village that had nothing to do with him. It defied the logic of mercenaries. As Enkrid notices Pullman's gaze on him, he turns towards Pullman and asks, "He said he needed an explanation, didn't he?" Enkrid's voice was raspy, but his eyes were sharp. Understanding why Enkrid took control of the village militia, to save them when their own leadership faltered, Pullman doesn't argue. He looked down at the ground, a sense of humility washing over him. Instead, he left, saying he will call the village doctor. He tells Enkrid to first check his physical condition, acknowledging the toll the battle took. Seeing Pullman's behavior surprised Enkrid a little. He had expected more resistance or questioning of his authority. Slowly, afternoon comes as the sun starts setting, painting the sky in bruised purples and deep oranges. The scene shifts to Enkrid's squad's lodging, a modest building where the air was still thick with the smell of iron and wood smoke. Pullman was anxious and on edge when Enkrid told him that there were cultists among his men. The news was like a second infection within the village. Hearing Enkrid Cries comments saying, "Now everything fits," he leaned against the wall, crossing his arms. It would be abnormal for such a large colony to arise naturally. Even a large colony usually only has few hundred, but this one almost reached 1,000 gnolls and each one was armed. Cries shook his head in disbelief. If the cult intervened, then it makes sense. The village chief Aelin then asks, "But why the hell did the cultists target their village?" His hands were trembling, his face pale in the flickering candlelight. Cries simply tells Aelin not to expect logic from cultists. They are fanatics who believe they must expand the demonic territory, Cries explained, his tone grim. Perhaps they intended to use this town as a base and build a kingdom of gnolls or something. Aelin puts his hands on his head in fear and panic upon hearing Cries, the thought of his home becoming a demonic throne room too much to bear. Pullman was also visibly nervous, his fingers drumming against his sword hilt. He says, "But we already defeated them," and asks, "Aren't we safe now?" Enkrid, who was in deep thought staring at the floor, says that is not yet known. He thinks by killing the Knoll leader, he overcame the today that was repeating, but there is still one problem remains. The cycle might have shifted, but the threat had not vanished. Enkrid then says, "There's still the cultist that Lugarn is chasing." Pullman gets very shocked upon hearing Enkrid and asks, "So there were more cultists besides the 2 guards at the gate?" He hadn't realized how deep the infiltration went. Aelin then says, "Now that he mentions it, have they seen that Hugo?" The name hung in the air like a curse. Enkrid says that Hugo is probably the leader behind all this, the architect of the village's near demise. Pin, who was sitting beside Enkrid, cleaning a small cut on her arm, asks, "If they don't catch Hugo, will the village remain in danger then?" Enkrid simply says he is being chased by none other than a frog. Let's trust Lugarn and wait. The scene shifts to an open grain field, where the stalks of wheat swayed like golden waves under a turbulent sky. There, Lugarn can be seen chasing Hugo. The air was whistling with the speed of their movement. Cursing Lugarn and telling her to give up already, Hugo throws a magical energy projectile at her. The orb of dark, crackling power hissed through the air, threatening to incinerate anything it touched. Lugarn, with her incredible agility, easily avoids it, her body twisting in midair with a grace that bordered on the supernatural, and grabs Hugo by the arm. Her grip was like iron, but Hugo vanishes like smoke, freeing himself from Lugarn's clutch. He reappeared several meters away, his form flickering like a dying candle. Lugarn grits her teeth in anger and frustration, seeing Hugo use the same trick again. She thinks it's the damn authority of the cult again. The reason why new believers keep arriving at the deranged church of the demonic sanctuary is because they easily obtain that power called authority and can change their life. It was a shortcut to power, a seductive lie that granted incredible abilities at the cost of one's soul. As Hugo slowly dissipates like smoke, Lugarn suddenly notices him running away behind her, his silhouette a dark blur against the grain. Lugarn realizes that the amount of authority Hugo is using is significant. He must have been a priest in the cult for quite some time. With that power, he managed to dodge well, but he must be running out of strength to use it. The flicker in his form was becoming more pronounced. Lugarn then pulls out her whip and tangles it around Hugo, the leather cord snapping tight around his chest. Hugo was very shocked that even after everything, he still got caught. He struggled, his eyes wide with terror as he looked at the frog approaching him. Lugarn immediately closes the distance and was about to punch him in the face, her fist clenched and ready to end the chase. But then she stops, noticing sounds coming from behind her. A low, rhythmic growling and the sound of hundreds of paws thumping against the earth reached her ears. As she looks back, she sees the Knoll horde is approaching her. They were a sea of fur and teeth, emerging from the tree line like a tidal wave. In that moment, Hugo gathers all his authority, a dark aura erupting from his body, and pushes Lugarn back, the force of the magical blast knocking her off her feet. He runs towards the Knoll horde, seeking refuge among the beasts. The Knolls were clearly under influence, their eyes glowing with a dull, unnatural light that signaled Hugo's control over them. Lugarn curses. She could only watch Hugo getting away with the Knolls, her prize slipping through her fingers as she was forced to prioritize her own survival against the sudden arrival of the pack. As evening falls, the shadows stretching long and thin across the village, Enkrid was training hard. Despite the exhaustion of the day, he was lifting heavy weights and practicing his swings, the rhythmic whoosh of his blade cutting the air. While Cries and Pin was sitting on a log beside him, watching their captain with a mix of awe and concern. Seeing Lugarn come back, her clothes dusty and her expression thunderous, Enkrid asks her, "What about the cultist?" With an annoyed look, she says he escaped. The confession tasted like ash in her mouth. Pin gets very shocked, hearing that even a frog couldn't even catch a cultist. She looked from Lugarn to Enkrid, her eyes wide. Cries simply asks, "A frog? Serious?" The absurdity of the title seemed to hit him all at once. Lugarn screams at Cries, telling him not to repeat it twice, her face flushing with rage. She then looks at Enkrid and tells him that his subordinates are quite insolent, her eyes flashing dangerously. Ignoring her remark with a straight face, Enkrid tells her, "It seems she were a halfway frog." The insult was delivered with such clinical coldness that it stung more than a shout. Getting annoyed, Lugarn tells Enkrid the most insolent one is him. She huffed, crossing her arms over her chest. With a deep sigh, she says if that Knoll colony hadn't appeared at the last moment, she would have caught the cultist. She continues, explaining the mechanics of his escape. With the power of authority, that guy took the position of the leader of the colony and fled. Hearing her, Enkrid says cultists are persistent, so they will undoubtedly attack the village again. They wouldn't let a prize like this go after investing so much in the Knoll colony. Pin, while gritting her teeth in anger, asks, "Are they going to have to fight the Knolls again?" The thought of facing another 1,000 monsters made her stomach churn. Enkrid drops the exercise stones from his hands, the heavy rocks thudding into the dirt and sending up a cloud of dust. He says, better that way. He looked out towards the darkened walls. Scattered colonies are also dangerous. They shouldn't leave them alone. If they clean up everything together with the cultists, it will be perfect. He saw it as a way to lance the boil entirely rather than letting it fester. Pin asks Enkrid how does he plan to handle a colony of 1,000 gnolls, especially if the leader is a cultist. The odds seemed insurmountable for their small group and a handful of villagers. Kryze then speaks as if a good plan has come to his mind, a slow smirk spreading across his face. He says that's even better. Perhaps they cannot foresee the thoughts of monsters, but they can of people. He tapped his temple, his tactical mind already spinning. The cultist Hugo would act with a human's ambition and a human's flaws. Enkrid then says, let's prepare a plan. He looked at his squad, his resolve hardening like iron in a forge. Before dawn comes again, let's finish the preparations. The night was young, and they had much to do if they were to survive the coming sun.
Hello everyone, did you enjoy the explanation? If you did, then please like, share and subscribe the channel. Don't just watch anime and manhwa, learn from them, take motivation from their story, become the main character of your own life and treat everyone with kindness. For the time being, sayonara, bye bye.